A young man with an arrogant expression sits on a throne-like chair. 4 beautiful girls stand near him. And opposite them is Lloyd, who is being kicked off the team right now. The man on the chair is a hero named Alan, and right now he is accusing Lloyd of simply getting in the way of the team, knowing it full well. According to Alan, Lloyd is a completely useless white magician, just an eyesore. And the rest of the participants agree with him. Mage Mia dismissively calls Lloyd a lowlife, and Archer Lulu explains that Lloyd is too incompetent to be given the honor of being in the heroes group. The challenge to his competence finally forces Lloyd to react. But he's not angry, rather puzzled. Then Alan reminds that, despite the profession of a white magician, Lloyd did not heal the group. This was done by the third girl, Sheena. She is a saint by profession, but her words about how Lloyd is ruining the hero's reputation are too cruel for someone with such a title. Lloyd isn't going to contradict them. Even without much emotion, he says that maybe they are right about his competence. The last of the girls looks at him menacingly. This is the shield warrior, Lena, and she proudly declares that the group can cope even without Lloyd, because he is weak and must understand this. Ending the conversation, Alan imposingly raises his hand. And then he orders Lloyd to leave his money here and leave. The white magician does not understand this request, which causes Alan to suddenly freak out and punch the arm of his chair. The hero accuses his former ally of being completely insolent, and he explains with a shout that Lloyd must pay for how he pulled them down. The calm, white magician reaches into his inner pocket. He understands that his former comrades will not let him out of here until he pays. All he has is a not particularly full pouch purse, but Alan looks happy with so many coins. With this, he says, they will eat well tonight. Sheena, hanging on the hero's arm, praises him as if the money was earned and not taken from their former comrade. Taking advantage of the fact that no one is paying attention to him anymore, Lloyd turns around as the girls playfully argue for Alan's attention. They are pleased that they were finally able to get rid of the problem in the person of the white magician, and now they hover around the hero, praising him. All the girls except Lena are obviously in love with Alan, and only the team's shield sees Lloyd off with a sad look. Alone, the exiled white mage leaves the group's opulent-looking mansion. Looking around sadly, he sighs at how much the other members hated him. Lloyd is upset and says that he should have asked his master to teach him how to get along with people. It brings back memories for him. Someone calls Lloyd's name, and she turns out to be a beautiful woman, confidently talking about creating magic that will stop aging. Such words cause nothing but embarrassment for the then little Lloyd. He was picked up by a master, so he spent most of his childhood in the mountains in her small house. There, Lloyd did housework, conducted experiments together with the master. He started every early morning with workouts that exhausted his body, and during them the master addressed him with all tenderness, reminding Lloyd that he is still a boy and should not overestimate his strength. He had a lot to learn, but for Lloyd these days were hell on earth. As a result, he got tired of it, and he fled to the city of Ishtar to live freely in the outside world, not bound by the obligations of the master. And now Lloyd, on the way from the house of his former group, stops to rest on the side of the city fountain, decorated with another statue of his master. This no longer surprises the white magician after all. Mistress Merlin is known in this city. And yet his gaze on the statue is thoughtful, because the stone version is nothing like the real Merlin, especially in the chest area. But he is distracted from the comparison by an unfamiliar voice. The friendly-looking girl asks if Lloyd is as much of a fan of Mrs. Merlin as she is, and he awkwardly objects, making the stranger surprised. After all, she saw how the guy looked at the statue. However, the girl cuts herself off mid-sentence and screams in concern. Now she has no time to chat at all. Terribly nervous, she says that she needs to somehow find a free white magician, and quickly before tomorrow. The girl has been running all day looking for her. She looks extremely tired and restless, causing Lloyd to remain silent for a while. And then he admits that he himself is a white magician. This surprises the stranger because she has never seen Lloyd among the adventurers. Lloyd then replies that he is free now, or rather, unemployed. This makes the girl realize something. The man in front of her is the free white magician she has been looking for so hard. So the stranger grabs Lloyd's hand, surprising him, and he confidently asks to go with her, literally beaming. This makes the guy confused. But he does not resist or object, so the satisfied girl successfully returns with him. The rest of the group takes the early return of their comrade Yuya as a sign that there were no free white magicians to be found, but the girl replies that she was able to find one. And only then is Lloyd standing behind her noticed. Yui tries to introduce the others to him, but she herself forgot to ask the name of the person she brought. So Lloyd has to introduce himself. And all that Yui knows is his profession as a white magician. This situation makes her companions look at each other with concern, after which one of them voices his thoughts that they should abandon this idea. An archer named Cross believes that their team will not be able to take on a mission without their fifth team member with them. Shield Doggers agrees that she will be difficult to replace. Even the magician Silica dejectedly agrees with the others. Lloyd tries to get a word in, since he didn't say he would join their group. But Yui interrupts him, loudly objecting to the others. After all, she is very worried about what will happen to the customer if they refuse the task. The fact that there are people who need help greatly worries the girl. Because of this behavior, Lloyd concludes that the customer's opinion is much more important to her than receiving benefits. Still, the situation is difficult. The more people fail, the higher the rank of the request. And payment for a customer's order is proportional to the rank. This means that the surcharge also increases. Therefore, you cannot relax when it comes to a rank assignment. Given all this, Lloyd asks why Yui doesn't give the request to another group then. But unfortunately, the task has rank restrictions. And this group is the only one in the city that meets the requirements because they are awarded the S rank. Such information amazes Lloyd because their rank is the highest possible. Adventurers are only allowed to work in registered groups and cannot invite people from other groups. That is why they are looking for a free white magician. Lloyd thinks about how he would like to help, but it's too much for him. However, Yui thinks differently. She convinces the others that Lloyd is an excellent white magician, so there shouldn't be any problems. Even the guy himself doesn't understand where she gets such thoughts from. With hesitation, the group agrees that if they did, they could complete the mission. Then Lloyd himself tries to convey to them that he is not strong enough. But again, Yui interrupts him by grabbing his arm. And in an orderly tone, he asks to show them his magic. And then he leads. Lloyd is too confused by this pressure to refuse. As a result, they all find themselves on the street, surrounded by trees. And Lloyd awkwardly tries to figure out how this happened. He is sorry that he will disappoint Yui's expectations, even if she is the only one who is confident in this idea. Lloyd knows how it will all end either way. Remembering the heroes group, he thinks that in the end he will disappoint everyone again. Then Yui gives him the command to cast a strengthening spell on all members of the group right now. And he separately emphasizes that this needs to be done with everyone at once and not one by one. This leaves Lloyd confused. And while the group is talking among themselves about how such a task is too difficult for an ordinary white magician, he does not understand what they are talking about. Because in his eyes, this is too easy. Yui asks again if Lloyd can do it. But he is at a loss and doesn't know what to answer. Because he thought that he would be told to perform complex magic since they had to test a candidate for the S-rank group. But what they demanded, Lloyd could perform without any problems. Therefore, resolutely clenching his fists, he decides that he will do what is asked of him. But don't stop there, so he brings his hands together in front of him, concentrating, and applies the release of accumulated energy. Something appears in his palm. This is a magical staff needed to show the group before him something greater. Lloyd grabs his weapon more comfortably. Yui and the others seem surprised by his sudden appearance out of nowhere. But the white magician is too focused on his task to notice this. He's going to cast enhancement magic on everyone at once. And not the usual one, as he was asked, but containing 5 different effects at once. His staff glows from the concentration of magical power, strengthening the body and enhancing protection. Then strengthening magic and reducing mana consumption. Finally, sustainability. Magic falls on the 4 standing in front of him. Only then does Lloyd lower his staff, and he exhales, thinking that he needs more training. The group then directly asks where he just pulled the weapon from, and Lloyd answers with confusion that he simply used storage magic. More importantly, he is interested in how the enhancement feels to them. Yui flinches at the question. She didn't even notice when Lloyd did it because he didn't say anything. Still, Yui is definitely feeling better. The rest of the group, confused, also begin to look around themselves, noticing changes. Yui falls silent, puzzled. and asks the others to wait a minute, grabbing his sword. Standing in front of the tree, she gets into a fighting stance, swings, and he strikes decisively. The big, thick tree stands for some time, and then it falls, cut off exactly by one blow, leaving behind only a huge stump and damage to other trees standing at a distance. The group looks shocked by this result, but Lloyd, oblivious to their reaction, calmly lists what he used on each of them. Then the adventurers turn their heads and silently stare at him in disbelief for a moment. Lloyd perceives this as a complete lack of response and becomes upset, eventually coming to the conclusion that his level is too low for them. He says dejectedly that in that case, he is leaving. And only then does Yui regain her ability to speak. She asks Lloyd to wait, and then she decisively turns to him, because if everything suits him, he wants to invite the white magician to join their group officially. This surprises him. But then Lloyd reveals that he was previously in the heroes group, and this once again amazes his new acquaintances. After all, this is the same group led by one of the 4 heroes. Even if that's the case, Lloyd isn't going to hide the fact that he was kicked out for not being good enough. Archer Crows is confused by their standards, since the level shown by Lloyd was too low for the hero. But he switches the topic to the white magician, who is already a member of this S-rank group. After all, if this was a one-time collaboration with him, there would be no need to officially join the group. Yui starts explaining in frustration. Their white magician is called Crumb, and she has a sister who is very sick. Crumb worked as an adventurer and took care of her youngest every day. Because of this workload, she is in poor condition, too tired to juggle everything. And for this reason, Crumb could not accept their current request. Her condition has always been a problem, but especially now. Even though Yui wanted to ask her to officially leave the group, Crumb refused because she didn't want to create more problems. Then Lloyd understands why the swordswoman was looking for a white magician, so that their current ally in this role would not worry. Yui apologizes for dragging Lloyd into all this, but he doesn't mind forgiving what happened. His thoughts are full of the desire to be useful in at least something. That's why he wants to help them, and he looks inspired, asking, under such circumstances, to officially accept him into the group. But his confident tone turns timid when he adds that Yui doesn't have to do this if she doesn't want to. Yui, however, literally beams at his agreement. She jumps up and down happily, celebrating her victory in this negotiation. The rest of the group smiles too. They are equally excited and even say they can't believe someone as wonderful as Lloyd is joining them. When Yui finally calms down, she extends her open palm to Lloyd and happily tells him how much she looks forward to working with him. Lloyd extends his palm in response, and they shake hands because the feeling is mutual. After this, Yui goes back into her loud mode and states that in that case, they should have a party now. This makes Lloyd nervous and tries to dissuade her. But the rest of the group is on the side of their leader. They warmly welcome Lloyd as a new member of the team, and let Lloyd be a little confused by this. After all, when he was kicked out of the heroes group, he wondered what would happen to him. But listening to loud negotiations about future strategy, he mentally turns to his master, and following Yui, promises to support his new friends. For now. Evening has already fallen on the city. Right now the group is in a tavern and is going to celebrate the addition of Lloyd to their group. The table is set and everyone, except Silica, has a full mug of beer in their hands. The toast has also already been announced. But Lloyd looks a little awkward. Yui tries to cheer him up by suggesting that he enjoy food and drink in celebration. She even sets an example first, contently sipping on her mug. But Doggaz notices Lloyd's doubts and asks if he drinks at all. Suggests that maybe their newbie doesn't like beer, but he simply replies that he cannot drink normally. Silica then takes his side and offers to tell him directly if he doesn't like alcohol. After all, she doesn't drink either, and that's why her mug contains regular juice. Lloyd tries to explain that it's not that he can't drink, it's just that he has psychological trauma in this regard. This attracts Yui's attention, who, already flushed from drinking, leans closer to him. Crows reproaches her, saying that such a thing cannot be asked. And while Yui is confused by his words, Lloyd dejectedly remembers the past. 2 years ago, he became old enough to drink, and his teacher, who had already prepared many bottles of wine, suggested celebrating it, being too enthusiastic. Even though Lloyd refused to do it, Merlin caught him and had no intention of letting him go, and telling him not to be shy. She insisted that they drink 10 or even 20 bottles together. She ended up forcing Lloyd to drink until he threw up in the morning. Ugly sounds must have echoed from their house throughout the mountain. Even now, remembering this hell, Lloyd looks depressed and full of horror. This kind of story makes the whole group confused. Yui tries to clear the air by asking what kind of mentor she is to Lloyd. The others are also interested because his master is definitely a very curious person. Silica wonders if she is also a white mage. But according to Lloyd's recollections, her magic was much more like an attack. This surprises Silica because a master of support magic who is not a white magician is very rare. Especially when Lloyd himself admits that his teacher is much cooler than him. Silica beams, saying how she would like to learn from her. But Lloyd interrupts her gloomily, dissuading her. And to the natural question about the reasons, he looks very nervous and scared, answering that he does not want Silica to have such training, which is more like a waking nightmare. This reaction makes the magician nervous too. Finally, Yui moves on to more important matters and announces the start of the strategy meeting. But because she's not very good at explaining, then he gives the floor to Doggas. He, with a little awkwardness, scolds the leader for the fact that she should become better. After all, Yui is the main one in the group. But this makes the girl pout, and Doggas condescendingly agrees to explain everything. Ultimately, the group decides that it would be most effective to concentrate on supporting Silica. And she, remembering the magic of Lloyd's support, he is modestly glad that he can have a little fun. This makes the white mage a little nervous to remind them not to expect too much. Even though he is gloomy, Yui tries to convince him to be more confident. Either way, their group has already been through a lot. And Crow says it's better to be the one who says he's good at one thing than to say he's good at everything. He likes people like Lloyd better. After this, Doggas offers to tell him his plan of attack. According to him, Doggas and Yui must first attract the attention of the great wolves. This will help gather the monsters in one place and allow Silica to attack them. Croesus then asks about his role and is tasked with protecting Silica and Lloyd. Lloyd's role will be to support and treat group members, which he calmly accepts. Since they don't know all the details right now, the rest will have to be decided when they get to the order site. And now that the important conversation is over, Yui raises her mug again and says that they will drink a lot today. But Doggas lifts her by the scruff of the neck, as if the girl weighs nothing, which of course causes her a lot of indignation. But Doggas has an important meeting tomorrow, so he's going to go home. And take Yui away too, even though she resists, shouting that she's not drunk yet. Lloyd watches their harmless bickering with a soft smile. The streets of the city are quiet at night. While seeing the others off, Lloyd awkwardly calls out to Doggas, forcing him to stop. He asks where they will meet tomorrow, but the shieldman does not understand what he is talking about after all. He assumes that the whole group is staying at the same hotel. Then, even more awkwardly, Lloyd admits that he can't stay in it. And Doggas sighs condescendingly, understanding the financial problem of their newcomer. Without another word, he tosses a small bag to Lloyd, in which the coins end up. Lloyd is embarrassed to take money from him, but Doggas calms him down, saying that he is giving it for a reason, because this amount will be deducted from Lloyd's reward. Field of this, Doggas calls him to follow him because Yui and the others are waiting. Grateful, Lloyd promises to try his best to repay this kindness. The night completely takes over the city. And somewhere else, at this time, someone is going through hard times. Tired and wounded, the hero Alan does not understand what is happening. Standing in front of the big monsters, weakened, he gets angry because before these opponents were not so strong. Alan aims for the core, but it doesn't hit. The arrows fired by Lulu are also useless. Even if it hits, it has no effect. Mia's fire magic is also wasted. She also looks exhausted, and nervously supports Alan that golems have never been so strong. The whole group realizes that something is wrong. After all, just recently, golems were easy to defeat. But their current helplessness is for Alan, not a reason to stop attacking. He jumps high, raising his sword, and he attacks furiously because the hero cannot lose. But even if one golem is defeated, it is not the end. After all, there is something behind him, hiding in the shadows. And then he jumps out, rushing past a surprised Alan, turning out to be a strange-looking wolf. But more importantly, it makes the hero nervous. So it is a fact that the monster is targeting Lena. The hero shouts, warning her, and the girl manages to react, substituting his hand instead of his neck to the wolf's mouth. And yet she is tense because it is very difficult to resist him. After a moment, her gaze changes, and horror appears on the faces of the rest of the group. After all, their shield is deprived of the arm with which it defended itself from the teeth of the wolf. Blood generously stains the cave floor, and the wolf, amid cries of pain, stands calmly in the distance, with prey in the form of a hand clamped in its mouth, and his gaze never leaving the wounded girl. Cursing, Alan runs towards Lena, ignoring the golem behind him. He holds the girl, choking in pain, and he takes her to Saint Sheena, asking her to heal her. Now there are 3 of them against 2 golems. At this time, Sheena uses restoration magic on her wounded comrade. A glow envelops them both, and this goes on for a while the others fight. But here the saint screams in misunderstanding. There is horror on her face, because Lena's arm is not recovering. Alan and Mia are silent in despair, and then Lulu invites the hero to retreat. He's furious about this, but they have no choice but to really escape, not understanding the reasons for the failure that occurred. After which the news that the hero Alan and his group had fled, having failed the task, gradually spread throughout the kingdom. But this does not apply to the barely awakened Yui, who finally came out to meet her group. All of them, ready to go, gathered on the city street. She asks Lloyd to take care of the large hiking backpack, which he does not refuse, and silently applies the magic of storage. Yui is happy because she doesn't want to carry such a big backpack, and even Silica is delighted. After all, the journey can take several days, and it's much more convenient to carry luggage this way. Crows watches with curiosity as the backpack disappears, while a confused Lloyd explains to everyone that storage magic is nothing unusual. He even offers to teach Silica the spell if she wants. The others seem shocked that they could learn such a thing. But according to Lloyd, it will only take an hour. It may take some time to further increase inventory. Crows looks inspired, because with such magic he could carry many arrows at once. Lloyd then promises to teach everyone when he has time, and Silica enthusiastically agrees. Now it's time for them to go. Outside the city gates, the road to the client's farm awaits them. Encouraged, Yui commands the group to leave. Above the forest through which they pass, the sky is clear. The group had just finished setting up camp. Silica is glad that they were able to arrive early and deal with it, and Crows notes that it was all thanks to their lack of luggage. Doggus says that all that's left to do is start a fire, but he is distracted by Yui. She saw a river nearby and asks permission to swim a little with Silica. This makes the magician confused, but Yui does not let her refuse. Doggus himself doesn't mind either. In this case, Crows is going to stay to guard the camp, and Doggus and Lloyd will go collect branches for the fire. They agree to immediately report if they see something wrong, using a flare gun, and they disperse. Lloyd wanders alone among the trees. The sound of his steps destroys the surrounding silence. He picks up another branch, and he puts it in storage, hoping that he has already collected enough. But since he has a lot of space in his magical storage, he plans to take a few more, just in case. Suddenly, something attracts his attention. Fruits are visible on one of the trees, so he climbs onto a thick branch hanging high above the river and reaches for them. Having looked at the fruits closer, he is confirmed in his guess. These are the same fruits that grew near his teacher's house. They are sweet and nutritious, so Lloyd plans to take some with him. But the branch under his feet cracks and splits, and then it breaks completely, causing Lloyd to fall. With a loud splash, he goes under the water. For some time, the surface of the water is quiet, but then bubbles appear on the surface, and Lloyd emerges with effort. He sighs in pain, but is glad that there is a river below, as long as they don't address him by name. Lloyd fell right in front of the naked girls of the squad, who now, embarrassedly covering themselves with their hands, ask what he is doing here. At this moment, Lloyd realizes that he is finished and mentally prays for salvation. He tries to crawl away, making excuses for what happened, and he says how sorry he is, that he fell into the river, but it seems to be misunderstood, because Yui is clenching her fist tightly, and he hits him mercilessly, calling Lloyd a pervert. At this time, the camp is quiet. Doggus has already returned with branches, so he tells Lloyd that he is late when he and the girls return. Yui apologizes for them all, saying that they met Lloyd on their way back and decided to talk. Lloyd was still able to explain to them the situation with the fruits, and the girls believed him. This allows him to breathe a sigh of relief. Now that everything is assembled and the fire is burning, it remains to find out who will be on duty at night. Lloyd asks if they will be paired up and Yui gets his attention, offering to be paired with her. He agrees if the girl herself doesn't mind, but it gives him an idea. Perhaps Yui will make sure he doesn't do anything strange while the others are sleeping. Her goal will be to follow Lloyd because she will not believe him until she is convinced in person. Such assumptions make him very nervous. So he nervously thanks Yui for her offer, and she, unaware of Lloyd's thoughts, accepts the gratitude in bewilderment. The night sky in this clearing is also incredibly clear. There don't seem to be any monsters in the area, so the watch is going smoothly. Uncomfortably, Yui turns to Lloyd, and then he asks what's wrong with her. But the girl begins to restlessly assure that everything is fine. But after a pause, he sits awkwardly on the ground a little away from Lloyd, and admits that she's sorry she forced Lloyd to come with them. Even if he answers that he was unemployed anyway, she is not impressed, because Yui is afraid that she got Lloyd into trouble. Taking a short pause, he asks why the girl did not refuse this request. She just laughs and asks in response if she looks like such a person. But still, he's a little depressed, he admits. It reminded her of her hometown, destroyed and sprinkled with blood, in which, no matter how much she calls mom and dad, among the rubble of buildings and blazing fire, there was no one left who could answer her. And then unknown people came who saw the consequences of a terrible attack by monsters, and they found the only survivor, and then they took her with them to safety. Because of this, when Yui heard about the pack of monsters, she couldn't leave the people in trouble. Plus, if the farm's food runs out, small towns and villages will be in trouble. Now Lloyd understands her motives, but he doesn't have time to say anything more, distracted by the appearance of danger. She and Yui get up and look warily in the direction of the noise. There, among the trees, a spider is approaching, which soon appears in all its glory. Yui understands that it will be difficult for the two of them to cope with him. Therefore, she asks Lloyd to go wake up Doggos and the others while she herself distracts the monster. Lloyd accepts the order and is already turning to run to carry it out when he freezes in incomprehension, because the spider is unfolding, and he goes back into the forest without doing anything. The adventurers don't understand what's happening. So Yui worriedly asks if there is a monster nearby that could scare this spider. Lloyd answers in the negative. At least there is no sense of danger nearby. But it looks like they are safe now. Unsure, Yui accepts Lloyd's words, and he falls silent, worried about something. A few days after leaving Ishtar, Yui realizes that something is wrong with this forest. Crow says that the monsters are not visible at all, and this makes everyone nervous. Some even suggest that Lloyd is doing this, but he has nothing to do with it. Even though he uses detection magic, it doesn't drive away the monsters. In this case, Yui does not understand what is happening at all. So Lloyd decides to expand the detection range a little. His inner gaze moves away from where the group is standing, and in the depths of the forest he notices something. Lloyd suddenly opens his eyes. Others notice this immediately. Concerned, Lloyd reports that there are many monsters ahead, and they are all gathering in one place. But everyone else can't see them. Then Lloyd points in the direction and says that this point is 10 kilometers from here. There he could see signs of a large number of monsters. This strikes the group once again. Cross, looking at the map, realizes that they are heading exactly there. But Yui is more interested in something else. The figure of 10 kilometers shocks her. So far, Lloyd himself does not understand at all the reasons for her violent reaction. The group leader can't believe what he's hearing, that Lloyd can detect the presence of monsters from such a distance. Confused, he confirms and says that Crow's is doing better anyway, and then asks if he said something wrong. Yui is nervously speechless, and then Doggos interrupts her. He understands how the girl feels, but now they don't have time for that. Doggos asks if Lloyd knows the exact direction, and they discuss it while Crows and Yui talk about how no matter how many times they see it, they are surprised every time. Judging by their map, the herd of monsters is still on the client's farm, but something is wrong. The group cannot understand the picture they see before them. From a hill in the distance, they look down on a huge number of monsters surrounding a small building. They are all great wolves. Lloyd says that this is strange, and Yui agrees with him that there are so many monsters here. But Lloyd objects and says that's not the point, surprising the others. A monstrous reaction of detection magic just happened here, so they have to wonder where the other monsters went. Silica begins to understand. She adds that there must undoubtedly be many monsters here much stronger than the great wolves. Cross notices that there were not even traces of monsters in the forest. Then Doggis makes a guess that other monsters simply disappeared without a trace. Lloyd asks where the owner of this farm is now, and Yui replies that he must be at his son's house because he suffered greatly due to the monster invasion. While Lloyd is thinking about clues that could lead to the reasons for what happened, Crows finds something. He points forward, catching the other's attention. But no one can see as well as an archer over such long distances. Therefore, Crows explains that all the other monsters were found in that direction, near the creepy black stone. Lloyd seems a little annoyed that he can't see it, so he starts to act. He uses body strengthening on himself, and creates his own magic by improvising. When Lloyd opens his eyes, the magic of improving his vision is already in effect. Now he can see quite far, to notice monsters near the stone. He really looks creepy, tainted with black energy. Now that Lloyd sees it, it does look strange. But the others don't understand how he was able to do it. So Lloyd explains that he used strengthening magic and teaches it to the party members. With her help, Yui also peers into what is happening. She agrees with what Crows said about this black stone. Plus, she's worried about the aura of that thing. She wants to know what it is, and Lloyd suggests it's probably magic. He did not notice the stone because it merged with the great wolves, but magical power emanates from this black cobblestone. And Lloyd knows this feeling. Yui has to pull him out of his thoughts. And then, worried, Lloyd talks about the demonic beastman. He heard from the master that some people could use rare magic to control monsters. And if such magic really exists, then the situation of the dignitary is clearer. Something makes Lloyd react. His detection magic detected signs of monsters. Another flock of them is heading here. Cross gets nervous, asking where the hell they were hiding. Lloyd doesn't know. But one thing is clear to him. A pack of great wolves and the sudden appearance of monsters. It all looks like this. It's like someone set up this situation. Lloyd assumes that they were set up, and asks Yui if there is someone who could do this, and let her try to object, to say that this is impossible. Doggis interrupts her, asking if there is any news about the pack. Lloyd replies that it is a mixture of all types of monsters. The number is presumably several thousand. This leaves the group frozen in horror. The girls can't believe what's happening as Lloyd continues to think intently. He thinks this method is too dangerous if someone is just trying to get rid of them. Therefore, there is a possibility that the real goal is to keep the group as far away from the city as possible. Gather great wolves, force the victim to submit a request, and lure the onlyest ranked team in the city of Ishtar to this remote place. Yui suggests they just retreat. Avoid a cluster of monsters using Lloyd's detection magic, but he knows that's not an option, because I'm not sure they can escape. At the same time, if the enemy detects them, then all the monsters will go in pursuit, and then they will have to fight near the city walls. And this can cause enormous damage to both people and the city. Yui has nothing to say to this. Clenching his fists, Lloyd makes a decision. There is only one thing left for him. So he turns to his group, and he says he will fight. At first, Yui automatically agrees with this, but then all four of them scream in shock, not believing that Lloyd is going to do this. He calmly says that there is no other way. Yui is worried about how this will look since Lloyd is a white mage, but he seemed to have come up with a plan, because he addresses Cross, and asks if he can hit the black stone. Cross, after some thought and observation, agrees. He thinks he can, but thinks it would be a little weird testing it out right now. Lloyd replies that all he needs to do is aim, and Crows accepts this situation, drawing his bow. And Lloyd takes out his staff. After all, if Crows does not have enough strength, he can always support his comrade magically. It activates the transmission of enhancement magic, and Crows pulls the bowstring. And then he shoots, straight into a black stone surrounded by monsters. The arrow flies smoothly and clearly. As a result, digging the tip straight into the magic-filled stone, and smashes it to pieces. Even Crows himself is surprised by the result. He asks what Lloyd did with the arrow because the shot was more powerful than usual. But Lloyd simply cast amplification magic on the bow, arrow, and the shooter at the same time. The others realize that the ability to enhance both a weapon and a person is very unusual, and react accordingly. And yet Lloyd looks at them with confusion, because it comes naturally to him. Cross himself interrupts his attempt to explain something to him, and Lloyd himself thinks that he only increased his strength. Comparing this S-rank adventurer, who can hit a target from such a distance with his first shot, with Lulu, he realizes that Crows is no worse than his former comrade. Or maybe better. Suddenly, Yui draws their attention to the situation below. The number of great wolves around the building increased, but they started fighting among themselves, violent and disorderly. Lloyd explains that the magic that controlled all these monsters has disappeared. Even if not everyone left, the number still decreased, so now they can focus on fighting the other pack. Yui is surprised that Lloyd predicted this development, but he's quick to warn that it probably won't work the second time. The second pack contains different types of monsters and a black stone. Fortunately, he doesn't see any particularly strong creatures here, but their number is truly impressive. So Lloyd asks what kind of magic Silica has. She can use 4 basic elements: fire, water, earth, and wind. Lloyd then asks how many arrows Crows has left, and considering those that are in the magical vault, there must be about 100 of them. This is enough for his plan, so he asks the others if they would mind hearing his idea. Together with Silica, they stand on a hill. Doggers and Yui are standing right behind them. The ground beneath the adventurers' feet trembles. Even their bodies can't do anything about this shaking. This is because a huge pack of monsters is quickly approaching. Armored, flying, ground-based, with or without weapons, they rush forward, right at the people standing on the hill. They are, of course, completely horrified by such a sight. Silica holds her staff nervously as she looks at so many monsters, and they continue to run. Yui nervously asks Lloyd if it's time for them to act, but it's not time yet. Tense, Lloyd monitors the situation carefully, and finally he gives the command, asking Silica to attack. She immediately raises her staff into an attacking position, and casts a firestorm spell. A high hurricane of fire appears in the center of the forest, rising above the treetops. Monsters burn in these flames, helpless, overwhelmed by the firepower. Such a powerful spell impresses even the group's fighters. Yui asks what Lloyd did to Silica, since she was able to release a firestorm much stronger than usual. He, with his usual lack of understanding of his own exceptionalism, explains that he simply cast a magic enhancement spell on the sorceress in order to increase magical power, and at the same time reduce its consumption. The fact that Yui is once again speechless because of his words, Lloyd takes it as a sign that he did not try hard enough, and begins to worry. But he switches to more important matters and asks if Silica is okay. Everything is fine with her, she is ready to hit him 5 more times. Then Lloyd commands her to fire 3 more volleys of fire, and then move on to wind magic. Silica accepts these instructions. And Lloyd's next step is to go to Cross, who is waiting on the hill. All of his arrows are coated with strengthening magic. And when dark smoke begins to rise above the forest, it is the archer's turn. Thanks to the fire, enhanced by the magic of the wind, the forest burns over a wide area and produces a lot of smoke. And this will significantly worsen the visibility of flying monsters. This is where Crows enters the battle. Lloyd casts his magic on him. This time he uses Thought Division, and then uses Detection magic to determine the location of the monsters. And this whole picture is instantly transferred to Cross's head. Lloyd asks if he can see his targets, and the archer confidently agrees. He prepares the first arrow with enthusiasm, because now it doesn't matter whether there are monsters in the smoke or not. No matter how many arrows he shoots, they will find their purpose, each of them. So far everything is going great. There are almost no monsters left on the ground, so it's time to move on to the next stage. Lloyd walks down the hill, returning to Silica, and warns her about continuing the plan. But she says her magic is almost gone. Lloyd understands this and extends his hand to her. Hesitantly, Silica accepts it, and magic sparkles in their palms, because Lloyd uses magical power transfer. This reflects badly on him. He falls to the ground from exhaustion, causing Silica to worry. But Lloyd calms her down, explaining that the reason is the consumption of magical power. Besides, they have more important things to do. Realizing this, Silica begins the next stage of the plan, and calls for rain. Clouds gather in the sky above the burning forest. Thick streams of rain begin to fall almost instantly, directly onto the burning greens. This should prevent a forest fire. But the spell took away the last of Silica's strength. She's about to faint. Luckily, Doggers catches her in time. These three have done a great job. Now it's time for the warriors to take care of the remaining problems. Yui confidently declares that she will quickly get rid of the remaining monsters and Silica needs to rest. Even though she is terribly exhausted, the magician asks Yui not to be too reckless. But she only says not to behave like that now, after what Silica herself did. Still, Yui has something to say. She is surprised that Lloyd could come up with such a plan, and he is still impenetrable. Without any hesitation, he responds to praise that he did little and simply did the work that he had to do as a support. Yui no longer tries to argue with him, even if Lloyd still doesn't understand anything. So he tells him to leave everything to them, and in the meantime, rest. And even though Lloyd agrees out loud, he raises his hand and silently plans to do something before doing so. Using all his remaining magical power, he uses strengthening magic on Yui and Dogges. Then he exhales tiredly. He was tired of everything that happened because he was not yet ready for this kind of thing. The monsters fall under the blows of Yuya's sword. She exhales after this happens once again, and he admits out loud how wonderful Lloyd's strengthening magic is. Dogges smiles next to her. Finally, they return, reporting that everything is over. Lloyd confirms that there is no sign of monsters within range, and asks Silica if she is okay. The magician had already rested enough for her magical powers to be restored. Therefore, Lloyd suggests that Yui return to the city as soon as possible. She doesn't mind, but she can't understand where he's in such a hurry. Only then does Lloyd share his guess, that whoever is behind this needs Ishtar. This causes the group to jump up in fear. Lloyd is already sure that the request itself was a trap. Send his rank adventurers on a mission, keeping them away from the city of Ishtar, to stop the group. Yui doesn't understand why they did this. And Crows reminds us that there are not only knights in the city, but also a hero. So the city shouldn't be that easy to get into. This makes Lloyd think again. But he says that if the culprit wanted to harm the kingdom, he would have gone after smaller cities. Now the group understands even less the reasons for other people's behavior. Lloyd doesn't know why either. But just in case, he asks the others to hurry up and return to the city. At this time, in a modest log house somewhere in the forest, something is happening. People in dark robes, with their faces covered, stand close to each other. They are looking at something on the table, and it looks like their plans are going well. Even's rank adventurers were lured away from the city. But even if this part was successful, they know that the hero group in this city is quite good. And yet one of the people says that the hero could not defeat the golem, which was slightly improved. And this makes him too weak in comparison with other heroes. The girl with the shield lost her arm just fending off the wolf. Because of this, she lost her wrist. It looked funny to people in robes. Moreover, the rumor that the saint could heal all wounds turned out to be a complete lie. With a hero who asked for help when he was in trouble. Their plans will undoubtedly succeed. And they owe it all to their boss. And also to a certain woman who is being looked at right now. She is chained, wearing torn clothes. Exhausted and unconscious, she was crucified against the wall of this secret house. Animal ears make her someone special, even if now she is absolutely helpless. For the people who imprisoned her, she is the source of a useful spell. The staff of one of them shines brightly. People hope that this beast man will continue to be useful. After all, it will also be necessary for someone's resurrection. Failure in their business is unacceptable. They are confident that they will succeed. Their motto is everything for the master, and raising his hands in a prayer gesture. They praise the Demon King in unison, right in front of the unconscious girl. At the same time, in Ishtar, there is noise in the hero's house. Alan throws papers around, calling them all useless, while the girls from his group look at this with concern. And Alan himself doesn't look good. Right now, the hero's group is looking for members. But besides the fact that there is no better shield than Lena, he can't believe that all the candidates are more useless than Lloyd, whom Alan considers trash. While Mia remains silent, picking up one of the papers, Sheena nervously tries to figure out what they should do. After all, it seems that there are not so many good candidates. Looking at the information in the documents, Mia is sad. She understands that, of course, the level that Alan strives for is high, but the reason why there are not many good applicants is for another reason. In a failure a few days ago, this rumor has already spread throughout the royal capital. As a result, the partner was seriously wounded and the hero fled, failing the task. Mia understands that it doesn't matter how famous the hero is. Not many people will want to join now. While going through the papers, Alan notices that there are several people who can replace Lena, even if he feels sorry for her. What irritates the hero more is the problem with replacing someone he considers trash. He wants the replacement to at least be able to use storage magic. But Sheena replies that none of these applicants are available, and besides, suddenly it becomes known about the limitation on 2 enhancement spells at the same time. Lulu asks what they should do and suggests doing without the white magician for now. But Alan already holds in his hands information on the best candidate who has applied. Suddenly, there is a knock on their door. The knights appear at the hero's house, apologizing for the disturbance. Alan greets them proudly, asking what they want. They had just received word from a knight who was patrolling the forest. While on patrol, he noticed danger, and he reported that a horde of monsters was moving towards the city. Nervous, Alan asks how big the horde is. Through force, but the knight voices the approximate number of monsters. There are about 10,000 of them. This throws the hero's group into horror, so Alan asks what he should do, and the knight asks the hero to help them, because this is an urgent request. That is, the request that knights make in case of emergency. As a rule, the hero's group must be present, but adventurers can join at will. And if you refuse an urgent request without a good reason, you will be deprived of the title of hero. Alan knows now is the worst time for something like this to happen. The knights notify him that they will be waiting outside, and as soon as they leave, the hero turns to Sheena. He asks what will happen if he refuses. Awkwardly looking away, the saint answers that firstly, she is confident that the title will be revoked. In addition, most of the money for their activities comes from the state. That is, it is the people's money. Alan knows they won't be able to avoid public criticism. But on the other hand, if they succeed, they will be able to correct their mistake. Sheena confirms this. So Alan asks if they can do it, but Sheena, nervous, still agrees. This time, the request is urgent. Moreover, the very existence of this city is at stake. Success will not only eliminate failure. The saint is confident that Alan's situation will be better than that of the other 3 heroes. While Sheena says all this, Lulu and Mia look at each other with concern. But Alan's confidence has already returned. Then Lulu tries to ask him something. But the hero interrupts her, addressing all 3 companions. He goes to the exit, inviting them to go and punch some monsters in the face with him. He even hurries to get ready as soon as possible. Lulu timidly tries to stop him. But Alan is ready to play his important role, and show people that he is the strongest. The girls' faces don't express the same confidence. At this time in the forest near the city, a group of adventurers is hurrying with all their might. They run through the forest using Lloyd's magic. It seems to them that anything is possible with her, because Yui runs several times faster than usual, and she doesn't even have shortness of breath. Doggers adds that at this speed, they will quickly reach the city. Lloyd explains that he simply changed the enhancement magic a little to make it easier to escape. He even adds that this is not surprising. Silica then asks if he is okay, because she heard that it takes a lot of magical power to continue using enhancement magic. Even if Lloyd understands what the magician is talking about, he replies that it only makes sense if the person is not used to it. But when he learns to do this, he can save a lot of magical power. There is one trick, and the trick is to use the boost often and get used to it. Sometime in the past, throwing a dagger at him, the teacher said she would return in a week, and she offered to see if Lloyd could live up to that time. Then the boy was left in the middle of a secluded forest with only one small dagger. As a white mage, it was difficult for him to defeat the monster alone, so all that was left was to run away. To survive, Lloyd had to use all kinds of enhancement magic, and also improve or create new magic. It was a great workout, but for him it was just pure hell. Yui asks if it was that hard, and Lloyd honestly answers that it wasn't really, and then admits that perhaps he lacked experience. In his eyes, it was just a normal training session, especially because the master constantly scolded him for not being able to do even that. Such words make Yui silent for a moment. And then she, trying to be gentle, tells Lloyd that the training he was going through was not normal. It seems that this time he understands what they want to tell him. But it only seems. Lloyd's mind distorts the words of others in such a way as if Yui does not consider this level of training to be at least the norm, because by the standards of an S-rank adventurer, it is even less than the norm. So Lloyd begins to accept that his preparation was not very good. And then Yui realizes that he reinterpreted everything in his own way and did not understand anything, immediately complaining about this to Silica. Abruptly, Lloyd stops, and behind him is the whole squad. His detection magic worked, because there are living beings nearby. Crows asks if there are still monsters left, but they don't have to worry about that anymore. But still, Lloyd is interested. Why does he have a very unpleasant feeling? Specifically, why does he feel like he's been here before? He apologizes to the others and says they will have to move forward. And then, not listening to attempts to stop him, he almost takes off. He promises to return as soon as he checks, but Yui insists on going together. Lloyd wants to go himself, but Yui still objects to him, because you never know what might happen. Plus, Lloyd can't fight alone. He has nothing to object to this, so he apologizes for his helplessness. But Yui refuses to accept this. After all, she does this because they are comrades. So why not help them? This forces Lloyd to look at the situation differently and smile. Someone else's words encouraged him. So he thanks the group and asks them to follow him. At this time, in a lonely log cabin, the beast girl is still unconscious. Next to her stands a staff leaning against the wall, and its light becomes more and more sinister. But in the City Adventurers Guild, there is a completely different atmosphere. The hero and his group arrive, and Alan immediately begins assessing who will be involved in this request. There are quite a lot of people in the building, but in Alan's eyes, they seem even weaker than he imagined. Arrogantly, he tells them not to worry because he doesn't expect help from them. This makes some of the adventurers angry. And while they are trying to calm him down, Alan continues to hurl insults with no intention of stopping. The knight reports that at the moment they have no adventurers of this rank, or even a rank. Everyone gathered here is of B rank or lower. Ignoring the fact that he can be heard perfectly, Alan says that they can still be a human shield, as long as they don't drag his own team down. The adventurers are obviously not happy about this attitude. Uncomfortably, the knight reminds the hero that it is time to begin a strategy meeting on how to defeat the monsters. Then the hero sits down on a chair in front of all the people gathered in the guild, and he's going to voice his plan. With all confidence, he tells the magicians to use their strongest magic like a big explosion. Alan is confident that it will be about 10 each, and he and the knights will delay the monsters and gain some time. Once the mages have regained their magical power, including through the use of potions, they will repeat this stage again. The hero literally beams with confidence, believing that this will be enough for a bunch of monsters. But none of the adventurers shares his thoughts. This reaction angers Alan. He asks what problem they have with it. Then one of the adventurers comes forward. She says that she is a magician, but admits that she cannot use magic that strong. And the rest agree with her. Even with maximum firepower, they would barely be able to kill one, but not a flock. Then another magician comes forward, hesitantly saying that she is also not sure that she can do this. Alan looks lost, because this magician is Mia. The rest of the girls in the hero's group are also surprised. Awkwardly, Alan tries to console Mia, thinking that she is still bothered by their past failure. He convinces her that Mia's magic was simply a little weaker back then, but the girl objects. She admits, frustrated, that she tried again. And then again. Once again. I made a lot of attempts, but nothing came of it. In front of everyone, she admits that now she will not be able to use magic as before. Whispers begin in the crowd. After all, if the hero's group is weak, what should the rest do? Alan looks around nervously, catching the changing mood, and asks Lulu and Sheena to say something. They too join in trying to convince Mia that this is just a coincidence. They try to make her not worry or get upset over one mistake. Alan picks up their talk and continues his attempts to persuade Mia. He says that he is with her, and if he was there, the monster could not do anything, and yet the magician interrupts him. And he says with doubt that they have not trained for quite a long time. Even after the failure, he said that everything was fine and they didn't have to do anything. The noise in the crowd of adventurers grows louder as the hero tries to come up with an excuse as to why they didn't train. But no arguments come to his mind, besides the fact that he was busy with the participants. But this obviously doesn't work because Mia remains silent. And then he says that he can't do this anymore, making Alan even more nervous. She turns sharply to him. And sobbing, he says that Alan was much cooler and better before, that he is no longer the Alan she liked. So, sobbing, Mia runs away, ignoring the hero's attempts to stop her. And when Alan tries to follow her, The knights block his path. He tries to push them out of his way by screaming, but the knights are adamant and are not going to budge. Moreover, they do not understand how you can lose a friend and at the same time completely ignore training. Alan tries to play his usual hero card, but in the eyes of the main knight, all this is simply disgusting. And Alan himself has no right to call himself a hero, especially when one is so easily pushed by an ordinary knight. He recoils quite far, and crashes into a table, spilling someone's forgotten beer. Confused and angry, he screams, swinging at the knight. But his fist is stopped simply by the palm of his hand, without any effort. Moreover, Alan cannot escape the knight's grip, and he doesn't understand how he can be in such a state. And he says that he doesn't think that this man can be a hero. Therefore, he advises him to leave now. Even though Alan wants to object, Lulu stops him, and he offers to leave here. At first, he doesn't understand why Lulu is doing this, but then he notices the adventurers' gazes directed at the remnants of their group. Their views are far from friendly. They seem ready to rush at the hero before going after the monsters. This scares Alan, even though he is trying to save face. Slamming the door loudly, he shouts goodbye that he doesn't care what happens to them. Finding herself on the street, Sheena tells Alan she's not sure they should have left. After all, if they do not participate in this request, they will be deprived of the title of hero group. Alan knows this, but he is still confident that everything will be fine, and he asks if the girls think that adventurers and knights will be able to cope with such a horde of monsters on their own. Alan is confident that if they are abandoned, they will eventually come running to beg his group for help. At this time, the adventurers cannot believe that the person they just saw was the same hero. It was nothing like what people were talking about. Even the knight is at a loss. He had already seen the heroes group in battle, and they were very strong back then. They worked well together, and their strategy was excellent. Therefore, the knight does not understand why everything looks like this now. What exactly happened to this group? And at this time, someone is approaching him. And only when the girl is very close, the knight notices her. This is Lena, the hero's team shield, still without a left hand. She confidently says that she would like to take part in this request. The knight cannot say it out loud, but noticeably looks at the place where her hand should be. Lena then admits that she can't fight like she used to and doesn't know if she'll be useful now. But she thinks she can at least be a shield for everyone, and so she asks to be allowed to participate. She bows deeply, saying that she wants to fight them. The knight awkwardly asks her to raise her head, and she admits that they will be glad to have her help. The knights look inspired by her arrival. In advance, Lena apologizes if she causes them problems. The head knight asks her not to overdo it and thanks her for her cooperation in return. He even says that if she can help in any way, Lena should just let him know. After that, she, with a serious face, addresses all the adventurers gathered in the guild, apologizing for being in such a hurry. She asks if any of them know a guy named Lloyd, and at this time that same guy is in the forest. And together with his new group, he carefully examines his find. A lonely log cabin, the obsession of which is of great interest to his comrades. Now that he was closer, Lloyd understood that there are demons here. At first, Yui simply repeats after him, but then he explodes with excitement because he doesn't understand what demons can do here. After all, they are a race of creatures living in a magical kingdom during the reign of the Demon King. The Magic Kingdom, the Fioran Kingdom, the Fora's Empire, and the Holy See were fighting for complete control of the continent. And now demons are prohibited from entering the territories of these three countries. And how did the demons end up here under such conditions? Lloyd doesn't know, but it could very well be an invasion. In any case, they must report this to the knights. And besides, Crows is very worried about whether they really should go to this hut, because it's too dangerous. Lloyd agrees it's a dangerous proposition, but he seriously says that he feels the same magic that he felt near the black stone that they destroyed, and I'm sure it has something to do with the monsters, but not the ones that attacked them. And also, if the enemies need Ishtar, then they all the more need to go inside. But it's up to the team to decide. It makes them think. But Yui clenches her fists tightly, and he resolutely says that they will go. Silica tries to tell her something, but Yui has already decided everything. These people can attack Ishtar, and if their group misses the enemies now, they will be able to escape. And they can't leave the demons alone. Their group of adventurers must deal with them. Doggers agrees with her words. He suggests this could be a clue to the query. Lloyd and Yui are glad that Dogga shares their point of view. After that, everyone resign themselves, and Crows asks how they can get there. Then Lloyd corrects him. After all, to be more precise, the demons are not in the hut. Ignoring others' misunderstandings, he turns to Silica, and she remembers that she is able to use earth magic. The cloaked figures still stand around the table with the map laid out on it. The time has come for them to attack the city, so they begin to discuss the next step. But first there is a slight shaking, and then a strong trembling of the earth interrupts their meeting. The conspirators mistake what is happening for an earthquake at first, but then realize it, that they need to look up. After all, there is no longer a roof over their heads. Just Lloyd, Yui, and Dagos, ready for battle. And Lloyd peers down carefully. Debris of the earth falls on figures in dark cloaks. The three adventurers find themselves inside. They look around cautiously below, while the remaining two remained upstairs. When Silica broke through the ground behind the hut, they actually found a secret room there. Despite being pinned down and bleeding, one of the enemies is still reaching for the magic cane. But right before his eyes, the crystal in it breaks. Yui and Dagos stand over him. Another enemy was almost unharmed. He looks around in confusion, hoping out loud that all his comrades are safe, and worried about the beastmen they kept on a chain. But this man in a robe is found by Lloyd. In his hands is a long, strong rope. The person panics, but cannot do anything. As he mentally curses, Lloyd turns into a blur, abruptly disappearing. The rope flies towards its target. And first of all, he shuts up the enemy's mouth. And then he connects. In the end, Lloyd himself ends up behind him and tightly tightens the rings of the rope. He successfully captured one of the enemies alive. And he is so scared that he is trembling noticeably. Lloyd ties this one to a pole, noting that there is no magic in it. Here the rest of the group finds him, first asking if he's okay. But he's fine. Silica and Crows also go down. The adventurers caught 3 demons in addition to the survivor, and their work here was completed. Lloyd apologizes for this, but Yui persistently reminds him that it's okay because they're a team. So he corrects himself and says how glad it is that they were here, because it would be difficult to do it yourself. Now Yui is happy. Her triumph is interrupted by the cry of Crows, who calls the others. He is very worried and asks everyone to follow him as soon as possible. The group immediately takes off to see what Crows wanted to show them, and they are horrified. Hands chained to the wall, chains on thin, wounded legs. The whole group is in extremely mixed feelings at the sight of the wounded girl who was hidden here. What they see here, a very bad sign.
The Beast Man denies everything, causing the main character only pity. She adds that they are simply being manipulated. Lloyd tries to calm the unhappy girl down. He wonders if it's her magic. There's only silence. Her trembling shoulders, the glint of fear in her eyes, and the hopelessness of her every gesture speak for themselves. The main character understands that she is afraid, that she does not want to admit the truth, that she is afraid. The guy apologizes, explaining that they now have no time to waste, because the monsters will soon attack the city. The white magician clarifies her name. This lovely creature is called Kuleha. The girl is embarrassed, squeezes her lips and awkwardly raises her finger to her mouth, biting it. Her eyes flick from one to the other, as if seeking shelter. She says her name softly, in a whisper, like she's giving you some secret information. Lloyd can't understand why Kureha is reacting so strongly to his words. He informs Kureha that monsters and humans will die if this goes on. The guy begs to tell him if the beastman can control monsters. The only sound is her soft breathing. Cowering in fear, the cute creature just lowers her head and puts her hands on her feet. A bitter tear rolls down her cheek, leaving a glistening trail on her skin. Kureha, as if falling into the depths of her memories, recalls all the horrors that she had to endure with monsters. She answers in the affirmative, but immediately admits that she was forced by the demons who captured her. Raising her tear-stained eyes to Lloyd, Kureha says in a pained voice that her mother taught her that monsters can't be controlled. She didn't want that to happen. Lloyd realizes that if magic that can control monsters really exists, then it will be dangerous in the wrong hands. The white magician says that he understands everything and wonders if Kureha can do anything to the monsters with his power. The girl is silent again, but after a moment's thought, she states that she would like to say that she can, but not her mana is already at its limit. She looks down at her trembling hand, as if seeking support in it, but it's weakened. Lloyd insists, asking if his friend can do it if he transfers his mana and also boosts it. The fear of the possible consequences that might occur was growing stronger with each passing moment. She hums that even if she had mana, controlling so many at once is very dangerous. She refuses, still shaking, but then she stands up, holding tightly to her friend's shoulder, and resolutely tells him that she will try everything possible. Otherwise, she will not be able to save those who are in danger. Lloyd turns to the girl, eyeing her suspiciously and thinking that she really cares about these monsters. A new acquaintance sits down next to a massive box filled with various decoctions and potions. Lloyd carefully examines the contents and finds exactly what he thinks might help her. He pulls out a small bottle from the vault, which glitters in the light, and, holding it out to the girl, offers to drink the contents. However, she agrees without hesitation, deciding to take the risk for the sake of salvation. Kureha takes a couple of sips. The white magician, feeling a mixture of hope and anxiety, brings his fingers to his face, realizing that this is all. The girl, closing her eyes, answers in the affirmative, reminding that she will only try, but she is not sure how many she can save. In the next instant, Kureha is on her feet, and an incredible surge of energy is spreading through her entire body, filling every cell inside. She opens her eyes in surprise, and delight takes hold of her, like the smallest miracle that has just happened in front of her. Looking at his hand, the magical creature asks what it is. Lloyd admits that he used mana reduction and magic enhancement on her several times. He explains that he cast this spell based on her individual mana, trying to adapt the effect to her as much as possible. The white magician gently touches the girl, taking her hand and feeling a subtle energy connection pass between them. Lloyd promises that he will give Kureha some of his mana, but he knows that this is not enough, so he advises the girl to use it to her advantage. He does not specify whether his friend will cope with this. Kureha looks him in the eye and assures him that she can handle all the difficulties. But she falters in her words, and there is a noticeable note of doubt in her voice. That spark of uncertainty makes Lloyd slightly uneasy, and he closes his eyes as he exhales, as if to focus on what might happen next. But suddenly, the girl breaks down and, full of anxiety, exclaims about who Lloyd really is. The white magician is slightly startled by her impetuous question and, holding his hands out in front of him, as if to show that he is not responsible for the situation, begins to explain. He explains that he is a simple support wizard. Lloyd's words manage to calm her down, and she covers her mouth in embarrassment, realizing that her reaction was overly emotional. She states that this is the first time she will receive such amazing support magic. Lloyd calls, in any case, ask the monsters to go to the forest. The girl, feeling a growing inner understanding, readily agrees with this proposal. She walks to the edge of the observation plaza, where the view of the forest is beautiful, and sighs with tenderness, crossing her fingers in a lock, as if she is going to appeal to something higher. Kureha, feeling the energy seep into her body, spreads her arms to the sides and begins her mesmerizing song. Closing her eyes, she tries to feel each note and word of her creation more deeply. Lloyd, standing nearby, watches this girl with admiration, absorbing the moment. He realizes that he has never heard this language before, and a surprise begins to form in his mind. A subtle, mesmerizing melody echoes through the entire area, filling the air with magic. The warriors groan, holding back their defenses. The monsters, listening to Kureha's words, freeze for a moment, absorbed in the music playing. Fascinated, they listen, but soon, as if realizing something important, they turn around and leave the fight. In the direction of the forest, the angry eyes of the evil creatures sparkle with rage, and saliva flows from their mouths, symbolizing threat and aggression. But suddenly, as if in response to the melody of Kureha, the storm of emotions subsides. Fear and anger give way to calmness, and they turn in confusion and walk away, heading deeper into the dark forest. The warriors stand there in disbelief. They couldn't understand what had happened. The vicious forest creatures that had just been ready to attack were now leaving the battlefield, disoriented and seemingly even confused. Kureha feels a terrible weakness growing in her. Her legs give out, and it becomes difficult for her to stay on her feet. Staggering, she tries to find her footing, but her strength fails her. Lloyd, noticing this, quickly approaches her, concern in his eyes. As soon as the girl starts to fall, he manages to catch her, wrapping his arm tightly around her shoulders and keeping her from landing. He looks worriedly into her eyes, trying to see if she's okay. The faint answer that she utters is barely audible. She answers in the affirmative. She admires her new acquaintance, calling him amazing. She believes that he used support magic so easily. But Lloyd, blushing with embarrassment, shakes his head softly, thinking that this is nothing special. But the guy adamantly insists that what she does is really amazing. His interest is piqued by the exact moment when the beasts just seem to decide to leave, and he demands more details. Kureha naively and simply states that she convinced them to come back. A look of surprise crosses her companion's face. He even asks again to make sure he understands her words correctly. Putting her hands on the fence, the girl turns in the direction from which she called the animals. She says that her magic is not for controlling monsters, but for communicating with them. Lloyd, listening to her, unconsciously begins to imagine these unusual creatures. Kureha continues his explanation. The link is its effect, but it can also be used for manipulation. She is sure that Tar will convince most of them, but Kureha is only aware of one unpleasant thing. Somewhere far away in oblivion, there is a dull crack, and someone's stone paw confidently descends to the ground. These sounds become a harbinger of an impending threat: golems, capable of attacking castles and towers. Kureha knows that her words didn't reach the golems, because something interfered with her magic. She mentions that there are also improved monsters that have defeated the hero and his group. Lloyd seems to understand the demon's a trump card. The white magician is rushing somewhere, calling for his companion to rest here. Kureha is perplexed. The white magician drinks some elixir and adds that he still has things to do. Meanwhile, the warriors raise their heads and glare at the approaching golems. They are clearly in a panic, shouting to each other that there are only a few such creatures left, and the leader is rushing to give the order. Surround them. The golems, reacting to the threat, begin to attack. There is tension in the air. A battle begins. One of the soldiers, full of determination, decides that he can deal with the golem on his own. But his courage proves fatal when the powerful golem clenches its fist and swings mercilessly. The sound of a loud bang reverberates across the battlefield, and the warrior is blown away like a reed by a gust of wind. The soldier falls, hitting a rock, and a deep hole is formed in it. He groans in pain, his face contorted with misery. The golem is becoming increasingly ferocious, its massive body made of stone and clay moving at an extraordinary speed. The soldiers around us are confused. They don't understand what this thing is. The warriors clarify that this is really a golem, because it is too strong. Its power intimidates them, making them whisper, afraid to even say the word out loud. The guy with the sword tells Yui how to defeat the monsters. He thinks it's impossible. The girl, listening to him, realizes that the situation is becoming hopeless. Their squad's morale is dropping, and she can sense the general panic around her. At that moment, someone calls out to her, a voice breaking through the noise of the battle. Yui turns to see Lloyd rushing toward her. The white mage looks flustered, his face contorted with worry as he approaches her, checking to see if she's okay. Yui's heart beats faster. She feels a little confused, but she says yes, and also notices that these golems are too strong. She thinks Rank could handle them if he was alone, but there are many of them. Yui follows Lloyd, trying to find out what they should do. The guy is silent, concentrating on assessing the situation around him. But then, in a rush, he declares that he will use magic to strengthen everyone here. Yui is surprised. Yui. Before she can process what he's saying, Lloyd continues, asking if she knows if there are more than 50 people around right now. His girlfriend is worried he's even able to do it. Lloyd notes that he won't be able to apply many effects to everyone at once, but he can use one effect per group. The white magician is sure that he already knew everyone's position when he was on top. The guy immediately uses support magic. Lloyd focuses his forces on shield bearers, swordsmen, and archers, building up their physical strength. For the magic squad, he chooses to increase the magic power, hoping that this will give them an advantage in the upcoming battle. But suddenly, the unfortunate Lloyd bends in a painful movement, holding onto the staff as if it were a fragile plant. Yui, noticing his condition, freezes with excitement. She watches as the white wizard sweats profusely, his face contorted in pain and exhaustion. He states that he's finished, but now he can't move. Lloyd looks at Yui with an expression full of hope and confidence, trying to calm her down. He repeats that it won't be long and that she should hurry. The girl understands everything. Her gaze expresses perseverance and perseverance. The girl confidently declared to everyone present that Lloyd had cast strengthening magic on each of them. Her voice was energetic and inspiring, creating an atmosphere of hope and unity. One of the warriors points out that the white magician's magic will give them the power of 100, so that everyone can fight. Another asks him about strengthening magic, but the army confirms that their bodies have become lighter. Yui doesn't let up. She continues to agitate the warriors, shouting that the enemy may be strong, but she clarifies if they will give up. She convinces everyone that Lloyd is on their side. The guy stretches out his hand as if he wants to stop it. He calls out to her, insistently. Yui ignored his attempts and clenched her fist, preparing to say the final sentence. The girl raised her hand in the air as a symbol of victory, exclaiming that success was already in their hands. The army, as if united, supported her and responded with a united shout. Yui grabs his sword, entering a command behind him and urging them to go only forward. The golems are already waiting for them, their massive figures frozen in anticipation, glinting menacingly in the sun. The fragile girl, gathering all her will into a fist, swings and hits with all her strength at one of the furious creatures. A moment later, the stone snaps in half, making terrible sounds, as if the earth itself is shaking from the power of the impact. The archer orders everyone to aim for the head. The leader of the warriors calls to protect the swordsman. The mage Silica is preparing to either defend or attack. The warriors understand that the mages need help, so he asks them to wait a bit, because now they will gather. Someone strikes at the stone golem. One of the fighters admires that now there will be no problems with attacks. His partner clarifies that this is indeed amplification magic. The girl, looking at her hand in amazement, can't believe that there is a power-up of this level. She feels like she's changed herself. The army is happy that it will work now. The golem is still a little bit, and someone will hit. He moves menacingly with his paw. But Lena herself sets up a shield against the golem, thereby fending it off. She didn't think she'd be back in action. The fighter yells for everyone to follow Lena-sama. He asks you to keep up. The creatures are still advancing. The army holds out hope that they can win. Lena is taken aback. The thought crosses her mind that it was Lloyd after all. A tear runs down her cheek, and she closes her eyes in bitterness and repeats the words to herself. The girl realizes that she didn't notice it then. She doesn't know what to do now. While holding the shield, Lena wonders if the white mage's support magic is necessary. She pulls on the strap of her weapon and is ready to fight. She decides that she just has to win and apologize to Lloyd. Yui gets to the golem, counting down that it's the last one. The girl jumps up and delivers a crushing blow to the terrifying creature, breaking it exactly in half. The stone cracks, breaking at the seam. Yui stands, looking up at the monster and seeing the pieces falling in different directions. The golem staggers, about to fall on its back. The golem lands with a crash. The army is watching in horror. Yui turns to the boys with confidence and is about to say something. A girl with a sword in her hands looks at the battlefield, the destroyed golems lying motionless on the ground. Everyone thinks that this is really a victory. One of the fighters asks what this all means. Another answers him, saying only the name of the city of Ishtar. The army cheers, raising their hands happily in the air and embracing others. They cannot contain their joy that they themselves have protected Ishtar. The head of the army can't believe he's still alive. The white magician exhales calmly, sitting wearily somewhere far away from the celebration and watching his comrades. A tear of relief runs down Lloyd's cheek. He admits to himself that they're done. The army hugs and jumps, enjoying moments of calm. Before he can finish, the guy faints, leaning back. The last thing he sees is his worried friends running towards him. Lloyd slowly opens his eyes, mumbling indistinctly. The white magician jumps up from the bed, not understanding what this place is. Looking out the window, the guy assumes that this is the Ishtar Hotel. A peaceful Yui appears in the doorway, holding what looks like a teapot. She happily says that Lloyd is already awake. The girl is worried about how Lloyd feels. He says he's fine and feels better. The guy thinks it's more important that everyone else is fine. Yui says yes, assuring his friend that it's all thanks to him. Suddenly, she remembers something and asks the white magician to wait a minute. Yui runs out of the room pretty quickly, but then she reappears. Out of breath, she bends over, resting her hand on her kneecap in the doorway. The girl apologizes to her friend, but Lloyd doesn't quite understand what's going on. Lloyd sits on the bed and looks discouraged. Yui again apologizes to his friend and asks if he can go. The guy answers in the affirmative but asks what it is. She is happy to hear this and encourages the white magician to come with her. Lloyd wants to know what's going on, but Yui is adamant, so she asks him to just go with her. Yui led them to a suspicious door. Pointing at it, the girl tells the guy to open the door now. Lloyd thinks for a moment and swallows in excitement. He reaches for the handle, ready to push it. The whole team is happy to welcome the boy. Lloyd is a little scared of so many people. The boys smile, their eyes shining with admiration for the white magician. Unable to control his emotions, Lloyd closes the door in a hurry. Yui swears at his friend, asking why he closed the door. Lloyd tries to calm the young lady by holding out his palms. The lady sighs, calling on the Lord. She tries to convince the magician to just go out there. The white magician sweats and exhales. The girl continues to talk, so that her friend understands that when he comes out, and this is where her sentence ends. She notices that Lloyd is about to climb out of the window and clarifies what he is doing. At this time, the wizard is already standing on the windowsill, opening the window. The guy thinks that he could go out through the window because there are too many people here. Yui yells in frustration. She pushes her friend towards the door, begging him to just open it. Sweat appears on his face but still decides to do this act. The door swings open, and the boys surround her from all sides. The guy bows to the guests and then greets them. A good-natured smile appears on people's faces. One of the guys clenches his fist and raises it to his heart, yelling that Lloyd is their savior. The white magician does not believe in what is happening. The guys raise their hands in the air, greeting the hero Ishtar Lloyd. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. Lloyd's eyes fill with tears, and he quickly turns his head to Yui, hearing cheers in his honor. The girl supports her friend, smiling kindly at him. The white magician moves forward, and the crowd parts, repeating that this is their savior and hero Ishtar. Someone resentfully repeats the name Lloyd. It's Alan looking out the window, seeing a happy crowd of grateful people. His palm turns into a fist. He's shaking with anger. He wants to know how it happened. Alan is angry that the guests call him a hero. Behind him, the surprised archer Lulu and the praying Saint Sheena. Lulu breaks down, asking if they won't get into a lot of trouble if this continues. She recalls that the knights did not give any explanation. Alan agrees. Saint Sheena folds her hands together like an angel incarnate and explains that since they didn't participate in the emergency request, Alan may lose his hero status. Alan agrees again. Lulu continues to say that the head seriously understands, but does not finish. She is interrupted by an angry Alan, who insists that he, of course, understands everything. The guy raps furiously on the table. Alan's eyes bulged in anger, yelling that he understands. The girls get scared and fall silent. The group leader gets up and walks to the center of the room, wondering what they're going to do now and if they're going to leave town. The girls are silent. Alan decides they're leaving. He orders his girlfriends to get ready quickly. Lulu and Saint Sheena are confused. This is too unexpected for them. The young lady's legs are shaking from what they've heard. Alan slams his hand against the window, shouting that at least someone understands that this city calls Lloyd a hero. He looks like he's gone mad with his own envy. The head of the group is even sure that Lloyd somehow deceived them, but he believes that these people are to blame for being deceived. Alan waves his head, refusing to stay in this city. He reports to his subordinates that they are leaving tonight. The girls look at each other in confusion. Saint Sheena timidly asks the archer what she thinks. The girl thinks for a moment. Lulu confesses that she will go get a blanket. The girl thinks they're not welcome here anymore, so it's better to be with Alan. Lulu asks what Sheena has already decided. There was silence in response. The girl suddenly begins to speak, and it seems that her voice is about to break into a scream. She's going to follow Alan. Saint Sheena looks down, contradicting herself. This decision is difficult for her. The girl looks with a sinking heart at the empty throne. The archer tries to calm her friend down from behind, expressing confidence that everything will be fine. She thinks Alan can handle everything because he's a hero. The air is full of fun and music. People are walking around the fountain, and Lloyd is sitting all alone, wondering just how it happened. The boys call out to him, serving a mug of drink. The guy urges the white magician to quickly drink it, but Lloyd refuses, not forgetting to thank the person. They object to him, reminding him not to be shy, because he is the guest of honor. Lloyd feels hot at the words. Someone is calling the white magician again. Yui moves closer to him, asking if her friend is having fun. But the white magician denies everything, wondering what this holiday is for. The guys are a little surprised. Shielddagus is impressed. He asks the guy that he's here and doesn't understand. Lloyd explains that he thought it was a victory celebration, but all these people keep talking to him. His partner exhales to explain. Dagus notices that Lloyd is the hero of this city. The white magician is starting to cry again and is quite moved by this opinion. The white magician repeats the word again, and the guys confirm this. Lloyd raises a clenched hand to his chin, asking if it's him. The guy hesitates. He doesn't think he deserves to be called a hero after giving only a small amount of support. Yui gets annoyed, asking Lloyd to stop it. Dagus encourages his partner to just believe in himself a little more. The magician Silica thinks that Lloyd should have a better opinion of himself. Archer Kroos also believes that the white magician should be more confident. Yui agrees with every word, and he notes that this is what they keep telling him. Lloyd stands as if trying to memorize these magical instructions. Degas pats his friend on the shoulder, asking him to enjoy himself as today's guest of honor. Lloyd stutters, trying to pronounce the strange word understood. As a result, he gathers his strength and pronounces it clearly and accurately. Lloyd promises that he will have fun as soon as he can, but Degas is somehow convinced that he misunderstood. The guy leaves, but suddenly someone calls him, and he turns around. Behind him, he sees Lena. He turns his full body toward her. The girl modestly asks if the hero has a minute. The guy is at a loss. They started talking. And Lloyd sees this is what happened after he left. Lena also wants to say something, but stops. She jumps up from the barrel and bows, loudly begging the guy's forgiveness. Lloyd is surprised. People pay attention to this scene. He asks why she's apologizing, and the girl replies that she never understood, but then she adds that she didn't realize how much the white magician was helping them. She said those dirty words to him and helped kick him out of the group. Without raising her head, Lena convinces her former comrade that thanks to him, they were able to protect this city. She would even understand if he didn't want to accept her apology. Lloyd demands that Lena raise her head. The girl obeys. Lloyd says with confidence in his voice that the only thing he did was support everyone. He believes that the ones who defended this city are Yui's group, Lena herself, and all the knights and adventurers who risked their lives. Lloyd shivers as he says it. He publicly admits that he was kicked out because he was weak. One of the guys runs up to the hero and, hugging him, shouts that he is so modest, calling him a source of inspiration. People are sure that he really is a hero. Lloyd doesn't understand the logic and asks how they came to this conclusion. The magician Silica turns to the guy, telling him that she has a drink. Lloyd thanks the girl for saving him from this. Silica, modestly holding a mug, thinks that they were just happy to talk to the white magician. Lloyd turns his head in different directions, he looks for someone, and then finally says that he does not see Kureha, specifying that it is a beastman. Silica confesses that she heard the knights treated her, but she is still very weak despite this. Various thoughts cloud the young man's mind. He wonders who the girl is, because she is connected to magic that allows you to communicate with monsters. He remembers her gentle and inspiring singing. Yui approaches his friend, asking him if he's frowning again. She swears because she told him to have fun today. Lloyd apologizes and asks his friend if she's drunk. She assures him that she can still continue. Silica asks the rest of the team if they shouldn't stop her. The archer thinks that everything is fine and they have nothing to do tomorrow. He's convinced that's what she's worried about. Yui raises his glass again and asks his friend if he's really having fun. Looking at his face, she notices that he is much happier now compared to when he was in the heroes group. The hooded guy thinks that he needs Merlin-sama to know about this as well. The stranger wanders through the forest but then lets out a sigh of relief because at last he has come. He thinks it was fast. The guy knocks on the door. Someone from the house answers him in the affirmative, asking who is here. The hooded man reaches for the door again. Suddenly, the door flies out of the house. The guy ignites the wooden structure. Smoke obscures the entire space. The stranger clutches at his heart, feigning fright. He's sure it was dangerous. A smile appears on his face. The guy repeats again that he almost died. Merlin-sama admits that she thought she heard something strange. Holding a bottle of wine in her hand, the girl happily says that she recognized the voice, but asks again if it's Will. The hooded man, hiding his hands behind his back, replies that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Merlin-sama wonders how he didn't get hurt by this and slaps him on the back. The guy complacently declares that this is a secret of the company. Will glances at the girl and then at the floor, which is littered with empty alcohol bottles. He grins that she's always like this when she's drunk. Will laughs and asks if that's why Lloyd hates her. Merlin-sama blushes. She clearly tells him that it's none of his business. But the guy continues to insist and believe that because of this, Lloyd does not tolerate alcohol. The girl is overcome with panic. Merlin-sama puts her hands together and pushes them forward. She believes that in any case, she will bring Lloyd back. The magic kick goes right past Will's head as he dodges. The guy asks for forgiveness. Will is afraid that Merlin-sama is going to kill him. He wonders why it is him. The guy convinces the lady that all this is her fault and begs her to stop beating him. The hooded man yells that they're going to have a meeting. And at that moment someone enters the room, calling out to the girl, but calling her a drunk. The girl, who is clearly dissatisfied with this behavior, says that you need to make a good reprimand. Will waves his hand, smiling happily and saying that it's been a long time since he's seen Lily-san and Toru-san. Lily, standing in the doorway, asks her friend if she wants her to turn all the sakes back into water. Merlin begs not to. Toru doesn't finish the sentence, stating that Will is here, but then he tells her firmly that they've made some moves. Will squints at his companion. Will says yes and suggests we talk about it inside. The guy sitting at the set table reports that they tried to destroy the hero and Ishtar using monsters. Lily jumps out of her chair in surprise and fear. Will continues that the second princess of the empire was abducted for this purpose. Toru, clearly perplexed, asks again and adds that this has never happened before. Lily notes that such a person should have been under the strict protection of the empire. Will throws up his hands, saying the obvious thing: the empire was hiding it. He also adds that if they allow demons to invade and disrupt their security, they will lose the trust of neighboring countries, as well as their people. Lily notices that it will be a big problem if the second princess is found out. Toru, of course, agrees. Merlin asks Will how he found out about the abduction. Will informs his friends that he is now an informant, so he knows a lot. They ask him if he wasn't an alchemist. The guy, twirling the fork around its axis, agrees that he is called a master alchemist. He thinks they are similar in this respect. The hooded man examines everyone at the table, calling them a legendary group. He thinks it's an honor. The guy puts his curled fingers under his chin, looking sly. Lily objects, repeating the word legend. She doesn't remember calling herself that. Will gets up from the table, alerting everyone to the main question: why did the demons start acting up at this time? Will reaches for a juicy piece of cake with his fork, claiming it doesn't mean anything. He believes that there are only two possible options. The guy wants to touch the strawberries in the cream. The first is the birth of a new demon king. Will pokes the cake with all his might. Picking up the strawberries in front of him, Will angrily informs his companions about the second option. This is the revival of the past demon king. All the guys get up from the table, looking worried and distraught. Merlin-sama screams that the demon king has been defeated forever. She doesn't believe that he can be reborn. She looks down at the floor, assuming that even if he did, that's what all the sacrifices were for. Toru is supported by Merlin. Patting her on the shoulder, he asks her to calm down. He believes that this is just a guess. Will states that this is just one of the possible options. The girl realizes this. She accepts that he is right and asks for forgiveness. Will continues to shock everyone with his news. He reports that the demon's plans have been destroyed thanks to Lloyd. Merlin-sama doesn't believe her ears and asks what he just said and what Lloyd really did. She'd bombard the guy with questions. She wonders if the white magician is an Ishtar. Sitting down, the girl begins her story that Lloyd left home so suddenly, and she is interested in what he is up to. Putting her hands to her chin thoughtfully, Merlin wondered how he was doing. She asks if he's doing well. They sit at the table as if no one is around. The lady is completely engrossed in conversation. Will sticks out his index finger, mentions that even though he was kicked out of the hero group and the girl screams in anger at this moment, the guy still continues his thought, explaining that Lloyd is now in the S-rank group. Lily can't believe he's been kicked out. Good-naturedly, the guy also shares the news that the white magician uses support magic, which the sage Merlin can hardly surpass, even using items. The teacher is just shocked she thinks that Lloyd can't, and grabs her cheeks. Will explains that he has never spoken to him in person, but he can tell that the white magician needs to be a little more confident. Toru and Lily exchange glances, and Lily clarifies that they have met him before. Will assumes, when he looks at it seriously, that the guy still hasn't realized how strong he is, and because of this, he might be misunderstood. Merlin-sama lowers her eyes, thinking, and then adds that she doesn't want Lloyd to become like her. The guys look sadly into the distance. The girl recalls tragic events from her past, saying that she was too self-confident, and because of this, she lost a friend. There are bitter tears in her eyes at the thought that Lloyd shouldn't be like her. There was an uneasy and conscious silence between the two men. Toru breaks the silence and adjusts his glasses, reassuring everyone that this is all in the past. He is convinced that sadness and despondency will not be able to bring a dead person back to life. Toru aims to convey to the girls that all they can do now is protect the future for which they sacrifice themselves. Lily and Merlin agree with each other, believing that he is right. They offer to decide what to do next. Girls note that everything is already over. Will gets up from the table, pushing back his chair, the strawberries still lying on his plate forlornly. The guy spreads his palms to the side, wondering why they shouldn't launch a counterattack. Capital of the empire. Cruise. Most of the residents of the capital are beastmen. This is the city where the imperial family lives. Rumor has it that this is the most protected place in the entire empire. The guard is standing still, and a strange stranger is moving towards him. A man on duty calls out to an outsider. A security guard asks a boldly passing stranger where he is going at this time of day. But the answer is silence. The stranger doesn't slow down or even turn his head in the direction of the guard, as if he doesn't notice him at all. The guard feels his irritation rising. The guard breaks down and grabs the man by the shoulder, indicating that he is talking to him. Accidentally grabbing the guy by the hood, the guard brushes off his clothes, exposing his beastman appearance. The man gets scared and starts stuttering. This nocturnal guest turns out to be none other than one of the 5 captains of the Imperial Army, Lord Revibe. The beastman stares at the ground without looking up. There is a heavy regret in his posture, but his voice was firm. He says he's in a hurry now. The guards resoundingly agree with Sir. The guard barely has time to nod in agreement, and then, suddenly realizing his audacity, bows, sweating profusely. Lord Revibe tilts his head slightly, his lips suddenly curving into a sinister smile. He doesn't speak for a long time, just watching the guard squirm in fear. He quite accepts the apology. Sir leaves the guard, going somewhere deeper. He admits that today he is in a good mood because he has good news waiting for him. The guard still stands, watching the captain's figure fade into the night. Night falls, and the Lord is still on his way. Lord Revibe wanders among the trees, clearly looking for something, but remaining calm. He stops abruptly, looking around at the space in front of him and noticing that everything is clear. The beastman loses no time in addressing someone who is clearly nearby, but remains invisible. Sir approaches the lone campfire. Suddenly, a man appears amidst the smoke and flames. The stranger appears before Lord Revibe without making any sudden movements, but, on the contrary, immediately kneeling. He doesn't try to hide his fear and reverence by saying quietly that he was waiting for his master. The stranger, eager to pay his respects, calls the beastman Lord Revibe. But as the words leave his lips, a noticeable change occurs in the Lord's face. The muscles in his face twitch with hidden rage. His veins bulge with sudden tension, as if something is raging inside him. He abruptly interrupts his subordinate, angrily ordering him never to address him like that again. The stranger has mixed feelings, but nevertheless agrees with the boss's words. The Lord begins his transformation. The muscles grow and expand rapidly, each of them seeming to fill with strength, threatening to tear the skin. He can't help but grimace in pain as the transformation gains momentum. The ears stretch and sharpen, becoming predatory, and the eyes begin to sparkle with wild rage. Breathing heavily, Lord Revibe complains that the animal form always makes him uncomfortable. When presented in its usual form, the beastman takes an aggressive stance. His subordinate calls him Lord Grist. The beastman relaxes and smiles contentedly, his bestial eyes sparkling with curiosity. He wants to know how it went. The subordinate, still on his knees, clarifies that we are talking about a plan to kill the hero. The Lord nods, his smile widening. He confidently asks that everything went as it should, clearly satisfied with the work done. He adds that the preparation was excruciating, but it was the perfect plan. The subordinate becomes more nervous. His forehead is covered with drops of sweat, which he is unable to wipe off. Excitement builds, fear paralyzes his thoughts. He is afraid to say these fatal words. The stranger reports that the plan failed. Lord Grist's faint smile fades for a moment, but he doesn't say a word, remaining silent. The beastman pretends not to hear, and asks again what he thought he heard. He adds, with mock surprise, that he imagined it, or that his subordinate just said that the plan failed. The stranger, looking down, begs for forgiveness and repeats that the plan really ended in failure. There is an oppressive silence for a few moments. The beastman bursts out laughing, as if mad. The subordinate, even more nervous, doesn't know how to react, but decides to support his lord, trying to awkwardly agree and laugh in response. However, his laugh sounds shaky, and sweat drips from his face, betraying the fear that is tearing at him from the inside out. The Lord delivers a powerful blow to the stranger's back, sending him sprawling on the ground with his arms outstretched and his face buried in the floor. There is only a short and sharp sound made by his assistant, who then calls out to Lord Grist. The assistant says only a short and sharp sound, and then only the name of Lord Grist sounds. The beastman disdainfully insults him with trash, and his hand drips with the blood of an innocent. Sir mercilessly raises his leg, saying that this is what each of them is like, and prepares for the next blow. A subordinate, bleeding profusely, watches his boss worriedly, inwardly shuddering in fear of his boundless cruelty. The stranger shouts, asking him not to do it, but the Lord kicks him. Blow after blow follows. The Beastman asks his assistant if he has any idea how long he has been working on this plan. It continues to violently stomp on the person's body. His face contorts with anger. The Lord reproaches him for spending a lot of days looking and acting like a beast, all in order to earn the Emperor's trust. The subordinate's fingers flex as if he's about to take his last breath. A pool of blood spreads beneath him. And the Beastman admits that he even kidnapped the second princess, showing how far he was willing to go for the success of his plan. The Lord stands over the lifeless man, believing that if everything had ended as it should, he would have improved his position among the four heavenly kings. He is furious and wonders what happened and how he failed, but now he's convinced it doesn't matter. The Beastman turns and walks away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. One thing is on his mind: if anyone dares to stand in his way, he will find and destroy that person. As it passes a tree, it runs its claws along the trunk, peeling off the bark with a menacing rasp. Clutching the bark in his paw, the Lord promises with grim determination that he is ready to kill with his own hands. Yui's group is heading towards the Lord's manor. She wonders why he suddenly called them all here. Kureha is waiting for the boys on the doorstep. The team is surprised to see a worried and guilty Kureha. Someone asks why she's here. The Beastman feels it's his duty to tell her something right now. The girl confusedly admits that her real name is Kureha, and she is the second princess of the empire. The boys stand there in utter confusion, their eyes widening in surprise. The second princess of the empire appeared before them, his majestic figure enveloped in an aura of power and mystery. They don't know what to say, the words are stuck in their throats, and their hearts are swaying with excitement and fear. She says that the Lord is waiting for them, promising that everything necessary will be told inside. Her voice sounds calm and confident, as if she knows what's waiting for her behind that door. Yui overcomes his fear and feels the magic of this place step by step. She walks into the manor and is overwhelmed by what she's seen. The light slowly shimmers over the gold ornaments, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and attraction. The S-rank group carefully crosses the threshold of the manor, feeling Kureha's eyes on them. She stands in front of them, carefully studying each of the newcomers, and they are all greeted by the owner of this estate. Suddenly, the owner of the manor appears. After a moment, he asks a question that seems to gather everyone's attention in an instant. He wonders which one of them saved Ishtar. The owner of the manor introduces himself as the local Lord Aberon Lucas. Silica, standing slightly off to the side, can't hide her surprise. She slowly brings her hands up to her face. She decides to apologize to the Lord, thereby drawing his attention to herself. The question of age becomes an instructive point. She finds it strange that when she finds out that Lord is 45, she still finds him looking young and energetic. The Lord, with an arrogant smile on his lips, watches Silica with interest. Aberon Lucas, with a confident wave of his hand, explains that he never misses his workouts, starting to talk about his runs and gym sessions, emphasizing the importance of physical activity. Yui exclaims with a touch of protesting enthusiasm that training alone isn't enough to achieve such effects, to which Lloyd raises his eyebrows in obvious surprise. He starts to get lost in his thoughts, noticing that the Master and Lily-san seem to be about the same age, but they look much younger. Yui, forgetting about everyone else, curiously turns to the Lord, asking a question about the magic of beauty. At this moment, someone in the audience, unable to suppress their interest, turns to Yui in bewilderment. Aberon Lucas, standing nearby, snorts nervously, trying to hide his irony. The Lord, listening carefully, shows agreement with Lloyd's words, which he mentions that the appearance of people can indeed change beyond recognition depending on magical enhancements. Lucas, noticing the general attention, is going to give his example, hoping to attract attention and demonstrate his knowledge. Before she can do so, however, Kureha closes her eyes, and a short, ragged cough escapes her chest, as if she's trying to remind everyone of her presence. Kureha, with obvious excitement in her voice, addresses the Lord as if trying to summon all her strength. She tells him that it's time to get down to business, and Aberon Lucas agrees with the second princess of the empire. In the silence that hangs in the room, Lord closes his eyes, concentrating. He mentions the name of Kureha Lizarust, the second princess of the empire. The motionless figures in the room stand in stoppage, their eyes fixed on Aberon Lucas, waiting for a continuation, full of concern for the fate of the princess. Kureha begins to explain that only a very limited number of people know about her title. Her face flushes slightly with shame or fear when she reveals her secrets. The Lord intervenes, revealing something even more shocking. A year ago, the second princess was abducted. The room is filled with strained breathing. The Lord's words hang in the air, and the silence becomes even more oppressive. Yui and Archer Kroos look at each other, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Questions swirl in Yui's head as to why the abduction was hidden and asks about it. Aberron Lucas looked at Yui thoughtfully, intending to explain to her the many nuances of Kyria's magic and its uniqueness. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a promising question Lloyd asked. Had he seen the magic of the second princess of the Empire? Lloyd, though with some hesitation, immediately confirmed that this was indeed the case. The Lord continues to ask the White Magician about magic, and his first thoughts when he sees the magic of the second princess of the Empire, to which Lloyd finds it difficult to answer at first, but still replies that it was amazing. After answering, he wants to mention that it is also scary. Aberron Lucas, standing nearby, nods in agreement with the White Wizard. He describes exactly how the magic of the second princess is different, which is why the Empire tried so hard to protect the second princess. At this point, Lloyd breaks down. His voice fills with indignation as he exclaims that despite his best efforts, the demons were able to kidnap Kyria. At this moment, the Archer Kroos bursts into the conversation. As if thrown abroad, his words sound like a bolt from the blue. The fact of the princess's disappearance was deliberately hidden to avoid panic among the population. The S-rank group falls silent, deep in thought. All eyes are on the second princess of the Empire and Aberron Lucas. There is a sense of foreboding in the air, as if they are all standing together on the edge of a cliff, preparing to fall or to save themselves. The Lord quietly agrees and exclaims that the Empire has been actively searching, and the princess is here. The group stands in total confusion, their emotions fluctuating between surprise and bewilderment. And the Lord confidently says that they are the ones who found the second princess of the Empire. Kyria is overwhelmed with emotions. She can't contain her feelings and chirps about gratitude, as if the world around her has suddenly ceased to exist. Aberron Lucas, overwhelmed with excitement, does not hold back his emotions, and with a bright twinkle in his eyes begins to say that for talents like them, he has a special request. And Lord says it might be a little difficult. The Lord stands next to Kyria and says that he wants the S-rank group to escort the second princess of the Empire to the royal capital. But the group couldn't react properly and fell into a stupor and begins to wonder what this person was thinking. Lloyd, still reeling from yesterday, is walking down a very crowded market-like street when he thinks about his conversation with Lord yesterday. The White Magician reflects that he did everything possible to refuse, but it didn't work out. He couldn't convince Aberron Lucas, and now he somehow has no right to refuse. Lloyd is upset. During the walk, Lloyd meets Yui, who is happy to meet them and calls him to come to her, to which he does not dare to refuse and approaches the girl. The White Magician becomes interested in where the whole group is, to which the girl replies that it will be bad if too many people come and therefore they will come to another day. Lloyd and Yui come to a very large estate, and Lloyd clarifies that this is the right house. The door suddenly swings open, and a girl appears in the doorway, her face glowing with happiness. Her eyes sparkle and she seemingly can't believe her eyes when she spots Yui. Her eyes are filled with excitement and a little uncertainty, as if she couldn't imagine that the meeting would happen after all. Yui, a little embarrassed, replies that it's been a long time, and there's a slight confusion in her voice. Crumb, his eyes wide, looks away from his friend and looks at the White Magician Lloyd, looking for confirmation of his presence. Crumb, unable to contain his joy, gets rid of the desire to stop on the threshold. For her, this meeting is important, and she strongly invites everyone to come into the house to continue the conversation in a more cozy atmosphere. As soon as everyone is seated, Crumb, though happy, feels a little disappointed bubbling to the surface when she talks about how amazing she is, about what happened all the time she was gone. Wanting to express sympathy, Lloyd turns to Crumb and cautiously asks if her sister is okay. He confesses that he has heard how ill she is. Crumb listens in silence, putting his hands to his chin thoughtfully. She then clarifies that her sister is not sick, but cursed. She recalls that she and Sylvie were originally adventurers, but she was injured during one of their requests, and then a curse fell on her. Yui, trying to understand the situation, asks if Crumb knows what kind of monster did this. The girl responds positively. The guy ponders the nature of the curse. Crumb suggests it's something like necromancy or dark magic. She slowly gets up from the table, resting her hands on the surface of it, and resolutely declares that it is better to show Lloyd and Yui all the symptoms in person. Her voice is firm, tinged with concern, She leads Lloyd and Yui somewhere down the hall, saying that she's wondering if there are any monsters that can use the curse. She stops in front of a heavy door, and with some hesitation, slowly unlocks it. When the door opens, Lloyd immediately feels a strange, heavy atmosphere coming from the room. A dark aura fills the air, its source being Sylvie lying on the bed. Sylvie is motionless, and a sense of something sinister hovers around her, as if the darkness itself has wrapped itself around her. The white mage reflexively covers his mouth with his hand, wondering what kind of unpleasant atmosphere this is. He can't believe it's magic. Crumb looks at his sister with pain and despair in his eyes. She slowly walks over to the bed and gently lifts the covers with a sigh. A gruesome sight opens up in front of them. Almost the entire body of Sylvie is covered with sores and wounds, as if eaten away by a dark force from the inside. Almost the entire body of the girl is covered with sores and wounds. Lloyd can't contain his emotions. A bitter tear rolls down his cheek. Suddenly, Crumb confesses that this is a petrification of the body. Children feel empathy and pain, looking for the unfortunate child. The girl notices that the magic power is out of control and the body has begun to petrify. Crumb mentions a magic stone that is rarely found in caves. Lloyd says he's never heard of a body turning to stone. Crumb, watching his sister, bends over her and notices that she releases magic to slow down the process. Bitter tears fall one by one from Crumb's eyes as she kneels in front of the bed where her half-dead sister lies. There's a look of desperation mixed with hopelessness in her eyes. She believes that Sylvie's body is slowly turning into a magic stone, and it's only a matter of time before the process is complete, leaving her completely petrified. Lloyd, watching this scene, suddenly realizes that he has an idea. He steps forward and calls out to Crumb. She turns to him, startled. The white magician resolutely declares that he wants to try to help the girl. Lloyd takes the magic staff and stands over the girl's nearly petrified body. He furrows his brows, wanting to make a point of it, and it seems that only Crumb, relying on him, doubts something. Crumb considers Lloyd a very skilled magician, but recalls that even a high-level healer could not do anything in this situation. The inconsolable sister wonders what the white magician can do now. Yui tends to support her friend by putting his hand on the girl's shoulder. Yui asks Crumb to believe the white magician, and Crumb turns around with a sense of hope. The girl convinces that Lloyd can. Lloyd, holding the magic staff, carefully brings it closer to Sylvie. He begins to perform complex and precise movements, concentrating on transmitting magical power. A halo of light appears around Lloyd, which gradually increases until it completely envelops Sylvie. The guy feels a lot of tension using inversion, and a drop of sweat runs down his face. Lloyd abruptly interrupts his ritual, gasping for air and bending over in sharp pain. Crumb, worried, runs up to him, supporting him by the shoulder and anxiously asking if everything is normal. The guy explains that this is the opposite version of transmission mania. He thought that if he changed the transmission magic, it would be possible to absorb some of the magic. Crumb turns to the guy in surprise, asking that he change the magic. Lloyd answers in the affirmative, explaining that everything went well, but it was difficult for him to control his mana. He, holding the magic staff with trembling hands, adds that it could have become a stone itself, and performs the treatment. A desperate nurse asks the guy if this is a cure, and Lloyd, looking exhausted and sweating after a huge energy expenditure, confirms it. Lloyd says that it is ineffective. He has a large consumption of magic, but the treatment is not yet complete, but it will allow you to spend magic and heal Sylvie at the same time. The guy turns back to the motionless patient. Crumb notes that this is easy to say. Crumb speculates that Lloyd uses two types of magic at the same time, in addition to his own magic. She, seeing an exhausted but determined guy, thinks that it takes physical and mental strength to withstand all this. Crumb admires me and is sure that this is not something that a simple person can easily do. Crumb suddenly lets out a cry of delight as she notices that strange changes are beginning to happen to her sister's crystallized hand. The dark coating slowly disappears and the hand itself begins to sparkle, as if life is being revived in it. Girls can't contain their joy. Yui squeals that it's not too long yet. Lloyd suddenly calls out to Crumb. But suddenly Lloyd calls out to Crumb, his voice full of seriousness. The guy points a finger at the stomach, specifying that this is the place where the girl was injured. Crumb is shocked again and wonders how he found out. Lloyd admits that he didn't pay attention to it because of the crystallization. The white wizard adds that there's something else here, and Crumb turns to Lloyd, alert, her eyes filled with concern. Lloyd immediately apologizes for this and grabs the knife, gently pushing the cursed girl's hand aside. The mage admits it's a little rough and runs the sharp blade across his skin. As Lloyd makes a small incision, the girls behind him freeze in fear, their eyes locked on the scene. Yui, unable to stand the strain, covers her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with horror. The white magician notices something strange. A red magic stone drops from the oozing wound. Lloyd holds it out for everyone in the room to see. Crumb doesn't understand how this stone ended up inside the girl. The damned girl makes some sounds, as if calling her loved one. The disconsolate nurse turns to where the sound is coming from. Sylvia calls out to her older sister with her eyes open. The girl, seeing the miracle with her own eyes, begins to stutter, trying to pronounce the name of her little sister. Crumb drops to his knees in front of the bed and pats his loved one's head with his palm. She thanks the guys for this. The girl informs the guests that when Sylvia fully regains her strength, she is sure that they will return to adventure again. Smiles appear on the faces of the children. Crumb sees his friends off, and Yui waves benevolently and wishes the girl to take care of herself. Suddenly, Sylvia's sister calls out to Lloyd, who immediately turns around. The girl asks if the white magician is having fun with Yui and the rest of the group. A radiant smile appears on the guy's face, and he answers in the affirmative. Crumb adds that then she puts the group in his hands and asks him to take care of them for her. Lloyd walks down the street, following Yui, who impatiently urges him on. The white magician looks at the magic stone in his hands. The sunlight shines brightly on it, giving it a special shine. Lloyd thinks about the stone for a moment. The magician believes that it is the same as the black stone that he saw on the farm. Lucas greets her warmly, repeating it several times. The man waves his hand and happily thanks the guys for willingly responding to his request. The whole group reacts modestly to the Lord's words, only Lloyd is a little surprised. Korea walks behind Lucas, and the Lord explains that this time the task of the group is to escort her to the imperial capital. Lucas explains that the beastman's clothing can block magic this time. He holds up his index finger as if to emphasize the importance of saying that it was made by an alchemist friend of his, which means that it will be hidden from observation magic. Korea addresses the entire team, wanting to say something. The princess bows to the group and asks them to take care of her. She opens her eyes and tells them that she will be happy if they just call her by her first name. But Dagus and Cross exchange glances, realizing that she was an imperial princess. They remain silent, sweating profusely. Yui grabs the girl's hand tightly, promising that they will take care of Korea. There's a spark of friendship and loyalty in her eyes. The beastman blushes in embarrassment, unable to take his eyes off Yui. She sincerely thanks her friend, squeezing her hand tightly. Meanwhile, Kroos and Silica can't help but giggle as they watch this scene. Kroos, with a smile on his face, notices that, oh, this Yui. Dagus moves closer to Korea, telling the worried girl not to worry, because they will protect her. Lloyd, standing a little apart, decides it's time to move on. The group, discussing something, goes, and the white magician declares that they are heading towards the imperial capital. Lord Lucas remains where he is, watching his friends leave. A smile slowly forms on his face as he realizes that Merlin has raised a great student. Border of the Empire's territory. Lord Grist enters the room menacingly. The beastman, who has confidently stepped inside, goes to the table where the stranger is sitting. The man who is slowly cutting meat looks up and, with a grin, clarifies that this is Grist, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon army. He even allows himself to ask if the man wants him to help him. The beastman undoubtedly agrees, frowning. The Demon King's former assistant Michelle raises her glass of wine and grins. Grist notes that the man was called the Demon Lord's right-hand man. He thinks that at least he can trust him. However, Michelle, not hiding her irony, says that Grist has no other option, and adds that this is obvious. His tone becomes brusque, and he laughingly brings up the issue of trust. How can a beastman trust someone who has betrayed the Demon Lord? The target also reflects that as long as they get paid, it doesn't matter. He refers to his data and informs that the second princess will definitely arrive in the near future. Grist looks away in annoyance and grits his teeth. The former assistant believes that she is now most likely in Ishtar, and she will not stay in the city that was recently attacked by demons for a long time. The man laughs, asking what he is waiting for until the princess returns to the Empire, but in response receives a sharp refusal. When presenting the map, the target thinks that they will stop at a trading city, which is closer than the capital of the Empire. What flashes through the beast's mind is that the Emperor already assumes there's a traitor inside, even 5 captains under suspicion, including Revi Bey, until things calm down. It seems to Grist that they will hide in the royal capital of Sylphis, where the hero of destruction and the hero of thunder are located. The villains make plans that they will be in a village near the capital and attack there. Target dismissively states that he thought Grist was smarter. His lips curl in displeasure. The former assistant considers the interlocutor more naive than he seems, but the beastman irritably says that he is far from it. Michelle stands up from the table, leaning her hands on it a little, and asks if that's all. Grist notices something unusual in his behavior. The demon's assistant approaches, spreading dark magic, and rejoices that he has heard what he wanted. Michelle disappears like a shadow that disappears into space, leaving only a faint trace of his presence, and only points a finger to remind him that they will meet again later. The dark magic left behind touches the food on the plate, and it begins to melt, turning into something unusable. Grist makes sure that Michelle is exactly what they say. The S-rank continues its difficult journey. Lloyd, holding a map in his hands, informs them that in a little more time they will be near the city where they will rest today. Kraus folds his hands on the back of his head and says wearily that they have been traveling for 10 days, and it is still a long way to the capital. Dagas tries to convince him that they are going the long way, which is safer than the main one. Yui flips through the book and suddenly turns to Kureya. It seems to her that the next city is famous for its hot springs. The girls are looking as if spellbound, anticipating new experiences. Kureya and Yui go somewhere far away from the group of guys, discussing their girly problems, and the guys stay to watch them go. There's a moment of silence, and only Cross is ready to interrupt with a question about how Yui isn't really worried. This seems even expected. Dagas responds with a modest smile and remains silent. Lloyd thinks maybe Yui is probably watching too. The guy watches the animated conversation between the two girlfriends and believes that Korea will get tired of it if they are constantly tense. Silica, hearing this conversation, comes up behind the guys and agrees, saying that the girls should have some fun. The magician notices that Korea was talking. She didn't have a chance to go outside. The beastman laughs merrily, enjoying the moments of happiness. Lloyd, we go ahead, noting that so far everything is fine. Kroos reminds us that the white magician uses detection magic all the time. He even wonders if the guy is sure that it is worth using it so often. The white mage, Lloyd, is proud to inform his friends, Silica and Kroos, that he has recently made changes to his detection magic. His friends look at him with questioning eyes, wanting to learn more about the innovations. Lloyd explains that the original magic used to fill the area with an invisible fog, which allows you to sense a person with magical abilities. Silica wonders how it works. The white magician goes on to say that after the changes in magic, waves are now created with a certain frequency, and this he can compare with the waves on the water. Lloyd isn't exactly sure, but he thinks it reduces the amount of magic consumed. He mentions that this is another spell. Dagas is convinced that it is useful in non-combat situations, as it is now, and it is enough to detect suspicious movements. The white magician mentions a little irritably that he should have thought of this sooner. Silica says no, and Lloyd feels a little sorry. Silica is outraged that Lloyd-kun says it's so easy, but Lloyd-kun knows that improving or changing magic isn't something everyone can do, even if they have an idea. Lloyd, surprised by Silica's criticism, explains that if you practice, anyone can do it, but the girl does not concede and insists that this cannot be. Kroos, watching the argument, rubs his chin and says that if Lloyd is talking, he probably is. Archer gives an example from their recent experience, saying that they learned storage magic while traveling. He notes that each of them can now store at least their own weapons with this magic. Silica is surprised and agrees that this is indeed the case. However, she notices Yui's sword on her back and points out that Yui still doesn't seem to have learned storage magic. Suddenly, the girl turns around and looks at the guys who are discussing her. Yui, anxious and curious, asks what they are talking about. Kroos says nothing, giggling. At this point, they approach the city, and Lloyd declares that they have finally arrived. Yui exclaims with delight that they are finally in the city, and suggests that they leave their things and go to the hot springs. Kroos, outraged that Yui seems to care about nothing but his own rest, expresses his displeasure. Lloyd closes his eyes and agrees with Yui, pretending to be pleased. Yui waves to the boys and asks them to go first. The group is divided into two parts. Yui and the girls wink playfully at the guys and invite them to explore the area for now. Lloyd waves to his friends, pretending to be happy. The white magician hides behind the women's bathhouse, wondering what he can do here. He looks around and sees how much trash there is. Lloyd sighs wearily, realizing that he doesn't want to be here too long. Contented sighs of women are heard at the hot springs. Yui, sitting in the warm water, stretches slowly and enthusiastically declares that this spring is the best of the best. Silica, enjoying the moment, is glad that there is not a soul nearby and they are here by themselves. Suddenly, Kuria, looking out from behind a rock in embarrassment, catches Yui's attention. The girl notices her friend and asks what happened. She suggests that she come here and soak in the hot water. And the beastman stutters in embarrassment, and Yui, seeing this, calms her down, stating that there are only girls here, and that there is no need to worry. Kureya, moving stiffly and holding on to a rock, adds that she is quite thin due to her long imprisonment. She hugs the towel around her, saying that she doesn't want it to be seen. Yui touches her chin, asking how she felt about it, and reassures her friend that everything is fine. Silica, her eyes flashing, declares that she doesn't care either. These words make Kureya blush a little in appreciation and joy. The sound of water splashing is heard, and the princess steps into the water, Yui helping her by holding her hand. One of the girls points out that this trip will also restore Kureya to her former form. Silica, smiling, suggests that Yui will feed everyone different food. She was a little worried when she first saw it. Kureya, interested and hungry, thinks about cake, kebabs, and desserts while Yui introduces them. The mage turns to the beastman, whispering that Yui herself should take more care of her body. Kureya, hearing this, blushes in embarrassment and calls out questioningly. Silica thinks that her breasts have become a little bigger, and she is even convinced of this. Yui, meanwhile, is listening intently, leaning on a rock, and wondering. The girl, listening to her, is surprised and leaning on a rock, begins to feel irritation because of her appearance, which bursts her. Yui, suddenly jumping up, splashes water around him, and enthusiastically declares that it will not interfere in any way in the fight, and convinces that it will even be easier. A wave of sound and water ripples Kureya, who is watching this. Looking at Silica, she wonders if she agrees, but the beastman only gives a modest grin in response. Kureya, blushing in embarrassment, bursts out laughing, trying to cover his mouth with his hand. Yui, standing up from the hot water and covering her nipples with her hands, looks at the beastman in shock, trying to understand her reaction. The girl screams, asking Kureya if she too thinks she's gained weight. But the princess firmly denies it. The beastman steeples his fingers together, trying to convince the girl that it's stupid to worry about it. Realizing that her words may have been a little harsh, she apologizes to Yui for being so direct. Yui turns to the girl, smiling softly. Suddenly, Kureya's ear twitches sharply, and she looks worried. Girls, noticing this, are interested in what happened. The beastman points his finger at the wall and asks if they also heard a strange noise from there. The beastman, after listening carefully, notices the strange sound again and points his finger in the direction of its source. Yui immediately takes the hint and glances at Silica, who nods to indicate that they may be facing a new threat aimed at Kureya. The magician, quickly assessing the situation, carefully leads the princess behind his back, putting out his hand forward as if preparing to protect her at all costs. Yui, showing determination, walks forward and announces to everyone that she will handle it. Lloyd moves a little away from the wall behind him. Ninja strikes are heard, which even frighten the white magician. In this, the guy recognizes Yui's voice. He is afraid that the girls were attacked. Without wasting any time, he grabs his magic staff and closes his eyes, concentrating to cast a magic detection spell. The white magician is standing right in front of the wall where everything is happening. He scans the area around them and is relieved to see that there are no demons nearby. However, their attention is drawn to the presence of only one outsider who does not belong to their group. A bead of sweat stands out under the guy's eye, and he admits that he doesn't think the man is on the side of the demons. The guy stands undecided and doesn't know what to do. He can't just go in there. Lloyd wonders if this is an emergency and looks at the wall, thinking back to his past mistakes, especially the incident on the river when he had inadvertently intervened and aroused Yui's anger, especially when he saw her in such a vulnerable state. Lloyd points the magic staff at the wall, figuring that he'll just cast a boost magic on Yui. Yui is standing in front of an unknown guy, her face flushed with anger and confusion. Her fist clenches, and in the next second she swings sharply, putting all her emotion into the blow. The stranger flies out, smashing through the wall and hurtling past a surprised Lloyd. Yui freezes in a punch pose, angrily calling the stranger a pervert. The guy goes headfirst into a tree. With palpable pain and a crash, he hits, arms outstretched and unconscious. Yui is surprised, because she notes that it was a light blow. Girls dressed in towels are startled to see why Lloyd is here. The white magician asks worriedly if they are all right. He explains that he was on a detour and heard them screaming. The girls are all yelling at the guy to get out of here. Lloyd asks again if all is well. Yui notices that it was just a peeping Tom, so everything is fine. She only asks him to leave as soon as possible. Yui is lying on the surface of the table with his hands folded under his head, exhaling heavily, trying to calm down after everything that has happened. She points out that it was a hot spring, and they were spied on, and Lloyd actually saw everything. Dagas, putting his hand on the table, notes that this was quite bad luck. Lloyd sincerely apologizes for this. Suddenly Yui gets up, saying that she's fine, because it's already 2 times. The mage says approvingly that she's fine too, but she has a question. Silica asks Lloyd-kun if there is any magic that can change memories. The white magician replies, a little confused, that he doesn't know such terrifying magic. Crow suspects that the girls want his friend to forget everything. He narrows his eyes and watches Lloyd. Curia confirms the white magician's words. With a kind look, the princess declares that she understands it wasn't on purpose. She puts a finger to her mouth thoughtfully and adds that if Lloyd had wanted to peek, they wouldn't have found him. Lloyd is indignant that he wouldn't have done such a thing. Now he feels that he is not trusted at all. And he tells us about the route for tomorrow. Dagas finds it strange that they haven't met any demons yet, and Yui, arms folded like she's a commander, agrees to everything. Lloyd is sure to take extra measures against the demons. Yui throws up his hands and easily replies that Lloyd can always detect them with magic, and she thinks that's enough. But the white mage, looking uneasily away, realizes that the fact that they can't do anything else is the problem. Lloyd, deep in thought, leans heavily over the table, as if trying to find a solution, because he thinks that there is no point in giving everything to the full, and just using all the strength will not work out. The white magician stands up from his seat and looks around at everyone, calmly asking if everyone wants to stay here just for a couple of days. The guy asks Yui if she wants to get ready, but he points out that he doesn't force them. The girl holds a finger to her chin and looks away thoughtfully, considering Lloyd's suggestion. Yui informs everyone present that he has 3 days to prepare in this town. Dagas promises that he will put his equipment in order, while Silica states that he will experience some magic in the meantime. Kroos thinks it's time to take up the bow and arrow business. Yui approaches Curia, saying that she will be there for the princess, and the girl in turn thanks for this. 2 girlfriends embrace, believing that they will now explore the whole city together. But Lloyd reminds Yui to protect Curia. The white magician, having made a firm decision, feels that he needs to continue to be close to Yui's team and become stronger. Michelle points to the potion containers, telling them that this is all that needs to be prepared. The demon's assistant, reaching for the vials of liquid, resolutely declares that he does not want to face one of the 4 heavenly kings alone. He's going to help at least that way. Lord Grist thinks we should be moving out very soon. At this time, all 3 of them, Beastman, Michelle, and Lloyd, are thinking about the same thing. Dagas walks through the streets and stops in front of a gun shop, but he finds that there is nothing interesting in it. But Yui and Kureya quickly run up to the shop, already making their own goods. Dagas calls out to the girls, but they act charmed. Yui and Kureya call the guy's name, and he clarifies that the 2 of them go shopping. Girls answer in the affirmative, asking the guy. Dagas approaches the girls and they immediately recognize him. He assumes that Yui and Kureya go shopping and asks them about it to clarify their assumptions, to which the girls agree and ask the guy about the same. Dagas tells the girls in a distressed voice that he wants to buy a new shield, but so far he hasn't found anything worthwhile. Yui thinks about it and says that the shield that the guy has now gone through a lot. Dagas indignantly says that he can't rely on the white magician's magic forever, and wants to do it with his own hands. Dagas' chagrin shouts that he has visited all the weapon shops. Suddenly, Kureya intervenes in the conversation and says in a confident voice that this is over. Yui and the guy are at a loss and look at the second princess with a misunderstanding of what she is talking about. And then Kureya refutes Dagas' words with his question about the wrong weapon shop in the alley. Dagas comes to a small and old-looking store and is surprised at what it is. Going to the door, he thinks that the store is not on the map and wonders what it might be on purpose. Going inside, the guy greets people, sees a large number of weapons and is surprised by this. Dagas turns his gaze to the wall of swords and shields and thinks about it, when suddenly a loud and wary voice comes from behind the guy, asking what the stranger wants. An elderly man bursts into the room and asks Dagas if he is someone's henchman. The guy is perplexed that he was considered someone's henchman and answers that he came only to look at the weapon. The old man turns his back to Dagas with a sharp movement and timidly says that he has a guest. Dagas is in a stupor and thinks that the old man does not want Dagas to look, but still, a sudden cry from someone that the old man has a very good weapon. Dagas is thinking about why the old man is in such a state, when a stranger suddenly bursts into the store followed by 3 other guys. The stranger draws the attention of everyone in the room with his shout and arrogantly asks the old man that he did not interfere with him. The arrogant scoundrel points his finger at Dagus and is surprised that the old man has a client. A guy from the group that just entered the store asks Dagus about who he is and asks not to say that he is going to buy weapons here, to which Dagus surprisingly says that he wants to buy weapons here and asks what is wrong. The group starts poking Dagus with their fingers and laughing at him, exclaiming that how can you buy something in such a shabby store, and most likely he is a low-ranking adventurer. Dagus is not pleased. Suddenly an old man intervenes in the conversation and shouts that he does not have a weapon, that he could sell them. The arrogant brat tells the man that he looks good, and the man in a rage says that the store is empty because of them. But the brat makes fun of the old man and says that he should thank them. Dagus looks at this argument and thinks. Dagus asks the group about who they are and assumes that they are landowners. The arrogant brat calls Dagus a brother and says that they were misunderstood. The brat tells Dagus to listen and wonder. The brat calls the representative, led by an A-rank adventurer named Galen. Continuing his speech, he says that there is not a single person in this city who does not know the name Galen A-rank. Dagus, surprised by Galen's arrogance, with a stony face asks him about his popularity, assuming that he is probably famous. Galen agrees and reproaches Dagus for being popular in contrast to him. Dagus asks the A-rank adventurer about what he forgot in this store. Galen arrogantly replies to Dagus that such trash as he will not understand, and that there are many different things that high-ranking adventurers need. From Galan's group, there are shouts that how does Dagus know which store to go to, and the fact that he has no weapons, and the assumption that he has been low-ranking for several years. Dagus patiently listens to these boorish statements and shows no signs of rage. Then the old man confidently and loudly tells the guys to shut up and listen to him. The old man shouts with all his might that he doesn't know who hired them and asks them about the feeling of shame when they do. Dagus is in a stupor. He assumes that they received a forbidden request. These are requests that do not go through the Adventurers Guild, but through individuals or the Dark Guild. The Adventurers Guild is also responsible for checking requests for murder, theft, and the like, and requests that do not pass the check are called prohibited requests. Dagus turns to the old man and asks why he did not contact the Adventurers Guild. The man is outraged. He says that he did, but the guild could not find evidence that this is a forbidden request. The man says that the case was hushed up, considering that it was just a bunch of adventurers quarreled with the shopkeeper, and the guild should have received a message about it. Dagus asks the old man why they should do this. The old man says that maybe it's his weapon. Dagus begins to wonder what is wrong with the weapon when Galan suddenly bursts into the conversation and asks why this conversation is going on, and demands to sell them one of the legacies of Riones. The old man, in anger, shouts that there is nothing he can do to help, claiming that if you sell one of the legacies of Riones, people will suffer. The man says that he is the only one who can cope with the legacy of Riones, and he will not give it up. Galan becomes enraged, says in a confident voice that everything is fine, and the whole group begins to stretch their arms, after which the impudent man says that in this case they will have to teach the old man a lesson. Dagus was surprised to ask Galan's group what the villains were, and one of Galan's group came up to Dagus and grinned at the guy, shouting whatever he did in his pants, calling Dagus a small-class adventurer, and yelling at Dagus to hit him. And now the villain is already starting his blow, as at the same moment Dagus stops his hand with his palm, then rings it behind the villain's back, and he can't stand this pain, starts screaming, and then the whole group falls into a stupor from what they saw, and Galen calls Natsu's name. Galen is shocked by what he saw and asks his group why everyone got up and gives the order to attack. Everyone rushes to avenge Natsu. One of the attackers says to be careful, and at this moment Dagus uses the storage and takes out a shield and pushes all the attackers with it. The attackers are shocked that Dagus took out a shield from nowhere, and all fall down due to Dagus' push, and are surprised by his strength. Lagan exclaims that they thought he was a low-ranked adventurer. Dagus slowly pulls out the S medallion, his hands shaking slightly. They rustle as he handles it, and the glint of metal dazzles the eyes of those around him. There is tension in the air as he declares his status as an S-rank adventurer. Lagan, taken aback, looks back at his team. All of them don't seem to understand how this is possible. Their eyes are wide open and their lips are parted, but no words come out. Dagus turned to the old man, and not knowing what to say, one of Galan's group does not know what to say about the rank of the coolest. Galan's group runs away from the store, and Galan says that they would not listen to Dagus, and he remembered him. The old man asks the S-rank adventurer that he would still be able to cope, and begins to reflect. The old man tells Dagus that he has made up his mind. Dagus is at a loss. The man calls the adventurer and says that he has something for him. Yui and Kureya are walking on a crowded street, and Yui says that they should go back to the inn and rest. To which the second princess of the empire agrees. Yui happily shouted that she and Kureya are back. When they enter the room, they see Lloyd sitting at a table with papers and thinking about something. Lloyd writes something on paper, although he is very tired. Yui comes up to Lloyd, loudly says his name, and he comes to Wheel. The girl says that he works too hard and offers him a silent rest. Yui sits down at the table and looks at Lloyd with interest. She waits for his answer, and Lloyd, a little embarrassed, begins to talk about his business. He explains that he has been working on several projects recently, but his main focus has been on improving support magic. But so far there is nothing concrete. The girls are surprised by what they have heard, and they say that everything is clear to them. Kureya closes her eyes and apologizes, and says that she wants to be useful. Yui tells the second princess that she has nothing to apologize for, and asks about the prohibition of the song for manipulating monsters. To which Kureya says that it is forbidden, and takes a potion bottle, and continues his speech. But this was a side effect of the recovery potion, and anyway, she can't use her magic right now. Yui looks at the second princess and thinks about the fact that the potion was made by the same alchemist who made the clothes for Kureya that blocks the detection of magic power. Yui suggests that Lloyd try another magic, not just support magic. With this suggestion, she shocked Lloyd. Lloyd says that he thought about it and starts comparing his offensive magic to Silica's superior offensive magic. He says that, in this comparison, his offensive magic is like matches. Yui says that Silica's offensive magic is like wildfire. Lloyd says that Silica's magic is so great. Yui agrees, noting that Silica is a genius. Silica went into the forest, thinking that she had gone far enough and everything would be fine. Silica stands under a mighty tree, its broad branches forming a reliable canopy that protects from the bright sun's rays. A light breeze plays with her hair, bringing with it the smell of fresh greenery and wet bark. An image of Lloyd flashes through my head, his admiration for her magic, and a small smile appears on my lips, but soon it's replaced by the thought that, in the last request, if it wasn't for Lloyd. Suddenly, Silica feels a powerful energy building up inside her, and says to herself that she needs to get stronger. She pulls her magic staff out of storage, its surface glistening in the sunlight, its tip sparkling with bright sparks. Silica stands under a sprawling tree, its branches creating a shallow shadow over her head. She leans over the river, her reflection shimmering on the surface of the water. Taking a deep breath, she stretches the staff out in front of her, its long shape feeling like a reliable tool in her hands. Closing her eyes, Silica focuses, visualizing the contraction and explosion of the magic she wants to summon. She opens her eyes, and suddenly there is a big bang. A bright wave of brightness rips through the air, causing the blast wave to hit Silica. Silica puts her hand to her face and starts thinking about explosion magic, and how explosion magic is harder than normal fire magic. Silica realizes that it won't be easy, but she is ready for this, and wants to practice more. She raises her staff in front of her, and wants to use the spell again. Silica raised her staff above her head and focused, carefully tuning in to her magic. Her face was full of determination and expectation. She swung her staff forward as she cast a spell, and there was a sharp crack in the air, and she had an explosion coming out. Silica, overwhelmed with emotion, demands another try. Yui watched her friend with admiration. She knew that many people in her childhood called Silica a genius of magic, noting her extraordinary talents. However, Yui understood that it wasn't just about ability. Yui says that's not the case, and as a result, the Imperial Princess doesn't understand why Yui said that. Yui says that no matter how many times Silica fails, she never gives up. The mage will work hard until she succeeds. Yui says that Silica is the most purposeful of the group. The mage is standing on the bank of the river with a staff. She stretches the staff forward and tries to use compression and explosion magic again. There is an explosion that does not touch Silica, and is happy about it so much that she starts to cry. Silica is happy with what she did, but accidentally stumbles and falls, after which a huge explosion occurs. White smoke emanates from the trees. A drop of blood falls from a small blade of grass. The exhausted Silica says that it is hard for her, and then says that she did it again. Silica is sitting on the grass and wonders why she screwed up so much. She's too careful with everyone, and when she's alone, she forgets everything. Kroos puts his hands on his hips and declares that he has bought a new bow and arrow. Now he's asking what to do next, because normally he'd start training without a hitch, but right now he's not sure if it's going to work. The archer walks forward, sighing wearily, and lifts his head up, closing his eyes. He thinks about how he turned up some cool case. Suddenly, someone bumps into the guy's chest, because they were clearly in a hurry. The child jumps to the side, falls, and spills everything that was in his bags. There is a soft oik as he holds the belt to see if the arrow is still in place behind him. Kroos immediately approaches and Kray, looking at the child sympathetically, asks if he is all right and apologizes. The child, blushing with embarrassment, sighs heavily and assures Kroos that this is his fault, apologizing for what happened. The archer leans over and starts picking up the spilled food, trying to ease the awkwardness of the situation. Kroos notes that the child should not worry, because he himself was in the clouds. The boy apologizes again, but at that moment Kroos notices an interesting locket around the child's neck, which attracts his attention. Kroos asks the boy if he is an adventurer. The child grunts and answers in the affirmative, adding that he is still a beginner and he has only been doing this for a year. The archer thought to himself, his brows furrowed. How can you call yourself a beginner after a year of training and work? However, when he looked at the medallion, he suddenly realized that this child still hadn't given up, even though he had been at the E rank for a year. Kroos, lost in thought, was somewhat taken aback by the question. Kroos gives himself a thumbs-up gesture, confirming that he is also an adventurer. The archer chuckles, thinking to himself that without the equipment, no one really knows. The child hesitated, rubbing his fists. The boy with interest and entreaties asks the gentleman if he would like to join him in a team. Kroos laughs, but he's actually a little worried. Having just met each other, Kroos and the boy wander among the streets of the city. It's new to the kid that this is what the Adventurers Guild looks like in this place. Kroos, remembering the pitying face of the boy who begged him, reasons that he accepted his offer because he wants to test a new weapon. The guy asks the boy if he's a shooter. The child answers in the affirmative, putting his hands in his pockets. Kroos clarifies whether RN always performs tasks alone, explaining that it is difficult for beginners to cope without a team. The child's eyes fill with tears, his nose becomes wet, but he only remains silent, looking at the new acquaintance. The boy was about to say something, starting off quite hesitantly, but the guys gathered behind him, actively discussing that this child, an eternal novice, is trying to persuade someone to help him. One of them notes that he has never seen Kroos here before, but it seems to him that he is another newcomer. Another claims that the archer himself will soon realize that Lin is useless and get rid of him. Kroos, hearing these words, looks away in the direction of the guys, coming to the conclusion that now he understands everything. The boy looks confused and scared. In a fit of emotion, Lin stutters and begs the archer's forgiveness, suggesting that he's probably wasting his time, and he probably doesn't feel up to working with someone like him. But Kroos, holding out an open hand, assures the child that everything is fine, because his rank is not much higher than Lin, so he has nothing to worry about. The boy just squeals with delight, glad that he has found a new friend. He doesn't even believe his own ears and asks the guy if it's true. The archer declares that he will go in the meantime to take them on a mission, and Lin agrees to join them. Kroos heads over to the group of kids who were discussing Lin and notices that they're getting angry again, but this time for a different reason. Kroos approaches the guy and asks what happened. The stranger tells us that yesterday, an unknown S-rank adventurer gave the local A-class team a hard time. The archer asks in surprise, but the guy, waving his hands, continues to add details that this group was very famous in their area, but it turned out that they took dark requests. Putting a finger to their chin thoughtfully, the person assumes who this adventurer was who taught them a lesson, and the stranger reports that this person was a very strong thyroid. Kroos, a little flustered, asks again, but at the same time his expression changes and he sighs, explaining that this is an unexpected appearance of some strongman Srank. Another guy on the team says that there's still talk of explosions being heard frequently in the woods, and the archer asks again. Guys share rumors that spread quickly. They are related to the fact that it was a blue-haired witch with a staff. They think it can be dangerous. Kroos immediately imagines Silica, wondering if it reminds him of someone. The archer sighs heavily, as if pretending to sympathize with the witnesses. The guys continue to discuss it with interest. Some even wonder who they are. Others think that they should find out. And at this time, Kroos is convinced that it is better for him to get out of harm's way. And, heading to the girl at the reception, he says that he would like to take the task. The girl kindly agrees, politely asking the guy to provide his adventurer's certificate. The archer gives the girl everything she needs, and she, realizing that he is an A, screams with delight. But Kroos immediately tries to calm the lady down by saying the appropriate sounds. Pointing his thumb at the child who is standing behind him, the archer with a sly face urges the girl to be quiet, because he does not want the boy to find out. She covers her mouth, exhaling and understanding the whole situation. The girl modestly apologizes, stating that he wants to go on a mission with Lin-kun. Kroos asks if she knows anything about this child, and she agrees. The lady says that even though the boy is only 13 years old, but he takes tasks every day to help his parents. Kroos is surprised by what he's heard. The archer recalls that Lin became an adventurer at the age of 12, and Yui also started at his age. Kroos admires that the child is cool because the archer himself became an adventurer only at the age of 15. The girl just keeps silent and looks at Kroos, thinking that he is the cool one with the S rank at such a young age. And the guy is already glancing in Lin's direction, showing a genuine smile. The girl offers Kroos to take the task of rank ED because they go together after all. The archer replies that they are both archers and suggests that it might be a bit difficult. The lady is sorting through a pile of papers, expressing her understanding. She hands over the document, asking how about this, and hands it to Kroos. Among the trees, Lloyd walks on the ground with his staff, and his movements seem cautious and uncertain. The white magician, concentrating, begins to make movements with the help of a magic object, stretching his hands forward. A bright glow from the object fills the space around him, making Lloyd close his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. As Lloyd walks out of the forest, he admits that he has completed training his support magic, but he still feels uneasy or doubtful. The white magician, looking at his hand, realizes that he has reached the limit of this magic. He doesn't think he can learn anything new on his own. Lloyd is dreaming, and his eyes are shining with nostalgia and memories. The white magician remembers his mentor and wishes that she was here. His smile disappears from his face. He thinks it's funny to think about it. After all, he ran away from home because he was tired of the eternal training. Lloyd looks up at the sky, wondering how he can find someone who is as good as Merlin. Kroos and Lin picked their way through the thick grass and soon found what they were looking for. They look at each other and say with satisfaction that this is it. A layer of red slimes appeared in front of them as they slowly moved around the area. The archer, noticing them, remembered the red slime extermination mission and realized that this was a great opportunity to hone his skills. The receptionist politely asked the guy to keep an eye on Lin-kun, and Kroos remembers these important words, thinking that he will definitely do so. Holding a bow in his hand, the boy conjures a vault, and the boy watches in surprise, his mouth hanging open. Lin asks his friend how he did it, but the archer just giggles and says, "Oops," with a playful tone. Kroos deceives the boy, saying that he is only good at this, and admits that he was taught by his old friend who is really cool. The child notes with genuine delight that this is the first time he has seen such a spell, but the archer laughs, suggesting that it is better to go hunting. Kroos takes aim with one eye closed. It hits right into the red slime that was trying to escape. The boy follows the archer's movements, calling him incredible. With a serious look, Lin picks up his bow and aims an arrow at the target, but it slips off, flying past slime. Kroos addresses the child with a sense of concern. The archer asks Lin if he's okay, and the boy says so with a false smile. Looking ahead, the boy realizes that he is usually even worse at shooting. Silence descended like leaden clouds. Asking for his equipment for a second, Kroos reaches for his bow, touching the child's arm affectionately. The archer guides the boy's hands, showing him how to do it, and explaining that he is too clamped and puts not enough force into the shot. The child is engaged with interest and surprise, blushing and embarrassed, and Kroos adds that the boy should carefully monitor his goal and try to predict its movements. Lin, sweating profusely, replies that it's fine. The arrowhead deftly hits the nimble slime. Lin screams with joy that he's hit, and Kroos calls him a good boy. He advises you to keep it that way and aim it at the core. The boy admits that he understood everything. The archer teaches the child by encouraging him to lift his chin a little, breathe calmly, and try to fix the position of the body. Seeing what position the child has taken, Kroos now asks the boy to shoot. The arrow hits the slime's core immediately, and the spray goes flying in all directions. Lin clutches the bow in his hand, shouting that he did it right. Looking at the smashed slime, the child screams that he won one. Kroos thinks his student is a little clumsy, but he doesn't seem hopeless. The archer believes that he is learning everything on the fly, and it seems to him that he learned everything by himself, because there was simply no one to guide him in the right direction. Kroos is sure that with this move he will quickly raise the rank, and meekly congratulates the boy, lighting up everything with his sincere smile. He asks the kid if he has already learned a little. The archer offers to hurry up and kill everyone else, and in response he hears a joyful agreement. After killing all the slimes, the guys look at their work with satisfaction. They are convinced that they have managed everything. Kroos smiles, the corners of his mouth turning up, and the boy opens his mouth in disbelief, eyes full of delight and happiness. Kroos brushes off his fingers and closes his eyes, admitting that it took a lot of work because there were too many of them. The archer even expresses regret that he can only kill one shot at a time, but he is trained well. Kroos bends down, kneeling, and suggests that the child now collect the slime bodies and return. Lin turns around and notices something, trying to stop his friend from looking too. The boy clarifies that this is the moon Magragra. Kroos is surprised that the creature is here in broad daylight, and Lin insists that they run, but something holds him back. A child watches the Magra moon, almost crying for the slime bodies. He's upset that now they can't even get the quest reward. Kroos, looking down and realizing that there is no other choice, takes out an arrow and inserts it into the bow. The child looks at his new friend in confusion, not knowing what to expect. At this moment, an arrow shot at the monster quickly cuts through the air. The arrow reaches the head of the vile creature, which emits agonizing, terrible sounds, and at the same moment falls to the ground, spreading its paws. Lin can't believe that Kroos killed an R-rank monster-owned shot, finding it unbelievable. The boy, looking at the defeated monster, calls the archer very strong, referring to him as a brother. Kroos is already trying to explain something, but he interrupts him, telling him that everything is fine, because he suspected that the guy was deceiving him. Lin realizes that the archer is actually much stronger than he said. Kroos just doesn't say anything in response, forcing a modest smile. Kroos pulls out an adventurer's ID card and shows it to Chap, who then has eyes the size of apples. He asks again that he really belongs to Strank. Holding the medallion, the archer smiles sheepishly, and the child is even uncomfortable that he was taught by such a cool person, and he asks for forgiveness, because he did not want to be a burden for him. Kroos laughs, asking why he's apologizing, since he hid his level from the boy himself. With a note of regret, he adds that even though he isn't a rank, he doesn't know how to become even stronger anymore. With gratitude, the archer reports that Lin helped him take a break and practice a little. The child's eyes fill with light and hope. The girl who was in the waiting room is happy to meet the guys, saying warm words to them. She notes that it's a little late. Lin hands the creatures to the lady, saying that they are the bodies of red slimes and the manga moon as a bonus. The surrounding people are frightened, surprised that they see the moon Magra. Kroos says that now people will start to look at Lin differently. The boy lowers his head, bowing, because his new friend helped him out so much today, but he is still embarrassed, and he apologizes for the extra trouble. But the archer just sighs in response. Kroos notes that it is important to be able to apologize, but the child, in his opinion, is clearly overdoing it. But the boy modestly asks for forgiveness again. The guy is silent. With eyes full of hope and devotion, Lin blushes and thanks the archer from the bottom of her childish heart. Kroos smiles, only slightly lifting the corners of his lips. Lin suddenly asks the guy who is about to leave that he doesn't know how to get even stronger yet. Kroos turns around and says yes. The boy, arms outstretched and waving them in different directions, moves closer to the archer, warning that this is only a small idea, but he thinks it might be worth trying like this. The new acquaintance exhales, anticipating hearing the solution to his problem. There was silence. Kroos seems to have an idea. He doesn't understand why Khan didn't figure it out right away. He looks happy and even surprised. Waving to each other from a distance, the boys say goodbye, and the archer thanks Lin and wishes him luck. Beastman Kingdom, a border town. A man is sitting at the bar leaning sullenly over a glass. People around him are discussing something, talking about something. Suddenly, cursing harshly, he quickly puts down the glass of ice, spreading a clatter and expressing anger. It's Alan clutching a cold glass of alcohol in frustration, angry and furious that those idiots around him don't even see how important he is. He's pretty sure he's the hero, and these assholes don't give a damn. He believes that he will still show everyone. Staggering from side to side, he goes to the door, opens it, but suddenly notices something. After leaving the room, the guy sees his assistants. Lulu and Saint Sheena anxiously ask Alan if he is sure about this plan, but the guy is adamant, because he is convinced that he is the hero, he is the chosen one. The archer lowers her gaze, feeling bitter at the words and hesitating, but still hesitantly says that since he decided so, then let him. The team leader orders his female friends to leave, sounding firm. He comes forward, dreaming of great things, and informs them that they are going to the land of sacred temples. Alan has a sinister smile on his face, as if he is planning something evil, while Lulu and Saint Sheena are afraid and worried when they see the behavior and expression of their leader. Kireya stands modestly behind Yui, who coquettishly asks the boys if they're all ready. She resolutely reports that it's time to go. The group reacts to this with a smile, saying that they are being sent. Lloyd approaches his friends, assuming something again. The white magician realizes with sadness that they have all figured out how to develop their abilities, while the guy is trying his best. But he is afraid that this is not enough. Lloyd, as he watches the happy kids actively discussing something with each other, accepts that he doesn't want to be a burden to his team. Yui scares that he's gone the wrong way and stands there, chuckling and thinking. Turning the map, the girls try to figure it out, saying that he should have already reached Schwartz. Dagus turns to Lloyd, asking if he feels the presence of people. Looking around, the white magician realizes that there is no one in the area, only a few monsters. Shield approaches the head of the team, finding it all strange, because they were going in the right direction. Kroos goes somewhere and looks at the trees, asking the others if everything is fine with his eyes, or if everything is getting cloudy. Lloyd, paying attention to this smoke, has his own version of what it is. It seems to him that this is a fog that envelops the guys around. Dagus wonders if the fog can appear so abruptly in the middle of the forest, and Kroos notices that it's getting thicker and thicker. Silica doesn't understand how he could have appeared so suddenly. The smoke is spreading too fast, and Lloyd sees this as a real problem. The white magician explains that the fog obscures his detection magic. Yui is horrified and urges his friend to save the jokes for later. But Lloyd yells that magic is coming from the fog, and because of it, he can't find anyone. Lloyd wonders where the magic in the mist came from, because he's never heard of it, and he thinks it just doesn't happen in nature. Putting a finger to his chin, the guy tries to calm down, telling himself to pull himself together. Silica shares her idea that the white magician also thinks it's fog, but Lloyd interrupts the girl on this word, answering in the affirmative. The guy yells, telling Yui to run, but the girl asks why. Lloyd, standing with his back to the kids, explains that this haze is most likely the work of demons. And as he says it, he whirls around, conveying all the horror that might lie in wait for them. As the team rushes headlong through the forest, Yui agrees with the guy, saying that he will certainly run, but specifies where and what the plan is. Lloyd pushes forward, trusting his senses that the fog has already spread over a large area. Dagus runs after his friend, calling out to him. The shield asks what if they're just trying to get them to move. Lloyd shouts that he doesn't know, losing his temper out of desperation. But he knows for sure that if they stay in one place, they can easily become the prey of monsters. The guy is sure that monsters with such a fine sense of smell will still find them even if they can't see them, so they have no choice. Correa, sweating and looking worried, agrees with Lloyd, admitting that he's right, and the fog is full of monsters. Thinking about it, she wants to say something else. The princess feels that the ferocious monsters are terribly afraid of something. The boys run, but Yui has thought of something. Her eyes widen, as if she has understood something. Suddenly, the girl shouts for everyone to wait. She calls the boys to look at their feet, and Lloyd asks them what it is. Silica obeys Yui's order. Seeing the broken plate, she tends to guess what it is. There are broken test tubes and bent spoons and forks on the ground. After stopping to explore the area, the team leans over and looks at each other in confusion. They think that they are already in the city of Schwartz, but Silica does not know how this is possible, and she has no idea what could have happened here. The magician clarifies, saying to the void, "Where are all the citizens?" Horrified, she turns to her friends, but the ominous fog hides them from the girl, and it seems that she is already left alone. She calls out to the guys in a frightened voice, pressing her hand to her heart. Yui calls out to Silica, holding Curia so she doesn't get lost. The girl turns to Lloyd in a panic, asking where all of them are. Dagus notes that the fog has gotten even thicker, and Kroos admits, frowning, that he can't see past his nose. Silica suddenly decides to use the vault, from which she takes out her magic staff. Gripping it tightly, the girl hopes that she will be able to disperse the fog, but Lloyd forbids the magician to use wind magic. Smoke swirls around Silica, shouting that it's getting late. Lloyd thinks maybe he's wrong, but if they clear the fog, something bad might happen. The main character believes that then, the enemy will be able to easily see them. The fog clears, clearing the space. The white mage is confident that then they will discover Curia, regardless of the fact that the magic hides her presence. The fog disappeared, revealing what had happened. The team looks around, noticing the torn bodies of the residents lying in a pool of blood. Looking from one corpse to the next, the boys can't believe what they're seeing. They are seized with a violent terror. The girls understand that this is terrible, and they cover their mouths in fright. Dagus asks if it's really their monsters but Lloyd flatly refuses. Curea's eyes are streaming with bitter tears. The princess draws attention to the people who have been stabbed with wooden stakes, and then she grabs the hem of her dress on her chest, adding that this is such a useless massacre and they would never do it. Lloyd, looking away, thinks it's unlikely. Standing among the kids, he assumes that the townspeople are victims of more intelligent monsters, and then he wonders who killed all these people. Suddenly, Kroos notices something and screams, and the white magician watches his partner with horror. The S-rank team notices that someone is approaching. Sparks and dust fly in different directions. Yui pushes Kuria away in a panic, trying to protect the princess. Something is moving at high speed. The strange creature, having reached its goal, immediately stops, saying that who would have thought that the children would be brought here. Ferocious Grist claims that it's not like he's been watching the area very hard, but he's pretty sure the guy saved him a lot of time. He has a sinister grin on his face, while the group is terrified. Grist, holding out his hand and smiling, reminds Kuria that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl opens her mouth in confusion, remembering all the horrors that happened to her. Suddenly, the beastman throws up his hands, making a frustrated sound, and assumes that they don't seem to recognize him in this guise. He's getting closer and closer. Suddenly, his body takes on a human appearance. The ears change shape, becoming rounded. The veins on the hands hide somewhere deep under the skin. It was all an illusion. Half of the face is radically different from the other part. Yui, observing such changes, asks that he is one of the 5 commanders of the Imperial Army. She thinks it's a revive. Kuria screams in her own fear, putting her fists to her heart in horror. The smile still lingers on the face of the guy who's already made up his mind. Dagus, putting his shield in front of him, clarifies that this is indeed one of the most powerful warriors of the Empire. But he doesn't know anything about what's going on. He reasons that all 5 commanders are beastmen, and in front of them is a demon. Yui asks if Revive has been deceiving everyone around him, and the man says yes, still spreading his hands like he doesn't know anything. Looking at his hand, the beastman honestly admits that he had to spend a lot of effort to change not only the appearance, but also the source of his magic. Kureya staggers around, seemingly ready to pass out, lamenting that this can't be happening, because her father trusted him so much. Yui is already preparing to pick up her friend, turning his head sharply in her direction. Blushing at the realization of what has happened, the princess tries to say that this is the one who kidnapped her. Grist admits, without hiding, that this is who he is. Grist also adds that he learned how to perfectly transform into a beastman and used this cover for years. But there's something wrong with his speech. The beastman, clearly angry and unable to contain his emotions, says that all his efforts went down the drain because of them, and he lost his chance to stand out among the heavenly kings. He adds that the people of this city wanted to fight him back, but it's not enough for him. Grimacing, Grist tells them with complete confidence and determination that his goal is to kill them. Lloyd, holding his magic staff, freezes in place at what he's heard. There was an oppressive silence. Silica stands behind the white magician, hands folded on her dress, looking confused. Meanwhile, the guy is surprised by what he said about the 4 heavenly kings, blushing and excited. The beastman confirms, as if bragging, that he is one of the 5 commanders, and his name is Revive, but his true identity is one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, whose name is Grist. Smiling hysterically, the guy says that he is glad to get to know Kuria again. Lloyd thinks that the 4 heavenly kings are the best warriors in the Demon Lord's army. Yui, standing behind the guy, is already seething with anger and hatred, saying that Grist is bullying him. Revive expected a bunch of high-ranking adventurers to come running here, but he didn't expect any tough guys to show up. The guys defend themselves, keeping a fairly small distance from the beastmen and wanting to protect the unfortunate princess with all their might. Pointing at Kuria with aggression, Grist reports that with the help of this girl's power, Ishtar and the hero were supposed to be destroyed in battle. In his opinion, this is a hero who recently snatched this title for himself. Grist explains that the hero has become a pain in the ass because they don't know anything about him. And Lloyd now realizes that he was the one who attacked Ishtar because he was afraid of Aaron, who became a hero only a year ago. He still doesn't have a pseudonym like the other characters. Closing his eyes and trying to calm down, Grist realizes that after all, they were all small things that didn't deserve to see the full extent of his power, and he's sure they can still be used. Kureya looks at the beastman with a look of horror that can be read in her eyes. Growling and yelling, Grist declares that this is the reason why they should return the girl to him right now. The guys are shocked. They surround Kureya from all sides, trying to protect her. The S-rank is drenched in sweat from the realization of all the horror, and their eyes widen. Lloyd has a premonition of something. Very worried, Dagus calls out to the white wizard to run, but the boy doesn't look in his friend's direction, only remains silent. Lloyd is sure that this is necessary, but he doesn't think it's possible. He explains that if he chases them at the speed that they saw earlier, there is no chance to escape. He wonders what to do now. Yui is convinced that her only option is to defeat him. The team members are as tense as strings. Lloyd is shocked. He's afraid that they'll really be able to do it. The white mage looks around, realizing that the area is still shrouded in fog, and he doesn't think they can handle it alone. Grist stands in front of the team, inspiring them with fear and a sense of hopelessness. The guy suddenly has an idea, and he's standing with his back to the guys, who are looking at each other. Yui asks if he came up with a plan, but the white magician says no. Lloyd realizes that they will have to take the risk and rely on luck, and informs his friends, turning to them with concern. The fog fills everything around him, but someone steps unsteadily, saying, "What the hell is this?" and swearing that it's always like this when he's in a hurry. The guy walks, and rocks magically grow near his feet. He stands on a stone bridge which only rises. He moves higher, and as he kneels, the stranger notices that no one has even mentioned the fog. He's surprised that they threw such a test at low-level adventurers. The guy is outraged at what the fucking emperor thinks. The stranger resolutely declares that he will not allow the demons to take Kuria, standing on a rock and looking into the distance. Grist confidently crunches his fingers, brazenly asking the guys what's in there. The S-rank stands tensely, preparing to attack. The Beastman waves to see if they've already talked. Yui claims that Lord Grist is too confident to just stand there and wait. Lloyd realizes that he is using a magic ring to cast spells. He knows by looking at the decoration that the spells are low level. The white magician reasons that he used a physical enhancement spell on himself. Lloyd deduces that Grist is a melee warrior, but he uses a lot more magic than he normally needs. But the guy thinks that in any other situation, he would have focused on defense, while waiting for his magic powers to weaken. Lloyd, looking at the Beastman, realizes that the problem is that he has a huge supply of magic. The Grist is preparing to strike, moving from its place. And Lloyd decides that his strength lies not only in the fighting technique, but also in the great power of his magic boosts. He finds this an unsurprising power for a demon. A fist flies at an inexplicable speed at one of the team members, and Grist screams for the other to clench his teeth. Grist strikes with incredible force, sending Dugas flying away from the damage, while Yui screams his friend's name in fright. Dugas falls, red blood streaming down his face, his shield smashed in half, the wall cracked and dented. Yui can't believe that Grist broke through Dugas' defenses with just one punch. The Beastman, swinging again, notices that he has only just begun. His face lights up with a narcissistic grin, like a snarl. A wounded Dugas opens his eyes, horrified at the sight. Dugas orders the vault to appear, and Grist beats mercilessly. Yui and Kuria are worried and afraid, covering their mouths. And the Beastman keeps coming at a fast pace. Exhausted, Dugas says that if it wasn't for Lloyd's support, he would have been on the verge of death. Yui notices something that terrifies her. The girl looks at Dugas, who is holding a new weapon, and notices that this shield is made of a very strong metal mithril. It was made by a cool blacksmith, who gave it to him as a gesture of goodwill. Dugas notes that it's really too heavy to carry around all the time. Grist admits that he doesn't care what he got there, because it won't help him. Grist approaches to strike again, urging Dugas to try it. Kuria shouts that Dugas can withstand his attacks, but he notes that Grist's hands aren't even scratched after so many blows. She wonders if he has some sort of resistance to mithril. Grist hits the shield, and Dugas fights back with all his strength. Yui runs up behind Grist, yelling that his opponent is her. She swings her sword to deliver a lesson. The girl hits the beast, but it only smokes and asks tiredly that she is serious. Yui looks at him in confusion, not understanding what's going on. Grist turns around and asks if she really thought she could hit him with her toy sword. Yui is surprised and shoves in, not understanding why it's like this. She definitely stabbed him with a sword, but Grist denies it. With a certain amount of disdain, the Beastman explains that her piece of iron didn't even touch him. The girl asks what he is talking about. Lloyd says he's got it all figured out. The guy reports to everyone that he has the power to control magic. A smile appears on the Beastman's face. Yui clarifies what magic control is. Lloyd says that the magical aura that emanates from him covers his entire body like a shield. He thinks that this is how he was able to hit the mithril shield without taking any damage to himself. The white mage is sure that Grist didn't hit him directly with his hand. The Beastman laughs at the fact that Lloyd was able to see his magical abilities. Grist admits that he knew how someone they didn't know about before messed up his plan. He glares fiercely and asks the guy what he was doing. He calls it an exception. The Beastman admits that he doesn't care, because he's going to kill them all anyway. And first of all, he will start with the one who is hiding and waiting for him to loosen his defense so that he can shoot. Kroos, who is hiding, is frightened by these words. Grist is rushing forward somewhere and Silica is yelling behind him to come here. There is a terrifying explosion as the mage watches. Dugas admits that it's just amazing, but he doesn't know when she managed to learn such an advanced spell. Silica looks off into the distance, thinking that this was her strongest spell. And she'll be very surprised if it doesn't work. A thick fog hides the beast's shadow. Grist comes out of the foggy haze, laughing and saying it was ticklish. Silica is frightened, not believing what is happening. She does not understand how it happened. Yui approaches him from the back again, telling him not to forget about her, and on that note, she hits him on the head. Grist turns to the girl, looking visibly annoyed. He snarls at her in a rude way that pisses him off, and swings, but Yui defends himself. The beast turns its back on everyone, and Lloyd finally sees the cut, noting that this is it. The main character reflects that at first, the magic defense of the Grist looked like an unshakable shield, but it can be chipped off by attacks. It recovers its defense after each attack. This is how an indestructible shield is made. Lloyd deduces that the Beastman was damaged by Silica's spell, but Grist concentrated his magic in his fists, exposing his back, and Yui stealthily attacked. The white mage is disappointed that after all their attempts, they only managed to scratch him lightly. Grist punches Dugas, who tries to respond with all his might. Screams and growls can be heard. Kroos fires arrows, but they hit the beast's strong defenses senselessly, missing it. The guy swears that even his arrows can't get through. Silica causes an explosion, and Yui is about to hit Grist again, but the Beastman turns sharply on the head of the team, throwing her in the other direction, yelling at her not to even hope. Yui flies off somewhere. Lloyd calls out to the girl in a panic. Yui is sitting on the ground, exhausted, hurt, and frustrated, breathing heavily and asking if there's really nothing else they can do. Lloyd stares, trying to think of something. The white magician believes that the ships, based on the location of the city, should have noticed the fog and reported it to the imperial capital. He's sure that if reinforcements were sent to them, they would already be here. Lloyd admits that's what he was hoping for all along. Kroos is among the guys, and wonders if this is really the end. Grist grits his teeth and heads over to the team, thinking it's time to end it all. The Beastman quickly approaches the white mage, wishing him dead. Lloyd just holds out his hand as if to create a shield between them. There's a crash underfoot, and Yui blushes in surprise. Lloyd is startled, because right in front of him grows some unusual wall. Dugas and Silica watch, Kroos holding the bow tightly in his hands. The rock sprouts higher, revealing sharp spears, and Grist opens his mouth as if to scream. The stranger sighs, summoning God. He wonders why they're so shabby. Admiring his workstone games, the guy asks that really all adventurers are small fry. Lloyd and Curia stand behind the man they first see. The white magician, with a drop of sweat on his face, notices that he does not believe in them and needs them, but something bothers him. Correa blushes and looks embarrassed, clearly admiring what he sees. And the guy says that he will turn a blind eye to this, because they are protecting the princess. Michelle, who is hiding in the bushes and watching this, finds what is happening something curious. The demon assistant smiles, realizing that Beastman escaped the fog by passing over him. Suddenly, someone behind him turns to Michelle and asks what he is watching from afar. It's weird for the guy, and he turns around in a panic. Michelle notices that his fog didn't detect the presence of a stranger, and the guy asks how he was able to pull this off. The guy asks if he will understand if he says that he has sorted out Michelle's magic. And wanting to speak briefly, the stranger says that he knows all his tricks in advance. Michelle wonders what he's talking about, and the demon assistant declares that the guy will still die here anyway. He walks forward, emitting a mist that envelops everything around him. The poisonous mist flies everywhere, hitting the flowers, which immediately bow down. Michelle admits that he thought the opponent would be more interesting, but it seems to him that he overestimated it. The demon assistant is about to leave, but the hooded stranger says that Michelle is very arrogant, since he believes that this can kill him. Michelle turns to the guy, laughing, and asking that he survived. He turns around the entire body, thinking that the latter has neither a weapon nor a shield, but he still wonders how he escaped its attack. The hooded man notices that he said it too. Pointing a finger at Michelle, the stranger admits that he sees right through him. The guy worries, sweating profusely, but swearing a little. Then he asks the question of who he is. After a moment's hesitation, the stranger throws back his hood, telling Gordo that he is just an alchemist. Curia and Lloyd kneel in front of a stranger who is building stone needles. Lloyd wonders who it is. and the princess is trying to say something. She jumps up and runs towards the stranger, whose name is Celion. The white magician asks if they know each other, and the girl happily replies that yes. She explains that he is his childhood friend and one of the heroes. Kureha puts his hands together and imagines that he is unusual, because he is the hero of ice crystals. The guy is quite confident, but then he closes his eyes and grits his teeth. Yui and Silica ask him again that he is the hero of the ice crystals. The head of the group remembers something and decides to clarify whether this is not the hero who was not recognized by the people of the holy temples because of his bad character, and the guy laughs like a villain. Lloyd repeats the hero's name and wonders if he came here to help them on the orders of the imperial capital. But Celion only asks indignantly. He asks who would even take orders from this stupid emperor. And Lloyd didn't even expect to hear this, and even moved away from the new acquaintance. Celion steps forward, leaving Kureha behind, and points a finger at the boy, claiming that he came here because he doesn't trust weaklings like them. But the princess tries her best to stop him, turning to him like a dog, saying that he is bad, and that it is impossible at all. Yui is indignant that he came here of his own free will in this fog. Kureha tries to convince the guys that Celion is really very good, and the white magician replies that he feels that he is on their side, and this of course calms down. Silica, who is standing somewhere far away, calls out to one of her companions. The mage, trembling as she holds on to her magic staff, makes just a suggestion, but she doesn't think the mist caused the grist. She believes that he is indeed strong, but it seems to her that a beastman cannot maintain the mist and cover himself with magic armor at the same time. The white magician thinks that means the second demon is hiding somewhere nearby. Silica instantly agrees with her friend's opinion. Lloyd reasons that if another demon joins the fight, then he doubts they have a chance of winning, even with a hero on their side. Rumbles and knocks can be heard from the stone block. Grist is trying to get out of there. The guys turn around in horror and discontent to see what is happening there. The cracks are growing bigger and bigger. The blows are getting harder and harder. Shards of rock fly off. Grist is selected by breaking a block of stone. Fragments fly in different directions. Yui, Dugas, and Lloyd are scared, because now they don't know what to do. And Celion clarifies that it was him. The hero turns to the beastman, asking that it was he who kidnapped Kureha. And the guy says it's him, and exhales. Grist notices that the other person is a hero of ice crystals, but he thinks that the truth is that his expression is not heroic at all. Celion thinks that he has no right to even open his mouth in his direction, and this title of hero does not matter to him at all. Grist squeezes his hand with a creak, noting that this is so. The beastman wishes his opponent dead, and Celion contradicts Grist, predicting that he will die in return. In the forest, Michel and an ordinary alchemist have started a fight, and smoke, dust, and fog are hovering around him. The fog spreads over the ground and then rises a little higher, leaving behind only scorched trunks. Michel directs the poison magic directly at his opponent, who immediately takes a step back. The smoke sweeps right in front of the guy's face, but then he swallows it up. Just a silhouette is visible in this thick of magic, and the alchemist coughs unquenchably, thinking that this is as expected of the demon lord's former right-hand man. A hooded guy comes out of the fog, smiling slyly. And Michel claims that only wind mages would be able to resist his magic. He realizes that he has diffused his fog without using any magic at all. The alchemist finds this very curious, and Michel stresses that he has the advantage, but he doesn't even try to attack him first. And the demon's assistant is getting closer and closer to the enemy. Chasing away the fog and smoke between them, Michel says that the alchemist is good at defense, but it seems to him that he can only attack a limited number of times. The alchemist declares that everything is correct. And holding out her finger, Michel asks the other person to ask another question. The guy takes out some kind of potion, and Michel notices that the potion he drank helped him avoid the influence of his fog. Michel is sure that his opponent might not have been able to avoid his fog, but he did it on purpose, and he believes that the alchemist periodically drank another potion while he was surrounded by the fog, and so on each time until the effect ended. The alchemist admits that this is also true, and he is very observant. And the guy puts a finger to his chin, and then laughs that he's in trouble, but still he thinks about something. The alchemist doesn't seem to be able to attack much either, and neither does he. The guys stand in front of each other, and the smoke gets thicker and fills the entire space. The alchemist is still convinced that in this battle, the one who first reveals all his cards will lose. At this time, another battle takes place. Celion points a pile of rocks at Grist, who doesn't understand yet. The magic solidifies, leaving the beastman's legs immobile. But Grist is not particularly afraid of this, he just thinks about it. The guy smashes the stones that hung on his paws, and the fragments flew off in different directions. Selian stands rooted to the spot, watching. The hero jumps, building up the mountain again. He jumps on it and notes that the beastman is stubborn. Grist says he's just as stubborn as he is. The beast reveals that Selian casts spells without saying them, and instead of using a wand or magical artifacts, uses his body to store magic. He's trying to find out if he's really a beastman. Lloyd deduces that simple spells like the vault can be used without a wand and without words. In his opinion, it works if we are talking about more advanced attacking magic, without taking into account all this firepower. Grist, frowning and looking at Selian with an uncomprehending look, asks who he is. And the hero replies that this is not available to ordinary creatures. Selian says that his body is resistant to ice magic. It's at this point that Dugas and Yui are especially surprised. Selian asks if he knows why monsters can use magic. Dugas thinks about it and remembers that some monsters do have magic. Yui admits that she never thought about it. Selian notices that each monster has a strong resistance to a certain element. He says that they usually only have resistance to one element, but this means they can use this magic without spells or other magical objects. Grist interrupts the guy, paraphrasing his words and clarifying that his body is designed like a monster's body. Silica doesn't understand how this is even possible, but Lloyd has an idea. The white magician recalls that he once saw something similar in his mentor's research. In this study, we tested whether it is possible to use high-level magic without the support of magic items, relying on the structure of the bodies of monsters. In conclusion, humans are not able to achieve this because their body structure is very different from that of monsters. And the same goes for demons. Only beastmen are more likely to have resistance to magical elements. In any case, the chances of getting such an ability are extremely low. In the study, they are almost zero. Lloyd turns to Kureya, who is also one of these creatures. The main character thinks that she can also use complex spells without additional artifacts. Lloyd is shocked, and he doesn't understand how this is possible. Selian reveals that in his case, he has the qualities of a hero, in addition to his special physique. The hero brags that this is the result of these two rarities together. The guy, playing with fragments of stone, tells everyone that he can use ice magic, and only it, without restrictions and without additional artifacts. Grist glances tiredly at his opponent, and it seems that he is about to explode. He thanks the other person for this excessively long explanation. The beastman asks if he looks down on him. Selian taunts Grist, asking why it's so obvious. Smiling broadly, the guy says that even if it is, it can't be helped. Having collected all the forces in the palm of your hand, the hero directs all the fragments directly at the enemy. The shards hit the Grist's defense, which believes that such attacks are useless. Selian laughs, urging his opponent not to worry and warning him that he has just warmed up. Grist jumps back, confused inwardly, wondering what it is. Meanwhile, Selian laughs, his self-confidence suppressing the atmosphere of tension. He taunts, insisting that Grist can't beat him just by dodging attacks. The beastman grits his teeth in exertion and anger as he glares at his opponent with hatred. An evil smile spreads across the hero's face, like an obsession that has gripped him. Selian holds up his hands to toy with his opponent, imagining that he can slowly and painfully torture him to death. Kureya points out with a chagrined expression that he doesn't usually say such bad words. It seems to her that Selian's anger is reaching dangerous limits. Lloyd also keeps an eye on everything that happens. Yui concludes that it is now clear why the country of sacred temples did not recognize him as a hero. There is madness and obsession in Selian's gestures and eyes. Kroos, hiding behind a wall, wonders what doesn't sound like a hero's speech. Dugas admits that he can't even help him, because he doesn't really have a strategy, and he just fakes at random. Kureya, despite everything, firmly believes in the victory of Selian. There's a note of admiration mixed with concern in her voice. Lloyd notices something unsettling, and an uneasy feeling begins to build up inside him. Grist approaches Selian, flexing his fists and preparing to strike. The hero does not expect this and looks wide-eyed. Lloyd ponders what he's doing and finds it's not good. He rushes forward, calling for Dugas. The white mage orders his companion to shield Kureya with his shield. He turns sharply to Yui, who immediately turns to him, but then he also calls Silica and Kroos. Waving his hand, Lloyd yells for them to take cover now. He blushes because of the excitement and growing tension. The boy turns to Selian, who is already backing away from him. The guy hopes that he can withstand this attack. A grin distorts the hero's face. Grist grits his teeth angrily, already determined to strike with all his might. He hits, but somewhere near Celion, who only recently managed to rebound. Michelle and the alchemist interrupt the fight, seeing an explosion somewhere nearby. Michelle can't believe that Grist really used the same thing. He reflects that he really was so cornered that he had to resort to this technique. The alchemist just watches and says nothing, looking out from under his forehead. The demon's assistant deduces that Grist also has his trump cards. It seemed to him that that hero would easily win with Lloyd's support magic. The alchemist, on the contrary, believes that he underestimated the 4 heavenly kings. Michelle tells him that means they can't mess around here anymore, and fixes his hair. The demon assistant stretches out her hand, and the magic smoke envelops her. He lowers the tips of his lips and warns that he will fight at full strength. The alchemist folds his hands, chuckling and sighing that he had no plans to reveal his true power today. The guy pulls something out, saying that there is no other choice, and Michelle, seeing this, realizes the threat with horror. They stand almost face to face, understanding everything at the same time. Michelle sees some vials of potions, and the alchemist opens the inside of his cloak, where many more vials are hidden, not counting what he is holding in his hands. Michelle feels like he's gonna have to pull his trump card out of his sleeve too. Smoke explodes all over the space, rushing in different directions. Broken houses and leaning walls now surround everything, and Lloyd hides among them. He raises a fist to his mouth, coughing furiously. Holding the magic staff tightly, the boy tries to move as little as possible because he is injured, a piece of wood sticking out of his leg. With pain and sharpness, the white mage rips out the shard, leaving a wound covered in blood. Then the treatment begins. Carefully presenting the palm to the knee area, the white magician decides to take a walk. Not seeing any of his own, he wonders where Yui and the others are. He uses scouting magic and realizes that the magic power is reacting, so everyone is alive. Lloyd knows that he can't attack now, and even if he does, a few shots will be the limit, but he won't let it go any further. The white magician draws out the hero Celion's name as he passes broken boards and mayhem. Celion stands in the middle of a pile of rocks, stroking his burned hand and coughing. Lloyd wonders if he wasn't able to apply power-up magic to him, but if he prevented the attack with water armor and a water wall. Kureya and Dugas call out to their friend Celion, who yells furiously at them not to approach him. The hero approaches Grist, barely moving, and the beastman scoffs to see if everything is alright, noticing that he can barely stand on his feet. Celion laughs softly, groaning, asking if they're both tired, and doesn't hide her smile. The beastman swings, and his fist glows with fire. The guy asks sarcastically, "How about this?" Lloyd worries, and beads of sweat run down his cheeks. The white magician pushes off from the ground, the dust rises, and the guy jumps up like a feather. Lloyd stands in front of Celion, blocking him from being hit by the beastman. Grist is angry, and you can see that he is boiling with anger. And the white magician deals a magic blow to the opponent's face. The beastman covers the affected area with his hand and shakes his head. Lloyd is already turning to Celion, thinking that he needs to heal him now, but the boy steps back. He is sure that this is not necessary for him, because this is an unnecessary imitation. The white magician, on the contrary, thinks that they need to unite. Celion, hearing this, shouts in surprise and asks how Lloyd can help. But the guy is just silent, expressing a sense of unease. The white magician recalls how the hero Alan once yelled that he was useless. And now Lloyd agrees that this is true, but he is going to contradict. Celion looks away, lost in thought, but the white mage remains silent. Celion looks at his hand and palm in shock, but then clarifies what he did, and Lloyd explains that he used recovery and enhancement magic. The guy even feels like he doesn't believe him. There's a moment of silence, but Lloyd's words sting her with apologies for healing him after all. Celion interrupts his friend, loudly denying it. The guys are standing in front of their opponent. The beastman snarls and grits his teeth, his face contorted with anger. The hero believes that Lloyd can help him. Kureya is surprised that Celion was able to team up with someone else. The hero plays with stones, throwing them into the air and immediately catching them. He turns to the main character, asking if they will capture him. Lloyd, full of determination, agrees, but then the white magician notices that this is useless because the beastman is already preparing to attack. He is convinced that they need to think through a strategy, and Celion refuses to do so, letting go of the stones. The hero forms a magic sword, saying that he knows what to do. Celion lowers his heavy sword, standing directly in front of his worst opponent. Lloyd decides they'll go anyway. Celion, holding his sword tightly, calls out to the white magician, who stands with his back to the hero and calls out to his signal. The guy jumps up quite high, and his weapon is surrounded by a magical aura. Celion slashes hard, producing a distinctive sound, but then the blade breaks into pieces. hitting the shoulder of the beastman, who laughs resolutely. Shards of glass fly apart, and Celion is startled. He looks at Grist, who is surrounded by magical protection. The guy believes that this is a great power, and no matter how many times he tries, it doesn't work out. Yui turns to the guys, and the hero comes up with something. Lloyd is shocked. He is sure that this shouldn't be the case, and wonders how the demon helper who just showed up to everyone didn't die. Michel, with a note of irony in his voice, declares that as far as he knows, he is dead. Although at least he must have just stopped working. The white magician believes that in any case, you need to run away before he comes, because they have little chance of defeating him. Celion stretches his fists to start the fight and asks in confusion if they know each other. Snapping his fingers and laughing ominously, he wonders if he can kill them both at once. Yui approaches from behind, wanting to strike with his sword, and asks the beastman how he feels. Grist only has time to turn to the girl, and Silica causes an explosion with her magic staff. Fog and dust envelop everything around us, and hide the shadow of Grist in the distance. Children cover their eyes with their hands so as not to damage them. The beastman loudly informs them not to be taught, because even if they increase their attack, it's still useless. With these words, the guy puts his hand forward, forming a huge ball of protection. Crow supplies storage, from which he gets arrows. He inserts it into the bow and is about to aim. Lloyd looks off into the distance, noticing the abandoned building where Kroos is located. He comes up with the idea that you need to use storage magic in a row. Arrows fly, piercing the air. Kroos remembers Alin, who was wondering if he could do such a thing. But the archer thinks that even though it's not his idea, suddenly Grist feels something and doesn't understand what happened. Looking at the determined Kroos, the confident Silica, the ferocious Yui, the courageous Dagas, and the terrified Curia, Grist is afraid that suddenly they will be able to destroy his armor with such a composition. But the beastman doesn't show that he's worried. On the contrary, he raises his hands in the air, declaring that Celion could not have thought that he, the four heavenly kings, could be killed by him. He calls him brave, laughing ominously and conveying a note of mockery in his voice. Celion opens her mouth in a startled denial. The hero hints to the beastman that he did not think about it, and in general his goal is not that. Holding out his hand to Grist, the guy points to get a better look at his hand. The beastman closes his eyes rather mockingly, saying that if you think about it like that, it didn't even hit his attack. But at the same time, he opens his eyes and sees something that scares him a lot. Grist's hand is smoking, looking rather burned. The guy yells out what Celion did to him, and almost burns with anger and bewilderment. Celion confirms that he just made a necrosis, and breaks into a smile. Grist doesn't quite know when he did it. Celion notices that the enemy's armor is really strong, but even with their combined strength, they can't break it. Lloyd comes up from behind with slow steps and stands next to the hero, asking what if it's an invisible attack. The white magician explains that his armor can only protect against things that he sees with his own eyes. Lloyd asks with interest if he's right. Celion laughs, holding up a hand that glows with magic, and adds that the cold air he gives off is invisible. The beastman is surprised, and then frowns in displeasure. He wants to know when they noticed it. Lloyd recalls one of the attacks, that even though his armor protected him from the water that Celion let in, his hair froze. The white magician even thought it was an accident. The guy adds that so that Grist could not notice frostbite, he used recovery magic, which removed the pain. The beastman repeats Lloyd's words so that he doesn't realize it. Grist comes to the conclusion that he was concentrating on restoring the magic armor, and the guys continued their continuous invisible attack. The beastman thinks that they understood the properties of his armor in an instant, and he can't believe that they were able to understand it. He looks directly at Lloyd and realizes that he did it all. Celion asks his opponents how they like this, because soon the effect of removing frostbite will disappear. Grist, hearing this, jumps up, but is about to leave. Celion, intrigued, tries to catch up with him and, mocking, clarifies that he decided to run away. And between the two opponents lands Michel, who falls to the ground with a crash. The team watches in shock at what is happening. They didn't expect to see this at all. Grist is surprised, hurriedly pronounces the name of a friend, and he, leaning on his elbow, tries to get up, also calls out to the beastman. Lloyd thinks it's a friend of his. And Michel, frightened, tells her friend that we need to get out of here, because there is a tough opponent here. But Grist doesn't quite understand. Exhausted, Michel assumes he's probably heard the name before too. He mentions the ghostly alchemist, and it makes you see terror and fear in his eyes. The beastman gets scared, once again believing in what is happening. A drop of bitter sweat drips slowly down his cheek, his ears droop down, and his eyes widen. Throwing stones, Celion is burning with the desire to win and passionately asks who will be the first. Looking at the terrified contestants, he confesses that he will make them die with regrets. Grist and Michelle just keep quiet, already using some sort of magic. Celion moves away from them as a strange smoke envelops them. The opponents are no longer visible. Degas coughs like he's choking, but still shares his thoughts that they decided to escape using the smoke. Korea looks scared, as if this is the first time she's seen this, but Celion insists that he won't let them just slip away, and in his agony he calls for the white magician. Lloyd hurries over to him. Celion yells, asking if the guy can use scouting magic. And the white magician explains that he can, but only for moving things and monsters. He notes that their visibility is gone, so scouting magic is useless here. Celion is sure that this is enough, and holds out his hand to his companion. He suggests that he use the magic of scouting and sharing thoughts right now. Lloyd agrees and takes his friend's hands. There's a flash, and magic holds them together. Celion sees the city. Snow is everywhere, and ice stakes stick out like sharp blades on the roofs of houses. The guys barely pronounce the words after what they saw. They are shocked by such an event. Yui lets off steam from behind Tae, wondering why he froze in an instant. Silica warms her hands on her magic staff. And Lloyd understands that it's not just the city that's frozen over. The main character sees that, using this magic power, all the forest monsters hide so as not to freeze. Celion excitedly thinks that this will not kill the monsters. The white mage who stands behind his comrade feels that he has understood why he likes to fight alone. The white magician is sure that, having such abilities, he can accidentally injure an ally. He thought he was amazing, but the level is significantly different. Looking at Celion, Lloyd is convinced that this guy is brave after all. But the guy agrees with this, accepting everything. The alchemist sits among the trees and thinks that if he wasn't there, it would be tough, because that battle between the former devils. He thinks they tortured tens of thousands of people and sent them to the next world. The guy remembers Michelle and his evil smile. He replays the same thought several times in his head that this is the right hand of the former king. He looks down at the potion he's twirling in his hand and notes that if it wasn't practical, it would be scary to think about it. The alchemist raises his head high, realizing that this time his luck has turned. Smoke is everywhere, and he's scared to run, but there's nothing he can do. He admits that he, too, cannot expose his existence to the public. It's hard for him to have his life watched so closely. The alchemist stands and watches the city spread out in front of him. Yui throws up a hand, frantically calling for Lloyd. The white magician comes closer to the girl, asking if everything is fine with her. But Yui resents what he's saying, because it's her words. The head of the group throws a hug at Silica, admitting that she is glad that everything is fine with the owls. The alchemist smiles kindly, and with that, he leaves, claiming that he relies on the others. Kureha stands in front of Lloyd, her eyes glowing with admiration. Lloyd just opens his mouth, waiting for the girl to say something. Celion turns away from everyone, realizing that since birth, he has never teamed up with anyone. In his opinion, gathering in packs is what weaklings do. And he doesn't need a burden, it's easier for him to go on the attack alone. Celion reaches out and flexes his fingers, as if he wants to take something. He looks away, and Lloyd, watching, wonders what's wrong with him. Kureha quickly gets to the hero, holding a bag in his hands. He notes that he forgot her, and the guy remembers that he did. Suddenly, the princess notices something strange. She realizes that this is a bag that she made with her own hands when she was 7 years old and gave it to him. Yui looks at the item with delight, and the guy slings the bag over his shoulder, expressing only his courage and dissatisfaction. Yui asks Kureha again if she did it, and the girl tells him that she did, and that she gave it to Celion for his birthday. She can't believe he's still wearing it. Kureha gently folds her hands under her cheek. The hero refuses, calling on everyone to be quiet, and explains that he is simply too lazy to go to the store and buy. Yui doesn't believe him, of course, and puts his fingers to his lower lip in a suspicious gesture. Lloyd tries to stop Yui. Celion gets out of Seb and pounces on Yui, wondering what she wants. The girl giggles softly in response. Kureha points his index finger, indicating that the guy doesn't have to be so angry, because it's not something bad. But Celion prefers it in the end. The hero folds his hands resentfully and points out that he has escaped from certain death. Girls are touched, admiring the guy. Celion raises her voice to poor Yui, and the princess notices the difference in treatment. There are footsteps that resound quite loudly in the space. Silica notices the noise and turns around, and someone is addressing the group. The armored men ask anxiously what happened here in the first place. Kurea looks at the coat of arms that is engraved on the metal and is surprised. There's hope in her eyes. Placing his hand on his chest, the knight informs that they were sent from the royal capital of Sylphes, and they are royal knights. They were informed about a strange fog, and they came to investigate, and Celion impudently interrupts them, saying that they have arrived at such an hour, and they do not need them anymore. The hero explains that they have already chased away the demons that were aiming at Kurea. The guards don't understand what's going on, and they're pretty confused. The knight excitedly tries to say what they will do. Both Lloyd and Yui listen carefully, agreeing in advance. The knight asks the boys to accompany them to the royal capital, and Lloyd's mouth drops open in surprise. They're on their way. Yui happily raises his head to say that the capital is finally visible. The guys repeat the movement after the girl, and a smile appears on their faces. Dagus thinks it was a long way off, but Cross is sure it would have been a fun hike if it hadn't been for the demons. Lloyd finally realizes that this is it. He is glad that they have reached the royal capital of Sylphes. Everyone opens their mouths in surprise. The group members see a flag saying that the heart of the kingdom of Fulin is the royal capital of Sylphes. The city is more than 10 times larger and thrives better than Ishtar. Moreover, there is a royal castle where the king is located and many people live. The guys notice the royal castle. Yui admits that she is so worried. A stranger greets the team, politely greeting dear travelers. The guy introduces himself as Elzario. He is the commander of the Royal Knights. He encourages the guys to get to know each other better. After conversations, the new acquaintance says that he understands everything, and he emphasizes that after all, this smoke is the work of demons. Elzario expresses his regret that there is nothing he can do to help. He thanks the team for protecting the second princess, but Lloyd interrupts the guy, saying that this is not his merit, and all this is thanks to Celion. The hero is sitting in a corner somewhere, leaning his cheek on his hand, and looking bored. Celion explains that this is not what matters now. He thinks that the main problem is letting Kurea spend the night here, but he is afraid and doesn't even know what to do if the demons are hiding somewhere again. The hero is sure that inside the castle is not always safe. Elzario tries to convince the kids not to worry about it, and a smile appears on his face. He adds that this is why they invited Lloyd to visit their castle. The white magician is surprised. The commander asks if the guy has heard this from Mr. Abel. Lloyd is surprised, but the guy keeps remembering that when he gets there, he'll understand. The white mage explains that they were told nothing but to be a guard for Kurea. There was silence. Elzario is sure that Lloyd actually uses exploration magic, and it is used for humans, demons, and human beasts. He would like to test it on the people inside the castle. Barry thinks it might be possible, but Lloyd interrupts him by asking why. The guy, confused, clarifies what the main character asked. Lloyd wonders if it would be better to rely on the outstanding magicians from the royal capital. And he's sure they didn't have to call him out on purpose. But Elzario insists that it is better for him. Yui touches his friend's shoulder solicitously, trying to explain something to him. She approaches him and stretches out her index finger, noting that there is no one who can distinguish between races, and he is an exception. She asks him if he understands this. Lloyd denies everything, explaining that anyone can use intelligence magic. Silica giggles softly after hearing her friend's opinion, while Yui is embarrassed, holding back in silence. Elzario puts his fingers to his lips and is about to make a final decision. The commander explains that after the audience with the king, he will ask Lloyd to do race discrimination, and the white magician agrees, accepting the order. Celion gets up, probably about to leave. Lloyd calls out to him. The main character mentions that all the knights they met before were demon-free. He calms Celion down by saying that he can relax about this already. Elzario is surprised to the point of goosebumps. He doesn't even know when he made it, because it seems to him that it can't be, that he has already checked it with the help of intelligence. The commander thinks that here he is, the hero Ishtar, and looks at the humble Lloyd. The guy explains something to Celion, actively waving his hands. Elzario turns to the guys and asks them if they are ready, and the team responds in the affirmative. The band stands straight, as if on parade. In front of them is Gregor Basileus, who is the king of the kingdom of Fulin. The king greets travelers politely and gallantly. And first of all, he wants to say words of gratitude for the safe protection of the princess. Yui suddenly screams that they don't deserve such words, and Dagus is sure that the girl is just too worried. Gregor admits that he added a reward out of his own desire. He mentions that if the guys have weapons that need to be repaired, the Knight's Forge will take care of them. The king also instructed to prepare a mansion for them in the royal capital. Yui screams, asking if they are worthy of this. Gregor makes his last request. He asks the guys to stay a little longer in the royal capital. The king, something else will happen. In the meantime, he admits that they will hide the princess. The head of the kingdom informs the guys that he calls a brave man, but he wants them to be in the capital at the right time. Yui and Lloyd look at each other like they know where this is going. Yui says they've got it all figured out. The girl assures the king that he can rely on them. The group realizes that they can finally relax and unwind. Dugas confirms this with relief. Yui folds her hands together, tucking them under her cheek, and wonders if she can take a walk around the royal capital tomorrow. Kroos notices that the girl is full of energy. Someone asks Lloyd if he still has things to do, and the guy answers in the affirmative. Half the team rushes forward, waving goodbye and wishing good luck to the white magician. Kroos reminds him that they will meet later, and Silica admits that she will hold her fists for him. Lloyd closes his eyes in contentment, figuring that now he needs to start distinguishing between the races. And he understands that this will take several hours, and he needs to find time to rest. Dugas watches the team go off into the distance and asks him to look at them, because they put everything on him. Lloyd doesn't hold a grudge, and he says it's okay. The white magician remembers his teacher Merlin Sama, and adds that he is used to it. And Dugas asks what's going on, and he tells Lloyd not to overdo it. The main character accepts the words of a friend and thanks him for his care. Lloyd reflects on what he said, like he's used to, but it's not really true. It seems that the entire city has gathered in front of Lloyd in the night. The crowd stands quietly waiting. Lloyd even freaks out and asks if there are 100 or 200 people here. The knight who is behind the main character notices that they are all from Group A. The guy shows the scroll to the white magician, which will be up to J Group. Lloyd doesn't say anything, just narrows his eyes. Lloyd realizes there's nothing he can do, and turns to the people. He stretches out his hand, and a magic staff appears in it. Weapons are becoming more and more visible. The guy confidently holds the staff. The crowd is surprised, and whispers that this is what the rumors are about. It seems to them that this is exactly the magic of storage. Lloyd gives the command to start. Late into the night, the white magician dealt with the crowd, and here he is, exhausted, barely dragging his feet. Lloyd closes his eyes in exhaustion and thinks it's been a long time. He checked, but there were no demons in any of them, but there was also the possibility that demons might cooperate with humans, or human beasts. The main character is sure that this should be kept in mind. A faded shadow appears behind the wall. The girl is sitting on her haunches, propped up on her palms, sniffing around. The stranger sniffs again, and the smell is familiar. Lloyd covers his mouth with his hand, yawning tiredly, thinking that Yui and the others must be asleep by now. The white magician is also thinking to get some rest as soon as possible. Instantly, a girl jumps out of nowhere, and she quickly goes to the guy, who is taken aback by surprise. She points her finger directly at the person, playfully shouting what she found. But Lloyd is only surprised to see such a creature in front of him. He looks doubtful and wants to know something about it. Seeing the small ears, the guy comes to the conclusion that this is none other than a child. The girl wags her tail, and the white magician believes that she is a beastman. But the stranger calls Lloyd impolite and is outraged by his behavior. She thinks she's kinda grown up. The guy comes to his senses and asks to forgive him. The lady folds her arms in contentment, accepting the apology of the white magician, who has already noticed something strange about her. He freaks out that it was inside the people he was testing with intelligence magic. He opens his mouth in fear and doubt, and lets out a sharp breath, but the stranger tries to stop him, telling him not to be so nervous. She clarifies what he wanted to ask. The girl mentions that there is only one person who does not need to be distinguished. Lloyd adds that he has been told this, and he remembers the night, thinking that this person is postponed for later. The stranger explains that it's her, but the guy is silent, like a fish on ice. He's sure to check it out too, just in case. Around the girl, Lloyd sees a magical aura as he applies his scouting magic. Excitedly, the white mage confesses that this is indeed a beastman. The lady sniffs again, wanting to say something to the main character. She touches her fingers to her chin thoughtfully and looks up, noticing that there are things she wants to ask, but then it turns out that she has changed her mind. The girl admits that there are things that she wants to talk to him about. Lloyd asks again, realizing that he's tired and wants to get some rest. The white magician is about to leave and has already turned his back on the stranger, but she doesn't like this attitude. The girl grabs the guy's coat and pulls him over, and Lloyd thinks it's going to be a long time, so he suggests we discuss it tomorrow. The lady tries to stop the main character with all her might, and it's not so easy. She decides to intrigue the other person with the fact that it will probably interest him. At this point, Lloyd turns to the beastman, dreading what she will say. With a smile on her face, the stranger asks the white magician if he knew about ancient magic. Lloyd is shocked, and the girl's eyes show determination and confidence in what she does and says. She closes her eyes and lowers her head coquettishly, grabbing her chin. The girl is convinced that Lloyd is still interested in this. She turns abruptly, as if leading the white wizard somewhere. She orders him to follow her. The interlocutor speeds up the pace, and the main character obediently follows her, agreeing to her conditions. As they descend the stairs, Lloyd looks around. The guys open the door, the white magician looks out from behind it, and it becomes clear that he is a little afraid and worried. He notes that the stranger used concealment magic. There are clouds and smoke everywhere, covering the entrance. They pass on, and the protagonist reflects that this passage was hidden by illusion magic. The girl laughs, asking if it's funny, and says that it was her idea. Lloyd says aloud his thoughts about how this is a hidden passage, with such reliability, but he doesn't care where it leads at all. But the stranger just continues on her way, humming a tune. The lady takes hold of the heavy door handles and pulls on herself, noting that this is a hidden room that is not even on the map. The entrance is available, and the shadows from their bodies fall on the floor, and the girl continues to tell that besides her, the king and 10 other people know about it. Lloyd walks past bookcases with stacks of books, wondering if it's here. But the stranger tells him that it's not here, and these archives are fake. The beastman goes to the wall and puts his hand on it, and then draws something with his finger, from under which magic smoke appears. Lloyd is impressed with this. The guys enter the room, and the girl points her hand at the space, noting that this is her office. Smoke everywhere, test tubes boiling. There are some notes in the notebooks. Herbs, glasses, and plants fill the table. Lloyd realizes that she has gained the king's trust and has a hidden study inside the castle. The white magician can't wait to find out who she is. The girl affably declares that her name is Lowen, and cheerfully pours tea from the teapot into a mug. The beastman looks away and thoughtfully asks who she is. Lloyd looks confused. She thinks that even she can't understand it, admiring one person. She stutters, repeating her thought. And Lloyd is trying to figure out who this person is. The girl recalls that she begged many times to make her a student, but they kept refusing her, saying that she was not a scientist. She explains that this is the reason why she created her own office. Lloyd is surprised to find the house of the King of Learning, and finds it quite delightful. The stranger continues that this man she admires, she doesn't even know if he's still alive. The guys sit down at the table, and the stranger bends down too much, almost lying down on the table. Lloyd is startled by this reaction, and the girl approaches, sniffing the air. A sly smile appears on her face, and the lady admits that it still smells. Lloyd is embarrassed, crossing his arms over his chest, afraid he might stink. But the girl understands everything and tries to convince that this is not a body odor. She adds that she is not a pervert. The interlocutor explains that what she feels is the smell of magical power, the white magician thinks. The main character wonders if the magic power has a smell, and the girl reports that she can only smell special smells. She adds that she can also discern the characteristics of magic, and with her eyes closed, the stranger raises the cup of drink to her lips, but then puts the dishes on the table, wanting to tell her something. She jumps up, pointing a finger at Lloyd, and adds that the one she admires is in him. She thinks he smells just like Marlene. Lloyd remembers his beautiful teacher, Merlin Sama. The white magician, confused, asks the stranger if she knows the teacher. Lowen can't help but admire the fact that he knows Marlene after all. She wonders where the man she admires so much is. She watches his every move with fascination, waiting for his response. And Lloyd tells her to wait a bit. The white magician thinks that Merlin is the one who likes to drink. He imagines her holding a bottle of alcohol and always having fun. He doesn't believe this is the one Lowen admires so much. The main character correctly expresses his opinion that Marlene, whom he knows, and the person whom the girl admires are not the same person. The stranger interrupts the guy with her exclamation that this is exactly Marlene. Running his finger over the glasses, the scientist notes that Lloyd's magic power and Marlene's magic power are different in nature. She picks up the pieces of glass and carries them to the table with the test tubes. Lowen pours glasses of liquid into some containers, and explains that the control and use of this all relates to Marlene's magical power. Lloyd is impressed that she even knows this, and the girl confesses that it's because she's a true fan of hers, and she perfectly remembers her magic power. Yui had once asked Lloyd that he was also a fan of Marlene, and he mentions that the head of the group also said that. Lloyd is sure that even if he got it wrong, He still wonders why the teacher has fans. Lowen turns dumbfounded to the white wizard, asking if he didn't hear anything, and he clarifies. She thinks Marlene is hiding something from the guy. The main character stands behind, a little confused. The guy suggests changing the subject and remembers that Lowen should have told him about ancient magic. He wonders if even he can master it. The beast man is just silent. You can see what she's thinking. The girl says that this is impossible. And Lloyd is a little surprised, but he tries to point out that he can still try. The stranger interrupts him and flatly refuses. She throws up her hands, noting that it is impossible to master ancient magic based on a heroic legendary story. Lloyd clarifies what this means. Lowen opens the book, closing her eyes and preparing to explain. The scientist says that this is an ancient magic, and according to the legends, it was mentioned in ancient times. In the past, hundreds and thousands of people worked hard to master this magic. Lowen adds that whatever these people did, it didn't bring any results. She believes that learning requires no training or effort, and ancient magic is a magic full of mysteries. The white magician asks that such magic really exists, and thinks about it. The girl tells about another detail, that only once in hundreds of years can a person be born who uses non-standard magic in accordance with traditions. Lloyd stutters about it, and Lowen confirms it. The scientist points out that this is indeed Claire Rieselst, holding the book still open. The girl explains that the second princess was born with the ability to use ancient magic. She firmly states that she is the successor. He remembers how Kyria used to sing, and now he realizes that this is ancient magic. The scientist notes that currently there is no one else who can use ancient magic. She shares rumors that the devil was also like that, but he is no longer there. Lloyd asks again that the devil can use such magic, because this is the first time he hears such a thing. Lowen slams the book shut, saying that this is only natural, because information about ancient magic is controlled in every possible way. The chain grows around the book, and the girl adds that its very existence is powerful, and this can cause fear in people. Lowen explains that even if you can't use it directly, you can use an intermediary, just like the demons did to Claire. Lloyd expresses his understanding of the matter, but claims that it is magic that he cannot use. He looks down at his palm, wondering what he was thinking, so he can move. Lowen adds that in the past, there was only one bad successor who used ancient magic. The boy's eyes light up with hope, but she reports that he was losing his life the very moment he used magic. Still, understanding this, it can be said that apart from the successors, no one can use ancient magic. The scientist says that someone who understood the structure of ancient magic through practice developed a storage magic that can be used without a cane, and activated the magic completely without using a spell. Lowen informs Lloyd that it was Merlin herself who did it. The white magician wonders why the girl told such a secret thing to him. He thinks it's a good thing that he asked such a thing. The girl smiles, only remaining silent. She invites the guy to study ancient magic with her, because she was just looking for help in the knowledge of magic. Lloyd is a little startled by this statement. The white magician admits that he is certainly interested in this, but he apologizes, because he now belongs to the group of travelers. Lloyd thinks that he just needs to prioritize running errands, and he's going to allocate his free time, since Yui and the others can't be kept in D rank forever. The white magician holds out his hand, apologizing again and explaining that there is simply no time to help her. The girl expresses her understanding about this situation, but she calls on Lloyd to then raise her rank. She asks the guy to help him with this, and the main character is confused, and Lowen says that there were times when she was also an adventurer and she was led by an adventure road. She begins to rummage through the box of things, believing that it is definitely here somewhere. She pulls out her ID card and shoves it in Lloyd's face, yelling what she found. She reports that she has an A- rank. The girl adds that when he has time, he will help her, and in the meantime, she will help him increase his rank. She asks Lloyd how he feels about it, and points a finger at him. The white magician is sure that if so, then there is no problem. Lowen jumps with happiness, yelling that everything is fine. She grabs the boy's hands, telling him this isn't a negotiation. Lloyd leaves, and the girl giggles that this is how she will approach Marlene's teacher. The white magician descends the stairs, and his footsteps resound in the silence. He looks around and realizes that while they were talking, it was morning. In front of him, he notices their mansion. He moves closer to it and examines it. He feels that it is very similar to the mansion he lived in when he was in a group of warriors. He thinks of all the guys he's known, and scornfully notes that it's so nostalgic. Lloyd reasons that Ishtar has been completely under attack since that day, and after that, he doesn't know Alan's location, and it's not clear which way he went. The White Magician wonders if they are all right, and raises a finger to his chin thoughtfully. He thinks they've been in the same band for a year, but he's still worried. And at that moment, someone calls out to the guy from the balcony, and he looks up. Yui worries that Lloyd has only just returned. She thinks he's probably tired, and they've made breakfast. The guy thanks the girl for her care and concern, but the head of the group notes that if you thank, then dugas, because she did not cook. Yui thinks it's delicious, and Lloyd admits that he can't wait. Someone is walking in the woods. It's an angry Grist, rubbing his injured hand. He screams that he is useless, and is generally indignant about what kind of left hand of the past devil is. The Beastman scolds Michelle out loud, looking visibly hurt and burning with anger. He clenches his jaw, and beads of sweat run down his face. He remembers his named assistant and declares that he doesn't need him anymore and doesn't care where he dies. Closing their eyes from discontent, the person confirms that this is all as the new devil said. Grist doesn't know if it was the demon whose name was revealed, but after all, it's a remnant of the past. Behind him, the Beastman sees a monster preparing to attack him. There is a growl and an ominous thud, but Grist quickly copes with it. A pool of scarlet blood spreads under the feet of the Beastman, who sits thoughtfully on a rock and clenches his hand into a fist, cursing the very last words. The guy beats his chest, angry that if this goes on, then his position in the new structure will be in danger. Grist remembers Celion, whom he calls the Crystal Warrior. He still can't believe that he came alone to save Curia. The Beastman gets up from his seat, thinking that it is absolutely necessary to report this to the devil. The guy is sure that the fact that there is Celion in Claire's entourage is not without reason. In addition, there is another piece of news that the ghost alchemist is still alive. And as he lowered his bloody hand down, he remembered something else. And this is something that turns out to be the most hated. This is the White Magician. Grist's jaw clenches in anger, making his teeth creak. Lloyd is surrounded by a group of kids. The atmosphere is warm and good, full of smiles and laughter. A week after arriving in the royal capital, everyone was summoned to the royal castle. Yui sits at the table, admiring that high-ranked adventurers from all over the country gather here. Now she understands that these rumors were true. The magician Silica notices a guy, informs everyone about it, and asks that the one sitting over there is not a hero of the destruction of a country that professes a holy religion. The guy, with his hands folded under his chin, radiates confidence and perseverance. Yui screams that it's the one who uses the strongest black storm magic. She points at the stranger, saying it's the brave one. From this, the head of the group says that wow, expressing his amazement. Someone notes that he is also called Celion, and it seems that this is not just so. Lloyd remains silent. The White Mage wonders if it's okay for them to be here, and Yui asks what he's saying, since he's also a member of their team. A man passes by and calls out to the boys. This person is a commander of the Royal Order of Knights of El Serio. He moves forward and sits down at the table, thanking everyone who's here today. He offers not to delay and immediately start, asking permission to tell everyone why he called adventurers and brave people together in this way. As the commander looks around, he notices that just by assessing everyone's actual strength, he wants the guys to receive an assignment from the Royal Order of Chivalry. The Kurbol looks at each other, trying to hide their worries. Someone whispers, discussing an assignment directly from the Knight Order. We are talking about the first assignment, and this is the protection of the second daughter of the Emperor. The commander stands up majestically, as if towering over everyone. He reveals that for some reason, the princess has become a target for demons, so she is currently in the royal capital for her own protection. Yui whispers softly in the ear of Lloyd, who is sitting next to her, that as she expected, they are hiding about Curia's magic. And the White Magician reflects on the words for some reason. The commander moves on, finally talking about the second assignment. Heavy curtains open, and the commander points at the mock-ups, shouting about the capture of the dungeon. The audience is horrified to hear about this. And the commander explains that it seems to him that there are those who do not understand what we are talking about. And for this reason, he can explain again. The guy emphasizes the word dungeon while presenting the layout. On the plan and layout, you can see a huge maze that appeared due to the magical power of a powerful object. The commander believes that in the deepest part there is a legendary item, and if someone takes it, the dungeon will collapse. Holding out his index finger, the commander notices that the famous sacred sword is also an item unearthed in the dungeon. Yui, hearing this, repeats the news about the sacred sword, and her eyes shine with joy and admiration. Lloyd, thoughtfully raises his fingers to his chin, mentions that a sword that only a brave man can handle. He confesses that he once heard that it is now under control in the land of the holy religion, and no one can use it without permission. The commander shouts that their goal is to get such a powerful item, as well as increase their combat power and capture the dungeon. The guy explains that to do this, he wants to divide the guys into the team protecting the second princess and the team capturing the dungeon. Lloyd, sitting modestly and listening to everything, suggests that Celion will probably be on the second princess security team, and that's probably all. The commander is friendly and happily invites everyone to join the teams. But first, he would like everyone to introduce themselves. Lloyd begins to worry, his inner unease growing as he considers what needs to be done. The girl stands up with her hand on her shoulder, as if she's bragging about being an A-rank magical swordswoman. Her name is Julia, and she expresses her joy at meeting everyone. An unemotional stranger introduces himself as an archer and adventurer of rank A. He informs everyone that his name is Kui. The old man confidently addresses everyone that his name is Gons, and he uses a shield. Being an arc rank, Yui stands up, happily shouting her name and pretending to be the team leader, adventurer, and swordswoman of ranks. Lloyd slowly and awkwardly stands up, trying to straighten up. He tries to say something, but nothing comes out. Looking straight ahead, the guy, restraining himself with all his strength, informs that he is Yui's assistant in the team, a white magician named Lloyd. He continues to list his statuses. Rank adventurer. Everyone starts whispering about it, and a guy calls out to Lloyd, asking him what he said about rank AD. He stands up aggressively, asking what the commander's intentions are. He notes that only those with real power, and who were recognized as king, were invited here. A faint smile appears on the other person's face. The commander agrees, noting that he is undoubtedly a capable person. The guy's statements become rude, and he declares that it is impossible to assess real strength, only by the presence or absence of a title. He asks that, isn't it obvious? And the interlocutor asks Lloyd, if he has abilities, then why is the rank D? Those present point a finger at the white magician, demanding an explanation. The magician wonders what would happen if only one rank was mentioned. He opens his arms, revealing that he was once on Alan's team. The hero of the destroying country puts his fingers together again in disbelief, asking again what Lloyd said. The hero mentions that Alan is an aristocrat, and he wonders if there was a white magician on his team. Lloyd, stuttering and startled, answers in the affirmative. The hero of destroying country reveals that Alan was just a weakling, not a brave one, and he was surprised that Saint Sheena saved them from that. The guy abruptly gets up from his seat, aggressively saying that he couldn't be a member of his team. He urges Lloyd not to talk nonsense, because in his opinion there is something. The hero adds that Alan rejected an urgent assignment and ran away, and Lloyd freezes in a stupor, thinking about the fact that Alan ran away. But the magician did not notice that he said his thoughts out loud, and others confirm this. Yui jumps up, rushing to defend his companion. She tries to stop everyone, explaining that before that, Lloyd left the brave man's team. And the hero of the destroying country clarifies that they were on the same level with him. The guy turns a pretty blind eye, stating that he doesn't think Yui is qualified to take part in important missions. This is hurting Yui, humiliating her status. There's a moment of silence, interrupted by someone agreeing. Celion, holding out his hand, says that he agrees to let Lloyd participate, because he is at least superior to many of the comrades of the hero of the destroying country. The girl angrily tries to throw herself at Celion, who almost insulted her, but her companion urges her not to do this, showing an appropriate gesture. The hero shouts, asking Celion that he wants to start a war, but Celion denies everything. The guy insists that it's just a fact, and then immediately grits his teeth. The hero of the destroying country screams that he does not recognize the participation of the aristocracy. Holding out his index finger, he urges Celion not to say that he has forgotten. He brazenly recalls what the aristocrats did in the land of the holy religion. Celiona seethes, and her anger is about to pour out of him. He begins to prove that the people in their country called Kuria a monster, and therefore the hero of the destroying country has a claim that they destroyed their castle. And the interviewee points out that if they can't admit any of their mistakes, then they have no right to call themselves brave or aristocratic. The opponent's eyes meet, and their gazes express dissatisfaction and anger. Everyone freezes in anticipation of something, afraid to utter even a word. The commander is watching with interest. Then there's a thud as the door opens. A dark shape appears behind them, dust and shards of glass flying out of the door. With a joyful laugh and devilish treatment, the girl is informed that here she is, who made everyone wait. Yui's group turns around and freezes, especially for Loida. The lady hits the floor resoundingly with her umbrella, greeting everyone and explaining that she has returned from the abyss itself. She introduces herself as a great Daikoku magician named Shino. A determined smile lights up the girl's face and her eyes sparkle. The girl points her finger at Lloyd, and after a while the guys stand in a group, consulting if they can take the dungeon in this way, because they themselves chose the team capture the dungeon. Kroos is particularly disappointed that there is also Shino. He can't believe the team will go with them on this mission. He introduces the Capture the Dungeon team, remembering that it now includes a strange girl, a nasty hero of a collapsing country, and his companion. Yui is worried about what they should do, because this is a very important assignment, although they can also refuse. Dugas is more interested in participating, but retreating in case of danger, when the safety of life is put first. Yui finds this solution correct. Unexpectedly, Silica also expresses her agreement, because this time human life is not directly affected. Yui concludes that in this case, they have a free hand until the day of capture. Dugas turns to Yui, emphasizing that he needs to prepare well. And the head of the team is almost crying. Why is he pointing at her? Time passed. Lloyd stands in front of the wall, where he taps loudly. Lowen is lucky to find herself in her office, and the white magician finds her engrossed in a book. He's surprised by the guy's appearance, wondering what happened. The guy explains that he needs to ask him something, and he hands her sweets as a gift. The girl squeals with joy, calling him very caring. The guys sit down at the table, spending time over tea. The white magician admits that he needs information about the participants in the capture of the dungeon. He thinks that it is important to know in advance the comrades with whom they will fight together. He asks if she knows anything about it. Lowen takes a bite of the sweet, giggles at what he wants, and flirts. Lowen admires how she secretly followed the adventurers around and gathered information about them. And Lloyd admits that he didn't know that before. The girl puts the pieces of paper on the table, noticing that the one with the real power is Testa, who is the brave of destruction, and Shino. And poor Lloyd thinks she looks like a stalker. The white magician remembers Shino, who is a great Daikoku magician. Lowen wonders if he knows her. The guy confirms that it was quite impressive. And the girl says that she is. And as far as she knows, it's not an exaggeration to say that she's the most powerful Daikoku mage in history. Lowen holds the cookie up to her eye in a funny, flirtatious way. She drops the candy in her mouth and chews contentedly, saying that this story is not limited to dark magic. She understands that there are no others like this. Lloyd asks again that he is the most powerful Daikoku mage in history. The girl explains that you can say that she is his opposite. The white magician asks what Lowen means when he talks about opposites, and he understands that the girl calls Shino the strongest. Before his eyes, the guy is immediately disappointed, and he looks downcast. The beastman just doesn't understand why he's so upset. The girl is sure that her new friend needs to make friends with Shino, and in any case, it will not hurt. And the guy says that he understood everything. Lloyd is about to leave, but then turns around to say that he wants to learn magic before going on a mission. Lowen asks about support magic, and the white magician says no. Lloyd says that he just wants to learn different types of magic, not just support magic, but it seems to him that you can't use unsuitable magic. Lowen replies that she understands her companion. Lloyd decides that he will have to fight Celion together. The white magician recalls that he first saw such an unusual way of using magic. He believes that if he had more knowledge about magic, the guy believes that he could provide more reliable support. Lloyd realizes that knowledge of magic is important to support different adventurers. The white magician adds that the structure and concept of magic can also be useful. Closing her eyes in contentment, Lowen reasons that Lloyd and Merlin are very similar after all, but the guy doesn't seem happy about it. And the girl screams, asking him what he's going to do all night with nothing to be happy about, and her anger and indignation even seem to make her curtsy. Beastman starts up the stairs, but suddenly turns to Lloyd, reminding him that she wants to warn him about one thing. The white magician listens quite carefully after he has decided to ask again. Lowen explains that all the guys on his team are young and have earned the title, but she is sure that there are people who will think differently. But Lloyd does not need to forget this. The girl walks forward, and the guy follows right behind her. Lowen informs the boy that he is older than Yui and the others in the capture team, but there are still A-rank adventurers. Lloyd seems to be starting to understand what this is all about: envy. Lowen believes that being envious of talent is burdensome. Even on the task that will be this time, they can do something wrong. Lloyd expresses his understanding, admitting that he will tell Yui and the others to be careful. Lowen is furious, asking what he's saying. The girl turns sharply, shouting that Lloyd is the one who is most dangerous. The guy gets scared and takes a step back. The new acquaintance adds that there is only one D-ranked adventurer among the S-rank people, and she is convinced that if they are going to target the white magician first. This is exactly what the guy thinks about, finding it true and true. Lowen holds out an open palm to the boy, wanting to reassure him that there's no need for zeal, especially if most of the team are adventurers, and then they can fight back. Lloyd realizes that this isn't really the case. The guy leaves and waves goodbye to his girlfriend, and the girl is left alone with him. She lets out a sigh of relief, as if she has dropped something very heavy. It assumes that the main character either has such a point of view, or he has such a character. Still, Lowen doesn't feel like the white mage was raised to be like this. She reaches for the flowers and gently plucks a single plant. She wonders if it's possible to defeat the Demon King with her current powers. She doesn't understand why this country and its valuables can't be protected. Lowen looks up at the sky, telling Marlene that she's just curious. The petals of the flower fall off, and they are carried by the wind. The girl is worried about where Merlin is now and what she is doing. Lloyd, holding a bag of different containers, assumes that this is what it looks like to purchase everything necessary for the task. The guy thinks that, as expected from the royal capital, he is sure that the place is thriving, and it is more noisy, which is nothing compared to Ishtar. The white mage had been warned that there might indeed be people in such a crowd who would be able to attack him unexpectedly. Lloyd looks suspicious. The guy goes forward but for some reason turns around. A dark shape looms behind us. Lloyd, looking away, realizes that there is already one, the one who is following him around. The shadow follows Lloyd around the corner. As soon as the white magician turns around, the girl is pressed against the wall. The main character thinks it's even Yui. Lloyd wonders if she's good at melee combat. He holds out his hand and the bag disappears. The guy decides to run away, and Shadow thinks about it. The white magician is sure that with the help of scouting magic, he evaluates the movements of people and passes through the shortest paths. People are crowding in. Lloyd leans forward, and the girl continues to watch him, seeing that she still has a long way to go. There are firm footsteps and he exhales calmly, thinking that he would be glad if she gave up on this. The white magician bumps into a woman who is walking towards him, but Lloyd is too busy trying to keep up with him. The main character steps back, falling and apologizing. He asks the stranger if she is hurt. The lady holds out her open hand, assuring him that it is she who should ask him if he is all right. Lloyd grabs the woman's hand, answering in the affirmative and realizing that her appearance is suspicious, but something pushes him to trust her. The guy judges by the voice that this woman is kind and sincerely thanks her. The lady asks if she can also ask him, and Lloyd looks at her in surprise. The woman confesses that she has heard that brave men and adventurers of the S-rank gather here in the royal capital. She asks if the white magician knows where they are. The main character assumes that she is a fan or something, but still comes to the conclusion that although there is nothing unusual about brave men and high-ranking adventurers, the woman explains that she just wants to meet them. Lloyd doesn't quite know what she's talking about, because she's like this. These words frighten her a little. The woman doesn't know how to explain it. She clarifies that she just doesn't have confidence in herself, so she usually wears this suit. Lloyd just thinks it's suspicious. The main character confesses that he knows several people, but instead would like to know who this woman is. He feels uneasy. A smile appears on the lady's face, which makes Lloyd uneasy, especially since he doesn't feel any magic power at all. The guy realizes that this is not the degree to which the magic power is low, or it holds it back. He feels absolutely nothing. The white magician continues to argue that the constitution in which magical power is not present from birth. He had heard that there were only a certain number of them. They are difficult to detect with magic due to their characteristics, and often belong to squads that must operate in secret. Lloyd points out that it is possible that this woman is an assassin. There is silence. The lady smiles and then waves her hand in apology. As she thought, it was impossible to ask a white mage to meet them. The main character makes excuses for not being able to help and asks for forgiveness. But the woman convinces the guy not to worry. She believes that the fact that he doubts means that he is prudent about everything and appreciates his friends. The guy is surprised because he didn't say a word about them. In confusion, the stranger covers her mouth, realizing that she has shaken up too much. The lady hurriedly waves to the guy, preparing to leave, and says goodbye to him, and Lloyd remains at a loss. The woman disappears around a bend, and the white magician thinks that he has heard this voice somewhere. Someone coughs and swears that he was able to escape, and no one even knows what kind of guy he is. This stranger who is bursting with anger. She wonders if Lloyd wasn't a D-rank adventurer, and she's sure he's too fast. She covers her mouth, wondering if he's noticed how perfectly she's been watching him. Her eyes widen. Suddenly, she feels a chill and is already afraid, but suddenly stops herself, thinking that she is just too worried. Shino jumps close to the girl, uttering the ninja sound, which is especially scary for the team leader, and she falls to the ground. The girl laughs, noticing that her friend still has a good reaction, but Shino knew that Letitia would be scared. The child stands up, brushing himself off, and admits that there is nothing joyful in this. She adds again that there is absolutely nothing joyful. The crowd watches the girls, not understanding what's wrong with the two of them. Letitia fiercely and in a commanding manner asks if Shino cannot scare her every single time. The girl blushes, and her companion smiles. Suddenly, Letitia addresses her as a sister. Shino treats the girl kindly, calling her his twin. She asks what she is doing in such a place, and Letitia explains that she just heard Yui coming here, so she's going for a little walk. Shino begins to realize that she is a swordsman, and her sister giggles in response. Letitia admits that Yui is just an admirer of hers, and folds her hands dreamily under her chin. He believes that this girl is a goddess. Shino asks if Yui's twin found her, but Yui flatly refuses. Letitia adds that she found a guy from her team, although he immediately ran away from her. Her companion is surprised to hear this and asks again. Letitia presses her index finger thoughtfully into her skin, remembering that Shino must have met him once, and his name is Lloyd. The twin can't remember, but she mentions that A-ranked guy who is on Yui's team. Shino suddenly asks if it's by any chance the white magician who can't feel the aura at all. She doesn't think he has such abilities. Letitia just notices that this is so unusual, because once she respected the way her sister looks at people. Shino is horrified, thinking that what her twin is trying to say is that she is on the same level as that guy. She is overcome with hysteria. She randomly touches her head, not believing her own ears. Letitia stands behind the girl, looking at her back and pining. Letitia adds that he was more like a man of common sense than her sister herself. Shino starts to wonder if the salva about D-ran was also said on purpose. She believes that the guy hides his abilities and is content with the D-rank. Letitia calls out to her, as if trying to pull her out of her thoughts. Shino, expressing a note of madness, asks Lloyd if he can hear her. She admits that she remembered his name. And Letitia, tired of listening to this, now suggests that we go shopping at the next store. Yui walks around the city and notices that the famous candy store she was looking for is somewhere nearby. The head of the team believes that first, you need to buy as many delicious sweets as possible in the store of the royal capital. Then the girl sees her sides, which fall out of the shorts in the waist area. This scares Yui a lot. She holds up her hand, promising that she will move more on the task and eat properly. The head of the group stops right in front of the crowd, trying to figure out what's going on. She wonders what that noise is. A poor child is trembling in terror, and a woman is towering over him, who insults him as a commoner. She resents how he could have soiled her dress. People are whispering, worried that maybe they should stop it. But then they realize that this is the Windy family, famous aristocrats. And they retreat, thinking that it's best just not to make enemies. The lady makes a corresponding gesture, shouting that it would be good for the child to redeem himself with death. The executioner pulls out his sword, showing his determination in all seriousness. There is a cry for it to stop. Yui runs to the child, standing in front of him and wanting to protect him. An aristocrat named Windy invites people to see that Yui has interrupted her. She reproaches the girl for not knowing who she is, but the head of the team suggests that, probably, this woman is a grandmother who behaved inappropriately and wanted to kill the child. The lady opens her mouth wide in surprise, but finds no words. Pointing her finger at Yui, the woman orders that she be dealt with first. The aristocrat arrogantly explains that this is a guard that she personally chose. Yui is approached by a guy who is twirling a sword in his hands, and the woman goes on to say that she is especially proud of this leader, because he is a magical swordsman with an ability that even an A-rank adventurer cannot resist. At this point, Yui looks away from the noblewoman, wondering if she could have said something simpler. The woman mentions that she won't even waste time with the head of the team, and calls her a little girl. The swordsman swings, yelling and wanting to hit the poor guy, and Yui throws his arms out in all directions. And the lady says that everything will happen in an instant, that Yui won't even understand anything. Magical attributes appear in the girl's palm. Yui draws his sword, using storage magic, and swings like a brave warrior, preparing to attack. Everyone looks surprised and scared. And Yui is pretty happy that she was finally able to do it with storage magic. The executioner advances on her, assuring her that it is just a child's toy. He warns that he will kill her. A fight ensues, which is quite brutal for Yui, but the girl does not lose her willpower. The aristocrat screams, asking why everyone is waiting, because it's just a girl. Someone in the crowd shouts out that it's a young blah. Others call her by her first name, and her confidence grows with every word. The crowd clamors, wondering if it's really an S-rank adventurer. They care whether she wins or not. Yui drags the sword, pressing down on herself. The girl harasses the woman's servants by asking that they have already seen everything. Yui suggests reconciliation, and the noblewoman grits her teeth in anger, looking back at the people at the same time. Everyone is watching her behavior closely. Wendy finds her servant among the crowd, who understands everything and smiles. Holding a magic staff behind his back, the guy conjures something, and a strange and incomprehensible thing appears under the girl's feet, as if she is about to fall somewhere. The chains squeeze the girl's skin, sending a metallic thud through the air. Yui doesn't understand what they are, and the noblewoman takes an arrogant stance, saying that they are chains that take away her physical strength over and over again. The head of the team seeks to escape from captivity, and the woman finds all this sad. Yui wonders if there was a hidden supporter in the crowd. The servant who wishes him dead comes to the fore. The girl can't believe she's caught like this and coughs. A mysterious stranger who has been caught by Lloyd approaches Yui, covering her with herself and addressing the crowd, which is exactly what happened at lunchtime. The lady takes out a knife and cuts the blade of the sword with a light movement. The servant is startled, shouting in surprise. The guy hits the woman with the rest of his sword, but she disappears, and the blow comes to Yui, who looks terrified again. The servant pauses for a moment, and the chains that were wrapped around the unfortunate girl crumble. The stranger runs to the child, helping him up and asking the commoner if he is all right. Yui watches the woman's movements, but she realizes that it all happened in an instant, and she didn't even have time to recover. The lady gently holds the baby's hands, perhaps trying to comfort him. The team leader looks around, emphasizing that this woman has detained the swordsman and got rid of the black magic sorcerer. And the most important thing is that she eliminated all the obstacles without any problems. Yui wants to know who she is anyway. The aristocrat is startled and asks everyone what happened, but then he immediately turns away and notices that this is impossible. She doesn't believe she could have eliminated her entire security detail so easily. The woman takes off and appears right in front of the opponent's face, offering to test all this on her. Yui just admires the speed of the stranger and opens his mouth. The lady puts the blade of the sword to the throat of the offender, and the latter, stammering, asks quite politely if she could put away her sword. The stranger agrees, but then she shows her index finger and urges her to promise not to do it again, and the aristocrat is sarcastic, specifying what will happen if she does not keep her word. A smile pierces the lady's face. A demon-like creature appears behind the stranger. The noblewoman is startled, and Yui can't believe her own eyes that she just saw a demon for a moment. The head of the team thanks the stranger for saving her, and the woman urges the girl not to worry about it because she did it from her desire. Yui bows to the lady, but then remains silent. The team leader explains that she was recently able to become an S-rank adventurer. She remembers all the moments that came her way, and she is often ashamed of herself and for the fact that for a long time she felt stronger than anyone else. The lady turns to the girl, asking if this is true. She notices that she is so young, but already quite strong, and she doesn't need to be so upset. Yui is silent, later saying that they have a white magician named Lloyd on their team. The stranger repeats the main character's name, looking worried. Yui adds that he is so strong, and wherever he is always confident. The team leader clenches his fist, about to say something important and self-defeating. Yui urges the woman to tell her what to do to become as strong as she is. The lady pauses for a moment, then repeats Lloyd's name, and a smile appears on her face. She moves closer to the girl, concentrating her attention on asking her to listen. The woman drops her hood in a slow motion, offering the girl a little exercise if she wants to. Her eyes are shining with happiness. The day of the dungeon capture. A crowd gathered. A sleepy Shino can barely move her legs, yawning tiredly as she walks. Testa asks the girl in displeasure if she has finally arrived, having twisted her facial muscles in an ugly way. He reminds Shino that she is 20 minutes late, when everyone should be on time and not be late. Silica, admiring, notices that for some reason she feels like a leader. Yui wonders if he's the only brave one here. Lloyd glances at the team member, about to say something else. The white magician turns to Yui, saying that she has been gone for some time. He admits that he is worried that something may have happened. Lloyd had heard that the team leader hadn't returned to the mansion for several days. But to all this, Yui answers impolitely with the question that the guy was also absent. Lloyd hesitantly recalls saying that he was at Rain's. Yui coquettishly puts a finger to her cheek, asking if Rain is one of the royal scientists. The white magician agrees, claiming that this scientist is here. Yui wonders if it's normal for such an important person to go to an unfamiliar dungeon, or maybe it's also such a job. The girl shifts her weight from one foot to the other, watching Lowen walk away. Lloyd thinks it's a bit of a job. Lowen approaches the guy, telling him that she decided to go on this assignment too, because she promised that she would help a friend. At this point, she is torn apart by the emotions that she will also have a chance to take a closer look at Merlin's magic training. The guy explains that there are a lot of reasons to go on a mission, and Yui looks surprised by the decision. Lloyd adds that the girl is basically qualified as an A-rank adventurer, so it's probably fine. The head of the team admires the fact that Lowen is both a scientist and an adventurer. Yui closes his eyes, expressing a certain sadness and realizing that there are so many beautiful people in the world. Lloyd turns his gaze to the girl, but doesn't dare say anything. The white magician finally asks Yui if something has happened after all, but she just asks again, as if she doesn't understand anything. She turns half her body to the guy and worries, not knowing how to say it. She remembers walking behind the mysterious stranger, who warns her that she has just asked something. The woman turns to Yui, wondering if this can be done. Her question concerns the fact that if a girl so easily succumbs to people's invitations and even goes with them to the forest, then what will happen next? The head of the group obediently follows the lady, completely agreeing with her. But still, Yui notices that everything is fine, and she thinks she's being careful. The woman thought the girl was worried. Suddenly, Yui asks her what her name is. The lady freezes with a thoughtful look, looking somewhere in the distance. She turns to the head of the team, smiling sincerely and saying that her name is Lilith. Yui assumes it's a fake name, and she begins to realize that she doesn't know her real name, and she looks suspicious. But to Yui, her intuition tells her that this woman can be trusted. Suddenly, the lady stops, looking around, and notes that this is the right place. Her hand slips under her coat and she pulls out a huge sword. Yui opens her mouth in surprise, as she has just witnessed the use of storage magic. The girl thinks that before she met Lloyd, she didn't even know about this magic. Yui lets out a heavy sigh, telling him that she went to Shrank and didn't know about it. She admits that she is really ashamed of herself. The team leader uses storage magic, and the sword manifests in her palm. She is acutely aware of how she has survived in a small world, so she immensely decides to show what she has mastered. Yui tilts her head, knowing that she promised never to tell anyone about Lilith. The girl suddenly straightens up, telling Lloyd that what she was doing was a secret. The guy clarifies that she even did things that she can't tell anyone about. Yui laughs, trying to convince Lloyd that this isn't the case. The girl meets Shino's eyes, and then she asks her friend if the girl is an adventurer. It becomes important for Yui to find out if they know Lloyd, and the guy denies everything, saying that they haven't even talked once. The girl finds it suspicious that she keeps looking at the white magician. The main character raises his fingers thoughtfully to his chin, suggesting that she does not look like a stalker. Yui even freaks out that her friend knows about stalkers, and he agrees, considering that although it doesn't look like she is good-natured. Lloyd feels like Shino is even aiming for his life, and the boy's words cause Yui to get excited. After a minute, the girl is deep in thought, looking away. The head of the team throws up his hands, convincing the white magician that this is him, so he should not care about it. Lloyd wonders if Yui won't even bother with him. Yui explains that he's also a Lloyd, so what's the difference between one stalker or two? But the guy thinks that's not how it works. Dugas calls out to the boys, waving at them. Shield thinks they've already arrived. The joy and anticipation of something new is reflected on the faces of Yui and Lloyd. The team is standing right in front of the dungeon leading to the dungeon. Yui thinks there are monsters and objects inside that they can't see yet. The girl happily runs forward, shouting that she will finally show her training results, and raises her hand in the air. The guy is surprised to hear this, and even asks again, but Yui gets out of it, saying that it's nothing special. Lilith stands near a tree to avoid being seen. She laughs, noticing that they're still friendly. The lady thinks that somehow, it's a good thing that she has a cloak that blocks detection magic. She glances at Lloyd, glad that even the white wizard's magic doesn't recognize her. The woman smiles, realizing that it is comfortable, so this time she decided to make it fashionable. Lilith raises her head, and Shino's piercing eyes are revealed in front of her. The woman immediately hides behind a tree, fearing that she will be discovered. Shino passes by, peering at something. And Lilith looks around, worried about how she could feel, and concluding that she needs to be more careful. The lady is following Shino, who is walking briskly towards the dungeon in the opposite direction. Lilith wonders what items are hidden in this dungeon. The crowd goes inside. Everything is shining and sparkling. The team opens their mouths in amazement and wealth. Yui stretches his palm towards the glittering object, noticing that the minerals here are the source of light. Lloyd explains that this is a phenomenon that occurs with prolonged exposure to magical power, and Silica adds that this is an indicator that many years have passed. Dugas turns to the white magician, asking if he can understand how deep the dungeon is. Lloyd asks to be given time to think, and then reports that there are approximately more than 20 levels. The team is startled, surprised that it is so deep. Dugas remembers, didn't the white magician say at the meeting that the dungeon would be about 10 levels long? Crow shares his opinion that he did not think how deep it was. Silica wonders if their food supply will last. Yui turns to the guys, asking if they should have told the head of the department right away. Lloyd looks at Test, dismissing the idea outright. The hero swears, and the white magician believes that even if he informs him, he still will not believe. Yui agrees worriedly. Lloyd admits that he is thinking about how best to entrust this to others. Silica notices that there's actually no one else using detection magic besides the guy. The white magician wonders that there are so many of them, and the guys all yell that they don't. Dugas looks at the narrow gorge, explaining that it is a dangerous point in the dungeon, the depth of which they do not know until they enter it in this way. Yui asks why the king chose this particular dungeon, since there are still others. Lloyd agrees, and then he adds that there are 2 more dungeons in the king's possession. He says that the one that is in the forest, and the second, which is directly underwater. The white mage knows that both of them are far from the royal capital, and it will be dangerous along the way. Lloyd believes that apparently the dungeon located near the capital was chosen also because it interferes with the kingdom. Yui doesn't quite understand what the guy means. The white mage also explains that it's rare for monsters to come out. Silica says that although there is no problem if people are not nearby, but nearby settlements can become the target of these very monsters. Yui thinks about it, trying to put it all together. She clarifies that they need to destroy a dangerous dungeon that is located near the capital. Silica adds that the king also used an excuse to get the item back. Yui says that she has a feeling that the king is just using them easily. Testa turns her head sharply back, calling out to the boys and asking them where they are. He yells at me to stop making noise and not create any more tension. Yui breaks down and points out that you shouldn't shout like that. Silica confirms that they really don't need to talk so loudly. Lloyd wonders if Testa really came from the land of the holy religion, and he believes that maybe he was told something in the country, judging by his character. The white magician believes that he will probably try to return as many items as possible to the land of the holy religion. The guy sighs, thinking that it would be nice if it wasn't a nuisance. The hero looks somewhere, but at the same moment stops and squats. In front of him, there are footprints on the ground that look like the directions of a monster. He calls out to the kids, asking his friend if she can figure out how many of them there are. The girl grabs her staff and says yes. Test's friend puts her magic staff to her lips, closing her eyes, and reports that there are 10 monsters about 30 meters ahead of them, and 20 monsters are even further away. The hero pulls on his gloves and suggests that we start. The guys are surprised by what they see, and enthusiastically note that this magic is real. Someone whispers, asking if they can see it. Testa clenches her fist and starts to swing, but Lloyd realizes it's a magic circle. The guy uses gloves instead of a staff. The hero puts his hand forward, and magic bursts out like an explosion, and then it freezes for a moment. Smoke and dust are in the air. It was a dark storm. The road stretches out in front of the guys. The smoke rises. Testa explains that the road has been significantly widened. Yui admires that the hero uses such a powerful force of destruction, and even the monsters flew away. Lloyd believes that this is the reason why he was nicknamed the Hero of Destruction. Don't look at your glove, which is just a few scraps left. His servant hands him a new pair, bowing, and Tasta pulls her clothes back on, making the appropriate sound. Yui yells that the hero used them and threw away the gloves, and Cross explains that, as expected, his wealth is also an order of magnitude different. Test's girlfriend runs up to the guy, saying that he is a real leader. She is sure that it was a great magic. The hero of destruction adds that this is not so, and believes that this happened only because the girl gave him accurate information. He admits that he was able to destroy the monsters with minimal power. Testa turns her head to her friend, gently and lovingly emphasizing that this is immediately obvious, and calls her his excellent subordinate. The girl blushes with happiness and is embarrassed, admitting that this is an honor for her. Yui, on the other hand, is outraged that he doesn't treat him like this, and Lloyd confirms this a few hours after entering the dungeon. An unknown creature flies, sitting down from time to time on branches, and croaks. The team is happy that they finally made it to level 3. Lloyd thinks it didn't take that long. Kroos scratches the back of his head, thinking that due to the presence of a sufficient number of people, battles pass without problems. The boys move on, and Yui, feeling uneasy, asks the white mage if he can still see the bottom with detection magic. The guy agrees, and he thinks it's more than 30 levels deep. Testa curses, because something happened. The hero of destruction notices that each floor is too big, and he wonders where it is better to go down to. His girlfriend doesn't know, but it seems to her that they continue to descend lower. The crowd asks what floor it is now, and whether they have reached the bottom. Yui mentions that others are starting to panic. Dugas calls out to Lloyd, asking him if it would have been better to notify Testa, and the white magician, seeing this whole situation, agrees. Shano stomps his foot aggressively, cursing that Testa is messing around with these monsters. She asks mockingly that this is his strength as a brave man. Lloyd sees this girl from a different angle. Testa arrogantly reproaches Shino for giving him more instructions when he's too late. The girl responds positively, saying that she will intervene in this, and she turns to the hero of destruction, wondering what he is going to take over the dungeon in the dungeon like this. Testa agrees, specifying if there are any problems. Shino expresses his understanding and thumps his umbrella on the floor in a threatening manner. Her posture shows confidence and determination. She says that then there will be no complaints if she gets the item first. The team looks shocked by the news. The magic circle somewhere under Shino's feet is getting bigger and bigger. The guys surround her from all sides. Testa screams, cursing at Shino and fearing what she's about to do. The girl explains that she just didn't come here to enjoy the maze. She wonders if she can break it down and move on. Everyone is just surprised. Shino raises her umbrella, calling for destruction, and she fires arrows of darkness from her attribute, which shoot upwards at breakneck speed. Shino jumps from the force of the impact, shards of rock flying everywhere. The hole in the ground expands, scaring everyone around it. The guys take a step back. Yui is surprised, asking what it was with all his might. She closes her eyes and waves her hand to push the smoke and dust out of the way. Dugas sweats at this behavior and notices that it's wow. Shiano opens his umbrella and slowly lands, sinking into the darkness and trying to feel the ground with his foot, and Testa approaches the girl with a quick step, calling out to her. He curses and yells that they're actually in a hurry too. One of the guys asks if they will be able to keep up with Shino, and the leader answers in the affirmative. Testa stretches out her hand, and the magic snake wraps itself around her. He slides down easily and smoothly, as if holding on to a velvet ribbon. The leader takes other team members with him. They dive into the hole, and Testa offers to go together, but Wai ignores Yui's group that is watching them. The girl screams, asking Test what about them, and leans over the precipice. Kroos notices that the leader simply ignores that they are here. Lloyd assumes that he probably doesn't want them to be able to reach their destination. The white mage turns to Yui, wondering what the hell that means. The girl clenches her hand in anger, yelling that just because he's taken the lead doesn't mean they're cooperating. Lloyd admits that he perfectly understands Yui's feelings, and Dugas interrupts the guy, asking what they should do if their opponents have such an attitude. The white magician argues that there is no point in going this way. There was silence, except for the occasional murmur from the crowd. Lloyd watches, silent. The main character turns to Silica, asking her if she can use the same wind magic as Testa. The magician agrees, saying that she can, but she clarifies if they will go there. Lloyd says yes. The white magician declares that if possible, he wants everyone to come together. Someone in the audience swears about why Lloyd decided this for them and insults him drank. Others support the rebel, shouting that they will come back, and even ask for forgiveness, that this is all. But the white magician says that this is not possible under any circumstances. Lloyd explains that if this goes on, it's a cave and the entire dungeon will collapse. The guys are frightened and cry out, the whole body of the body giving in forward. The white magician, looking back, says that the cave has lost its footing and is becoming dangerous because of a large hole. He is sure that it is only a matter of time before the chain collapses. A strange girl steps forward, rebelling, and asking that this is exactly why they need to go down. She thinks they'll just bury themselves alive, but Lloyd explains that it doesn't, because the dungeon mostly gets stronger where the item is located at the deepest point. The white magician thinks that if you go down, you can get to a strong layer and protect yourself from the collapse. Yui approaches the boy, wondering if they should go back the way they came. Lloyd doesn't think there's enough time to go back. A guy who once opposed the main character asks the people around him that they will believe what rank adventurers say. The contestant yells that they will go up and is supported by the other guys, who say that they are not going to go with Yui's group. The guy climbs up the stairs, leading the crowd, but suddenly everyone freezes. Looking up somewhere, a pile of rocks flies straight at them. Screams are heard. People try to escape and cover themselves with their hands. Boulders fall, filling the entire space with smoke and dust. Lloyd watches what's going on and knows there's no time. He turns to Silica, urging the mage to do so, and the girl admits that she understood everything, but she asks the white magician to help her too. The main character takes out his magic staff. Agreeing with Silica, the guys touch magic staffs. Magical wind snakes wrap around the bodies of those present, who watch and are surprised that they rise above the ground. Lloyd, on the other hand, finds it great. The guy decides to finally go down, and everyone plunges into the abyss. A magical wind lures all the children into the darkness, and they circle the sharp edges of the stone floor, spinning in the air. Some of the opponents are simply delighted that they fly through the levels in an instant. Now they are sure that they should have done it from the very beginning. Unknown creatures, similar to harpies, are directed at the guys who are floating. A high-pitched scream is heard, indicating fear. The guy cringes and stretches out a hand to cover himself. Yui jumps up, swinging his sword in a Japanese ninja pose. She turns to her opponent, asking if he is okay, and warns him carefully to be careful. The girl now speaks to Lloyd, telling him that they are surrounded by monsters. The white magician yells that he knows everything. Kroos looks around, noting what they might expect from the dungeon. Dugis says worriedly that it's not a joke anymore. Lloyd, as the leader, shouts, informing all participants that everyone becomes a target when left alone. He orders everyone to stay together and not move away. The magical creatures make scary noises and circle around the guys, but then he keeps telling them to keep the mages away from the monsters. He advises everyone else to protect the nearest mage. Floating in the air, the guys look around to be ready in case of danger. Lloyd turns his head to Silica, calling out to her and asking her to speed up. She just agrees, trying to hurry. The whirlpool of harpies flies, swirling like a whirlwind, but some people think that they are moving away from the monsters. Those who set out earlier have already arrived. And then there's a clatter, footsteps breaking the silence, and Tasta turns toward the sound. He sees Lloyd and mockingly asks that they have also come. The full rank appears before the leader. A guy steps out from behind Lloyd and calls out to Test. He reproaches him that because they acted like egoists, they almost died. But the hero of destruction does not care about such problems. His gaze expresses only indifference. He doesn't say anything, and at one point he turns away altogether, throwing his head up. The guy is furious, asking if he's listening at all, and Tasta finally says that it's coming soon, but the guy doesn't know what it is, so he asks again. Small stones fall from the ceiling, clattering to the floor. Large boulders are thrown at Yui's group, and the boys are startled, screaming and trying to escape. Yui grabs Lloyd's arm and pulls him back. Everyone understands that the dungeon has started to collapse. Those present ask if they did this because they knew it would happen. Testa proudly declares that he assumed so, because these are natural measures for protection. The guy shouts out, not believing his own words, that Testa wanted to kill them. But in response, he gets an ominous, devilish laugh coming from the leader. Testa pulls herself together and asks in surprise what he is talking about, because they are adventurers. And he says it's every man for himself. The leader, closing his eyes in displeasure, adds that they are really proud of their title and cry to others if they get into a difficult situation. Testa wonders if they think it's pathetic, but the guy insists, repeating that all this is because of the selfish act of the leader. In a fit of anger, he asks what their lives mean to him. Testa laughs briefly, admitting that a person without certain powers will not survive here in any way. Testa jumps up and punches the floor, his fist smoking, and a hole appears under the boys' feet. The leader, after looking at the result of their actions, reports that the floor at this level is solid. He says that if they go down, they can protect themselves from the wreckage. Testa turns his back on the opponents, saying that he has no recommendations for them, and this greatly hurts the feelings of the guys. The contestants yell at the leader not to make fun of them like that, because even if he is brave, they want him to treat adventurers without contempt. And they jump into the abyss, shouting that they are the first. Lloyd and Yui watch this and listen as everyone whispers that they will go too, because if they stand here, they will be crushed by the rubble. There was a moment of silence, and everyone focused on the pit the boys had jumped into. From the abyss comes a scream and screech, like pain and fear, agony. Yui looks worriedly at Test, who is heading somewhere, and asks what he did. But he indifferently declares that he did not do anything. Testa closes her eyes in displeasure, saying with disdain that he rather just warned that the adventurer's abilities will not be needed from now on. He says that to be killed and eaten by monsters, or to die in an instant, being crushed under the rubble. The leader reminds them that they need to understand which option is best. Lowen, politely and naively, asks everyone what happened here. Lloyd spots the girl. He realizes that means she was safe. And the girl waves her hands in different directions, believing that thanks to him she is whole. Lowen is suddenly alarmed, making it clear to the boys that they feel it too. She says that the level of monsters is different from the upper and lower layers. Lloyd pauses for a moment, but then says it's true. He adds that the lower they go, the wider the dungeon becomes. The White Magician says that a world in which even experienced adventurers are defeated is spreading at the bottom. Silica is especially worried, specifying that they will have to go there. Yui swallows nervously, but tries not to say anything. Suddenly, the team leader explodes in anger, ordering everyone to listen to her. The group opens their eyes wide in surprise, frozen in the hope of hearing something good. Yui sticks out her index finger, saying that she wanted to show how much she's changed in the Force. She exhales with a grunt, and Kroos puts his hand behind the back of her head in contentment. Smiles bloom on their faces. Lloyd admits that he also needs to try harder. The chain runs towards Yui's group, clinking and twisting like a snake. At this time, no one suspects that such a danger can overtake them. A metal object wraps around the girl's leg, and she tries to get out, but it's no use. Lowen just watches what happens, a little surprised. Lloyd is absolutely horrified because he realizes that these are chains of black magic. Shino, with an open umbrella, apologizes, saying this in an angelic voice. She lifts up the adventurers of Yui's group, and they hover in the air, bound with chains, and yell. The girl dives into the hole, warning that she will borrow them from Test. Kroos and Dugas are left to watch, asking her what she is going to do with them. But before they can finish, the boys are out of sight. Dugas yells at Shino to stop, but it's no use. The girl drags her magical target with her, disappearing into the darkness. Silica, Dugas and Kroos run to help their friends, but a pile of rocks lands right on the place where they were locked up. Dugas curses, realizing his helplessness. The team members shout for Yui and Lloyd, but they no longer hear them. They sink down, falling at high speed. Shino descends slowly and gracefully on an umbrella. Shino lands. A rustle is heard under her feet. She was able to distance herself from the destroyer hero. The girl is heading somewhere, breaking away from the guys. Yui calls out to the lady and tells her to stop. The boys are completely wrapped up in magic chains, and Yui yells, wondering what Shino is going to do with them. Lloyd, hanging upside down, imagines that the girl basically saved them by taking them away. Yui struggles against the chains, yelling at Shino to let them down quickly. Lowen notices that she doesn't like hanging around like this either. Lowen, smiling mischievously, tells Yui that she should make a scene. The head of the group is quite surprised. Lowen chuckles softly, suggesting that Yui should take a little look at herself. The curvy shape of the girl is wrapped around metal chains, squeezing and highlighting them from everything else. The leader of the group blushes and looks embarrassed, telling Lloyd, who is hanging upside down, not to look here. She asks Shino to let go of her strange chains. The girl snaps her fingers and agrees with Yui, wanting to release them already. The head of the team lands on the ground with a crash, because the chains break. It's obvious that it hurt her to fall, and Lowen is trying to flutter like a bird, trying to make her landing easier. Yui gets down on her knees, shouting to Shishinano that if you could tell, he's putting them down. The girl even somehow takes offense to such claims, and says that Yui is so demanding after all. Lloyd gets up, straightening his coat, and asks Shino to explain why she did it. He's trying to figure out why she took them with her. The girl puts her feet wide apart, taking a belligerent stance, and mentions that she wants to be honest. She concluded that it was impossible to make the capture alone. Yui is indignant that it's only because of this, but Lowen thinks this is a very selfish reason, and remains calm. Yui wonders if it wouldn't be better to go with Tasta. Shino is sure that she can't do that. Lloyd wonders why, and Shino's voice breaks, bordering on excitement and pain. She can barely pronounce the words because Shino becomes enraged and, yelling, explains that her demon is in denial, but then corrects herself by adding that he refuses to fight it together. The guys assume that she means that he hates it. They look dumbfounded. Lowen confirms the words of his comrades with his arms folded in satisfaction. Lloyd sighs, wondering why there are only egoists on this capture mission. The white magician believes that Shino means that certain people are used to protect Kuria, and others are used to capture the dungeon. Shino thinks that it looks like the final boss is already here. Yui asks what she knows about the remaining levels, but the girl convinces everyone that her intuition tells her so. Lowen turns to Lloyd, asking him what he wants to say, but there's only silence. After a little reflection, the guy decides to explain that there are 3 more levels. He adds that he thinks rough methods like punching the floor won't work in this situation. Yui is thrilled, which really means just a little more. Shino doesn't say anything, but then he gets too close to the white magician, which almost counts as a threat. The distance between their eyes is minimal. Shino asks Lloyd if he knows anything else, and if he knows the full picture of this dungeon. The main character looks up at her, explaining that now he only knows that the dungeon consists of more than 20 levels. Shino curses why he didn't tell her, and Lloyd can't find an answer. And the girl keeps yelling that he doesn't even need to answer. Shino admits that he understands everything, and Lloyd says it's best if she figures it out. The girl believes that hiding her true strength inside is natural. Lloyd is sweating, a little worried about what he's heard. Shino claims that the guy is hiding his true strength, and at a brilliant moment will use it. She asks if she understands everything correctly. Yui asks the guy again, surprised, and Lowen wonders if she's the same. The scientist argues that there is nothing to think about, even if he is on her side. The girl admits that she will still stay with him. Yui puts her fingers together carefully, saying that she doesn't abandon their team members either. The white magician asks them to stop for now, assuming that they have misunderstood something. He explains that he's not hiding anything. Shino clarifies what the guy says, because she believes that he actually always retains magic power. Yui is startled, asking a question about the fact that he is holding magic power. Lloyd suddenly realizes that he is. He feels like there's magic inside, but it's like tempering. He looks down at his palm, wondering what will happen if he learns to control it. It seems to him that he can learn to spend it wisely without much loss, pass it on to others, and discover other mages without difficulty. Lowen keeps an eye on the white mage, wondering if there are any such advantages. Lloyd admits that he thought all magicians could do that. The scientist puts his hands together busily, explaining that it is not so easy to control magic, and there are not so many people who temper their magical powers in themselves. The guy thinks about it. Lloyd turns to Shino, asking if she knew about this. The girl holds the mouse by the tail, which squeaks with dissatisfaction, and points out that this is natural. Lowen runs up to Shino, asking who she learned this from, and does not hide her surprise. Shino throws the animal away, explaining that at some point she realized that it made sense. The mouse falls on Lowen's head, and she gets scared. And Lloyd is watching this picture. Yui is about to add something, and you can see that her anger is tearing her to pieces. She shouts, asking why the boys have become so soft on Shino, and she is indignant at why, because it was her fault that they fell behind their team. She points a finger at the girl and screams, closing her eyes. Shino turns his back on his teammates, saying that their team is a hero of destruction, so nothing will happen to them. He adds that if they find the item, she will give it to them. Yui is very surprised by this, and asks again that the item is not her goal. Shino explains that it's not that she isn't interested in him, she just doesn't want to get involved in the country's problems or politics. Lloyd looks at the girl, asking her what her goal is then. Shino abruptly turns to the boy and points a finger at him, saying that his goal is to find out everything about Lloyda. The white magician is at a loss. Ornate shadows of people move on. Strange creatures engage in battles with them, but they manage to fight back. Crows, Silica, and Dugas are pretty confused. One of the guys turns to the brave Silica, thanking her for helping, and holds her injured hand. The girl asks the question that there are not so many people who are still standing on their feet. Magi goes to her part of the team and expresses her regret that if Lloyd was here at this time. Crows puts a hand on his waist, explaining that it would be a little easier for them to deal with the monsters. Dugas thinks he probably would have taken the item quickly, as if nothing had happened. Someone calls out to the boys, and they turn toward the sound. Testa looks cold and stony, but he still wants to ask the group something. Someone from the opposite side notices that when the mission started, their team was quite calm. Dugas explains that they were sometimes relatively calm. Testa wonders why that is. He tries to convince everyone that they probably know something about the dungeon that they don't. Dugas lowers his head, closes his eyes in disappointment, and agrees. Dugas says that Lloyd assumed there were more than 20 levels in this dungeon. Testa asks again that Lloyd is Alan's subordinate. Dugas answers in the affirmative, mentioning that he uses the power of omniscience. Test's friend comes to the fore, shouting that the guy must be lying, because this just can't happen. Testa asks Melia what she means. The girl explains that with the help of all-seeing magic, you can find out the location of monsters. She says that this applies only to the distance from them, but the structure of the dungeon itself is impossible to understand. Melia is outraged when she hears about the 20 levels, and points out that she has the same magic, but the limit of her vision is only 100 meters. The girl turns to the leader, saying that everything they say is all a lie, and they cannot be trusted. Dugas says that when he met Lloyd, he thought the same way. The guy stretches out his hand and points at her, explaining that there are mistakes in what she said. Melia, horrified and angry, insists that she is not wrong about anything, and frowns. Silica adds that Lloyd explained everything to them. She says that the essence of all-seeing magic is not to see the location of monsters, but to feel the magic power. Testa asks again, not understanding much yet. Silica explains that the dungeon is full of magic. By detecting its subtle magic power and discerning the size and quality, one can understand the structure of the dungeon. Kraus asks his opponents that this is so, after all. Melia continues to be stubborn. He believes that they are wrong, because this cannot be. The guy behind Test convinces the leader that there's no need to believe them. Another one yells that he thinks the same, because they're the buddies who took him with them. The head himself is silent and listens, not paying his attention to the shouting team members behind him. Tasta remembers Celian, who is a lone wolf, the most recognized of all. The leader expresses his opinion. Whether it is a fact or nonsense, he suggests leaving this question for now. What matters to him is why they didn't notify the guys about the 20 levels. Dugas asks if he understands. The guy thinks that if they had said this while they were on the first floor, the leader would have believed them. Silence follows, and Dugas repeats that whether they believe their words or not, they don't care. The guy claims that the one who will take over the dungeon is Lloyd and the others, and they are an unshakable fact. Leaves are falling from the trees. The girls admire the gifts of nature, and Yui catches one of the leaves. She is amazed by the forest and the deep underground, and Lowen notes that it is so mysterious. Shino admits that she initially thought of burning all the foliage at this level, but thought it was a waste of time. Yui's boys stare accusingly after the girl. Yui turns to Lloyd, asking him that there are 2 levels left. And the guy explains that it is, but there shouldn't be an item on the last level. The girl is sure that they will capture if they pass through these levels. For some reason, the scientist thinks that this is not so easy. Unknown creatures, think of them as walking skeletons, come out of the shadows of the trees, showing themselves to the children. The crew gets scared, and Yui screams out loud about what's going on, afraid to even move. The monsters buzzed, glancing at the group. Lowen suggests that this place is full of skeletal insects. Shino is excited about the new experience, because she believes that skeleton insects are so cool. The creature is approaching. They take off and rush towards the girls. Shino swings her umbrella, summoning black flames. The girl opens her umbrella, and hellfire follows the blow. The creatures burn, screaming and screaming. The girl guesses that it is better to kill them with hellfire. Yui reasons by observing the insects' actions and deduces that it's not like they're alive and dead, they're just inanimate creatures. The girl thinks it's kinda creepy. Shino exhales and shakes her head, asking if that's all. Lloyd turns around and sees something else. The guy says someone is coming. This scares absolutely every one of them. An unknown creature scrapes its paws, clearing a path for itself. And here in front of them, they see something incredibly strange, similar to both a mermaid and a spider. Lloyd feels that this is the most powerful magic that can't be compared to anything else. Lowen, touching her lips with her fingers, thinks that maybe it's her name Arakune, and Yui is surprised to ask again. The girl explains that about Arakune, or as it is also called, an illusory insect. She adds that she only saw it in ancient books and thought it was a fictional creature, or a slain monster. Yui notes that no matter what you say, this creature is very strong. She believes that it is necessary to unite here. Suddenly, Shino jumps up and reaches this unknown creature. Yui, seeing this, calls out to the girl, begging her to stop. Shino doesn't back down, asking how she's doing, since she's no different from insects. With this attitude, the girl expresses her disdain. The tip of the umbrella lights up with magic power, and Shino decides to push on. Brave, Shino points her weapon at Arakune, thinking it best to burn her out, as she did with the others. The monsters move away, only dodging a little. Shino lands, realizing that the monster's arm is damaged, and rejoices to the point of insanity. She believes that she can't just get rid of the black fire. The terrifying creature drips a strange juice, lifting the wounded part of the body up. The creature growls and just doesn't move for a while. But then, with a sharp movement, she cuts off her injured arm. Shino watches this, surprised that she was able to cut off her own arm. It's like wax, grease, and skin dripping from a monster's bone, forming a new body part. And now she appears again in a new healthy state. Lloyd realizes that the creature has recovered on its own, and yet so quickly. She mumbles something, but nothing is clear at all. The monster moves, squelching poison. Something excessively strange is happening. The monster stands on its own limbs, which turn into real legs. And the white mage is impressed that Arakune can change her form. Lowen screams in horror. The girl explains that she has never heard of such a monster. She wonders who she is. The terrible creature gains strong legs and takes off. She jumps up and runs toward the kids. The monster engages Shino, who puts up an umbrella against the monster's attack. The creature's strong limbs graze the girl's delicate skin, and her blood pours out of the wound, and Shino only notices that the opponent is quite fast. Yui screams in frustration, calling for Lloyd's help, and the boy immediately hurries over, grabbing his magic staff. Yui swings his sword and hits the monster's limbs, severing them. The monsters fall silent, watching in silence. The creature flies away from the guys, remaining to watch from the side. And Yui lands. Suddenly, the girl turns to Shino and asks her if she's okay. The friend holds her hand but pretends that everything is fine, because the wound is not strong. The team leader hopes that she still chopped off the monster's left hands, but her limbs are making strange noises again, as if she's recovering. Shino assumes that Arakune is going to hit back. She can't believe that such an insensitive creature can harbor malice. Yui realizes that his arm is already recovering. Magic carries the leaves and petals of flowers. They wrap around the monster, obscuring her vision. This is done by Lowen, who is holding a magic staff, and says that she can also help. Lloyd hurries over to Shino, calling out to her. He runs over to her, pointing to her wound, and gently takes her hand. The girl even resists a little, but the white magician takes out a magic staff, wanting to cure the poor guy. The wound glitters and glows. Lloyd looks focused, and Shino looks surprised, watching carefully. The girl believes that this is regeneration in just one moment. There's a moment of silence, and Lloyd asks Shino if she's still in pain. She resents why he did it. The white magician responds, urging the girl not to ask why. He explains that he just did what was natural. Suddenly, the monster flies up and strikes, getting right between Shino and Lloyd, because they managed to jump away. Yui explains that no matter how much you hit her, she is immediately cured. The guy concludes that if it doesn't make sense to shoot her down, then you need to hit her before she recovers. The main character offers the girls to join their forces together to defeat her. Shino is surprised, and even asks again. Lloyd distributes the roles, saying that Yui will corner the monster with close combat. He also wants Shino to help him. The girl is seized with a kind of panic. Yui turns to Shino, insisting that if she doesn't want to, since things are like this. And the girl immediately agrees. The team leader and Lowen both open their mouths in surprise. Lowen finds it surprising that she agreed. Shino explains that she was just watching Lloyd and thinking, and points at the guy. Shino even feels like he's an ordinary person who doesn't stand out. However, she admits that when the white magician is not present, it becomes very difficult. The girl also believes that the expectations from him are low, but it is worth showing him your skills, as it causes great surprise. Yui is impressed that she said it, and Lloyd can't believe this girl is praising him. Shino stretches out his hand, saying beautiful words about being the hidden lead star. She wonders if he doesn't think this is a really great position to be in. Yui, a little sweaty with excitement, wonders what she means to help. Shino convinces the boys that they can rely on her. The monster is watching the people who are standing in front of her. Lloyd holds out his magic staff, assuring everyone that everything is fine. He says go. The monster stands with its limbs spread out in different directions, as if it is ready to take them into its deadly embrace. Yui takes off and rushes towards his executioner, and the monster does the same. They meet face to face, and Yui strikes with his sword. Lowen decides to blind her eyes, and she points the leaves and petals directly at her face. The monster coughs and shakes itself off. Yui swings again, exhaling heavily. The creature's armor flies off like scales. and she stands with her limbs spread out. Lloyd is surprised that Yui was able to break the monster's armor with just one blow. Yui jumps up, wanting to strike again, and the white mage realizes that she's really getting strong. She hits the monster while making ninja sounds. The leader of the group cuts off Arakune's paws, and she gains strength from somewhere and pushes Yui away. The girl screams and coughs in pain and surprise. The girl flies into a tree, and the main character calls out to her, trying to run to her. The monster recovers again, and the guy curses, noticing that as soon as he pushed her away, he immediately begins to regenerate the wounds. Yui yells at Lloyd to stop. The girl gets to her feet and grabs her weapon, urging the white wizard to rely on her. Yui gathers all his strength and anger as he swings the point of his sword. The monster moves away, trying to escape, but the girl manages to touch the monster's chest, and a stream of blood gushes from the affected part of the body. Lloyd asks worriedly that Yui was stabbed with a sword that has magic power inside. Lowen remembers something familiar. This move reminds her of Lily, and she thinks that maybe this woman taught Yui this. The team leader jumps up again, wanting to strike again. The monster stretches out its limbs, trying to defend itself. Lowen makes a circle of fingers and blows through it. A gust of wind instantly cuts through the monster's calves, and it falls to its knees, exuding pain. Shino walks out, holding her umbrella and declaring that this is finally her way out. She exhales heavily, and Lowen, sitting in the tree, admits that she is ready. Lloyd gives the command now. Lowen and Shino work together using shackle magic. A circle appears under the monster, and the monster finds something strange in the body. The terrifying beast's roar reverberates through the air as magic chains suddenly grow out of the ground, lashing at its hide. They wrap around his powerful limbs and neck, tightening like steel garrotes. The creature struggles, its eyes filled with rage and fear, but the chains only tighten, causing more agony. Cracks appear on his thick skin and blood oozes out, giving a dark contrast to the bright light of the magic circle. And the monster screams in agony, blood gushing in all directions. The monster arches up, spitting out blood. Lowen explains that these are Shino magic chains and their lightning spears. She closes her eyes, exhaling, and mentions that they're all stuck in her. The girl seems to warn the victim that it will be very difficult for her now. The monster falls, coughing, but still angry. Yui leaps, burrowing into the air, the weapon soaring over his head, the gleam of steel glinting in the dim light. The head of the team reports with fatigue that this is all. Her voice sounds heavy, as if hanging in the thick air. Yui cuts her in half, yelling that they're done here. And the blood spurts out like a fountain, shrouding everything in red tension. Arakune opens her mouth wide, snarling and trying to strike again. The monster takes a step forward, preparing to strike, but at the same time loses its balance and falls with a thud, sprawling on the ground. The heartbeats sound in the silence like the chords at the end of a relentless piece. Yui carefully walks around the monster, warily waiting for it to continue. Lloyd asks the others if Yui killed her. The boys look carefully, and the monster rises slowly. She stands up, staggering, barely moving. Arakune is bleeding out, forming a puddle under her. The monster finally straightens up, but she is still restrained by the chains. Yui can't believe she's moving again. The girl is already offering to finish off this creature, and Lowen says that this is not necessary. Shino grabs the umbrella, using her magic further. The scientist says that these are Shino magic chains that keep the magic power inside and continue to cause damage to it. She's sure that this way, she won't even be able to heal her wounds. The monster is on its knees, bleeding and losing its strength. The girl puts her hands under her chin in a cute way, dreaming and reasoning that these are also precious research materials. She's even glad that the monster died, thinking it's beautiful. Lowen asks Lloyd if they can take Yi and return to the kingdom. Yui and the white mage just watch and don't say anything. Shino asks the scientist again, asking about taking her with him. Yui wonders if it's not dangerous. Lloyd wearily raises a hand to his face, sighing and explaining that for now, it's best to think after the mission is over. Yui approaches the monster, who already seems to have died, because she is immobilized and lowered her head. The team leader agrees with Lloyd, saying that he is right, because until then it is really better to leave her here. The children continue on their way, cautiously looking around, listening to the rustling around them. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to a strange staircase leading down, as if inviting them to explore the unknown. A girl and a boy are standing at the top of the stairs, their eyes fixed on the dark tunnel that opens up in front of them. Yui asks the question that this is a staircase, leading to the lower level. There is tension and uncertainty in the air, as if life has stopped moving for a moment. Lloyd stands at the bottom of the stairs, his heart beating faster than usual. It believes that this is where the item is located. The staircase hides an eerie silence and darkness. The silence is oppressive, and the mystery hidden in the shadows calls to him. The team descends the stairs down, which twists in a steep spiral. They are getting lower step by step, and the guys seem unsure. Suddenly they stop talking and stop, their mouths and eyes wide open. Before them, the skeleton of an unknown creature is revealed in all its glory, compared to which they seem like grains of sand. The boys notice a sturdy skull, and Yui assumes it's a dragon. Shiano anxiously wonders if the dragon skeleton won't start moving abruptly. Yui doesn't think he's alive. The interlocutor declares that even if you use the magic of revival, he will come to life and his bones will immediately fall apart. Lowen moves closer to him, demanding to be listened to. The scientist naively and childishly admits that she wants to take him with her. Yui and Loidu, who are watching this, feel like this has already happened before. The white mage takes a position called hands on hips and swears that you're welcome. But he warns Lowen that only she will be responsible for him. The girl waves her hands, assuring that it will still be impossible to carry such a huge thing, even with her storage magic. The guy is outraged that he shouldn't take it home with him. Yui chimes in, shouting and asking if it's really possible to fit such huge things. She admires, thinking that this is what storage magic should be like. Lloyd, expressing his regret, explains that this is not possible. Even Magai's teachers cannot do it. Lowen agrees. But Yui still doesn't understand why the scientist is so happy. Shino calls out to Lloyd, who turns to face her. The girl points to an object, indicating what she has found. And the white magician's eyes are shining with joy. He is going to come closer. The guy sees an artifact in front of him. Shino admits that as she promised, she won't take it away, and Lloyd thinks they should take it to the kingdom. It seems to him that it won't even matter who takes it. They should just pick it up and leave. Yui clenches his fist, saying that's right, and stretches out his hand towards the item. There are only a couple of centimeters left before this touch. But then Yui is hit hard by the artifact, and she jumps back, involuntarily pulling her fingers away, screaming in pain. She claims that it really hurt, and she wonders what it was. Lloyd runs up to the girl, asking if she's okay. Shino also wants to touch a magic item, and even that is interesting to her. The girl hesitantly and doubtfully wants to take it. But then the idea comes to her that only someone who has the right to touch it can touch it. It seems to her that it is the same as with the Holy Sword. Lloyd thinks he can bring Tazista, and he reasons that maybe he can touch him like last time. Lowen suggests that this is possible, and then the scientist says how about the white magician touch him? Lloyd hesitates, and finally replies that he doesn't want to feel any pain. But then he comes to the conclusion that it's better than waiting for Testa. He stretches out his hand, and there are only a few moves left to take the object. Lloyd squeezes his eyes shut, waiting for it to hurt too much. Nothing happens. The white magician opens his eyes in a panic, finding that he has taken it. There is a glow from the artifact. Yui panics and calls out to Lloyd, and the boy lowers his gaze, realizing that there's a magic circle underneath. The guy thinks that this is bad, and he demands that the guys move away from him. The girls take a step back, and the magic circle glows, but after a moment it disappears. Yui is surprised that he disappeared. Shino doesn't understand what it was. The head of the team runs up to the guy and takes him gently by the cheeks, asking if he's okay. Lowen suggests that it looked like some kind of magic was activated. Shino notices a book that was in the rock and takes it out, asking that they will take it away too. Yui agrees, saying that maybe it says something about the staff. Shino opens it and states that it looks like a diary. The girl offers to read it. She is surrounded by all the guys. The story begins with the fact that it lasted 50 years of research, trial and error. The author writes that he has finally created a magic staff capable of accumulating and preserving power. This item is called the Astarte Magic Staff. The man admits that it was a long journey, and the reason why he did not give up, even when his subordinates left and he was left alone, was because he believed that this staff would lead to universal peace. He gave the country a magic staff and received a medal for it. He contributed to the cause of peace on the continent, and then live out the rest of his life without any inconvenience. That's how it was supposed to be. The guys freeze at this point, continuing to read. The author says that when the magic staff left the hand of its first owner, everything went wrong. The staff destroyed those who were not fit to be its masters, and each time it chose its own master. Everything led to the fact that the situation began to get out of control. The man says it's not his fault, definitely not his. The guys start to worry at this moment, wondering what is happening. The author goes on to explain that he added various functions to it randomly and increased the amount of magic storage to the maximum. He believed that this was the strongest staff he could think of. The author suggests that perhaps because of this defect, people who can't control magic power have absorbed magic until their supply is completely empty. But when he told them about it, people stopped using the staff, so he hid it. The man emphasizes that he himself could use it. He was an expert in weapons, so he could control magic at least somewhat, but it only affected those who couldn't. The guys fall silent, fully absorbed in the content of this story. The author shares details of his life, such as how he was eventually convicted of this crime and imprisoned in a cave along with a magic staff. A group of people are coming down the stairs. The man remembers how a guest was waiting for him there. It was a bloodthirsty dragon, fiercely attuned to humans. The author already thought that he would die under its clutches. Then he remembered the monster fighting sonic bullet. The bell rings, and the neighbors yell at him to shut up already, and are indignant at what it is. He installed it in his house in the middle of the night. A man tells about neighbors who threw raw eggs and stones at him, and he really hopes that they will regret it. Lowen notices that he had a good personality and coquettishly asks the other guys about it. The author then goes on to say that he has one request for the owner, who will be chosen by the staff. He doesn't say to use it for the sake of people. It doesn't even say that it needs to be used correctly. So he has one wish. Correctness is a subjective concept, and there are as many correct things as there are people. He prays that people will use this magic staff as much as possible. A man wants others to feel all his gifts invested in him. Lloyd stares at this magical object in fascination, holding it tightly in his hands. But the author also adds that, in addition, he sometimes hears some voice from the magic staff, most likely just an illusion. He doubts that he has added anything strange to it other than magic power. The children look at the book with interest, reading every word. Lloyd gets a little freaked out by watching this magic staff. There was a deathly silence. Lloyd turns away from the girls, saying that he understands everything, and he is sure that in any case, this staff seems to be the same artifact. Shino slams the book shut, sending out a stream of dust, and she explains that they will check out the details when they return to the capital. Lowen is a little panicked, now that she's wondering how they're going to get out of here. Yui adds that they still need to find Dugas and the others. And the white magician resolutely and confidently declares that it will not be difficult to get out of here. Yui turns to his friend, swearing that it's as expected, but Lloyd says he won't do anything, denying everything. He says that when he touched the staff, he felt the kneeling magic inside it. Shino explains that the book says that the staff allows you to store magic and release it. Lloyd adds that the only magic stored in it is to get out of here. The white magician presents this picture and says that it is magic that moves intruders to the entrance of the dungeon. Yui is happy. With the help of him, they can get out of here with everyone. Shino wonders what better way to take that monster with her. The team leader is surprised that the girl will actually pick him up. Lloyd turns to Lowen, asking her to listen to what's going on, but before he can finish, his girlfriend closes her eyes and calmly replies that she understands. The scientist suggests leaving it here, carefully looking at the bones of the dragon. They stand and stare at the once living monster, realizing that they are nothing compared to it. Lowen wants him to continue to sleep his own way. The guys now assume that it was a strange diary, but the owner was normal. It just might have been. Now, somewhere in the dungeon, there are screams and growls of animals. Monsters are climbing from all the cracks, looking quite hungry and aggressive. The group that stayed with Tosta is terrified and seems ready to retreat. Only Dugas, Silica, and Kroos are determined to win until the end. The team leader swears, understanding and telling others that they are still at the lower level. A ring full of magical patterns appears beneath him, and he doesn't quite realize what's going on. But then this story repeats itself for everyone present, and everyone wonders what it is. The glow intensifies, and the boys scream in fright. Silica closes her eyes, squeezing them tightly, but then everything goes quiet. She opens one eye, a little surprised as they move outside. There is a dungeon in front of them, but not everyone understands this and specifies where they are. The boys stand up, rubbing their heads and asking the others what they are doing outside the dungeon and why. Yui waves loudly for Silica and runs like hell. She runs up close, even seeming to bump into the girl for a moment. Yui hugs his teammates, happy beyond measure that Dugas and Kroos are still alive. And the magician says that Yui is choking her. Tosta is outraged by what's happening, grumbling that they've been moved outside. He even suspects that this is some kind of trap. Team leader Yui raises his hand to say something. She points to the main character, saying that they have already been released from the dungeon. Testa does not understand what is being said, greatly frightened and surprised. The guy yells that this can't be happening, because there are only 4 of them. Yui points to the magic staff that Lloyd is holding tightly in his hand. He looks at it in fascination and explains that it is an artifact. Tasta is seething with rage. The hero of the destruction of the country rushes at the white magician, ordering that he gave it to him, because he wants to check that this magic staff is real. He reaches out, but the magic pushes him away, hurting him. Tasta pulls her hand away, looking dumbfounded. Yui watches anxiously, biting his fingers, and notices that only Lloyd can touch the magic staff. She especially emphasizes that even the hero cannot be touched. Testa wonders what even he, who is an adventurer from Drank, is up to. Some kind of sound scares the guys who are crowding around. Lloyd looks back at the dungeon and then reports that it will soon collapse. Lloyd suggests that everyone hurry to the capital. The guys follow him without hesitation. Someone scribbles on the paper carefully and discreetly. The old man notices that a long time has already passed. He sits surrounded by the dragon and his own thoughts. Suddenly, the elderly man turns his head, glancing at the magic staff that is thrown aside, and thinks that if he sold it, he could become rich. He leans his entire body over the piece of paper and says that then he will write this in his diary for the last time. He suggests that maybe his name will become famous. The dragon then pushes him in the back, and the old man screams that he is in pain. The man throws up his hands, glad that he will write about a small request. He is happy that he wrote everything down in his diary, thinking that now he is doing great. And the old man hopes that one day he will become useful. The dragon uses all 3 heads to see what its master is doing. Suddenly, the man falls to the ground, clutching the diary tightly. The dragon wraps itself around him, as if trying to figure out what's going on. The old man convinces him not to worry, because it's all because of the disease. The man notices the magic staff, sighing and asking if this is the end. He stares miserably at his creation. Suddenly he hears something. The old man wonders if this voice isn't an illusion. It seems to him that the staff still has the magic power of those who were killed by it. In this position, they froze. The man is sure that finally he was able to solve the riddle, and with this thought, he quietly closes his eyes. Suddenly, the magic staff rises above the ground and begins to shine. The old man reaches for it, but his strength fails him. An explosion is heard, and thanks to it, a dungeon was born. And the remaining magic spawned monsters. The staff has survived a long time, and it finally found its new owner, Castle. Korea rushes to meet them, calling for Lloyd and Yui. She notices that they are intact, and is very happy about it. Yui adds that their group is also unharmed. The commander also comes closer, congratulating everyone on their return. Suddenly, he sees something that surprises him greatly. The Arakune monster is standing in front of him, and the guy asks the others what kind of monster it is. Lowen excitedly explains that this is a rare species, so they took her with them. The commander admits that he really has never seen such a monster before, but they will not be able to let her enter the castle. The guards want to get closer to her, but she lets out a terrible growl, and they move back. Someone from the team adds that if they hadn't tied her up with Shino's chain, she would have run away long ago. The guards can't believe they led her from the dungeon to this place. They think it's too dangerous to kill her right away. Korea listens carefully to them, and her tender heart can't stand her. Mercy wins, and the girl runs over, yelling for them to stop. Celian grabs her friend's hand tightly and doesn't want to let go, asking her what she's going to do. The princess explains that she wants to talk to her a little. Celian agrees, frowning. He lets go of the girl's hand, and she thanks him naively and warmly. The guy puts his hands behind the back of his head, saying that he's just curious too, but then adds that it's for her sake. Curious snorts, smiling sweetly and blushing. The princess is heading towards the monster. As she nears it, the girl stops for a moment, wanting to reach out her hand. The monster sniffs at her, leaning forward a little. Korea stretches out her fingers and is about to touch her, but a magical shield rises up in front of her that doesn't allow it. The princess is surprised, but at the same moment falls, and Celian picks her up, calling her. Security panics, asking what this monster did to the princess. The guards point arrows at the monster, but the girl calls everyone to stop, explaining that this is not necessary. Suddenly, the guards freeze, waist deep in ice. Celian defiantly calls out to everyone. He is indignant, saying that Korea told them to stop. Yui and Lloyd just watch with bated breath. The princess walks up to her friend and pats him on the back, thanking him for his help. The commander coughs mockingly, saying that only the knights created the panic, so he asks Celian to let them go. The guy frees the guards, and Kureya asks for forgiveness, turning to Shino specifying her name. The princess asks if she could remove the monster's chains. and Shino indifferently asks that she wants to die. But the princess declares that she is not going to die, and her eyes shine with hope and happiness. Shiano asks if it's okay and glances at Selion, emphasizing that the guy standing behind her looks like he's ready to kill her on a single order. The girl decides to do this and snaps her fingers. The chains are falling apart. Arakune is released. Everyone is watching. Kureha puts her hands together in peace, leaning them against each other. She asks the monster what her name is. Everyone freezes. And the princess is hoping for something. Arakune is silent. Suddenly, she clarifies that we are talking about a name. This is surprising to others, because no one has ever heard her voice before. Kureha smiles and agrees, repeating that it's about the name. The monster admits that she doesn't have a name. Lloyd says he's never heard of monsters talking. Silica suggests that it may be because the structure of her body is close to human, but he flatly refuses this idea. Lloyd doesn't think the creature can talk because of its body structure. He is sure that Kureha used magic before, and the Princess Abadi did it subconsciously. The White Mage now understands that this is the reason why she was targeted by the Devil Lord. He admits that this is what ancient magic looks like. Kureha thinks about it, and then she suggests the name Irina. The princess clarifies, "How about this?" And the monster asks again. The girl agrees, repeating her thought. The creature is pretty. Kureha lowers his head, calling the monster Irina and taking off his cape. The girl, hugging her with her clothes, asks if she will become her friend. The guards are shocked. And the monster asks again in surprise, clutching the presented cape. Kureha confirms, stating that she is just bored at the castle. He adds that besides, if she has such a strong friend by her side, then she will feel calm. The monster clarifies that she is her friend, and the princess happily agrees again. The creature droops its eyelids, and Kureha is surprised, even a little afraid and interested at the same time. A magic circle appears under the creature. Others close their eyes and cover themselves, shouting what is happening, because it is so bright. The monster seems to be reborn. Her body changes, her bruises and wounds disappear. Shino wonders where her paws have gone. Yui asks in fright that she has become a human. The creature looks down at its feet, muttering something unintelligible. Her limbs are melting. The monster grows sharp legs, and Yui almost faints, surprised that she is a monster after all. And Lloyd confirms this, but still agrees. He also says that the type of her magic power hasn't changed since the beginning, so the essential part hasn't changed either. Irina bows to Kureha, calling her master. She thanks the princess for giving her a name. Kureha hesitates for a while, answering for nothing. The monster with the cape declares that from now on, she, Irina, will serve her for the rest of her life, and puts her hand on her chest. Kureha yawns, explaining that she just wanted to be friends with her. The monster asks her if she doesn't mind, but the girl objects, denying it. The princess hopes that she will get along with her. Loan, standing in the crowd, thinks and suddenly comes to the conclusion that it is Ryoan. She says that the book Ruins of Ancient Magic mentioned a similar phenomenon. In addition, the scientist reports that there should be a picture where an unknown person alone brought a crowd of monsters with him, after which a fight began with another army consisting of people. Lloyd asks the girl that this was the first person to use this ancient magic. Loan closes her eyes, saying that she thinks so, but then adds that there is another interesting thing. She explains that a picture of a large crowd kneeling in front of him was also found there. And you can say that all this is similar, but it seems, and not quite. Kureha and Irina have a nice conversation. Guards are in place. The king is sincerely grateful to them. He clarifies that he thanks them for exploring the dungeon. The king asks that this staff is the artifact. Lloyd, showing it to a superior, agrees, replying that, in all appearance. The king asks if the white magician can show it to him. Lloyd hands the magic staff to the knight, and the knight touches it, but it hits him hard, and the boy screams that it hurts. And the king concludes that this is all, just like with the holy sword. But the man is still interested in what happened, that the staff does not allow you to touch it. Yui covers his mouth and whispers to Lloyd that it was only thanks to him that they got him out of the dungeon. She adds that this is for sure, because no one was able to take it in their hands. Loan hung in space, her eyes closed, thinking. She addresses the king as His Majesty. The scientist explains that the one who can use the staff is a Lloyd. She's sure that if he wasn't around, a lot of people would be dead by now. Some guys support her, saying that she is right. She states that he has made a huge contribution to the dungeon exploration mission. Lloyd realizes that he has a bad feeling about this. Lowen also asks if the king will allow this staff to gather dust when it can be of great value. The man replies that this is true, and he confesses honestly that he too has thoughts about treating it as a sacred sword of the holy religion country. He also thinks that storing it and not using it is a waste of time. He folds his hand over his palm. The king closes his eyes, and Lloyd already assumes that something is going to happen. The man taps his staff on the floor, summing up the conversation. The king announces that as a reward, he gives Lloyd the right to use the magic staff. Yui's team groans and gasps, covering their mouths in surprise. Testa and his girlfriend are disappointed and even show a note of indifference. Lloyd is in shock. The white magician denies everything, asking what to transfer the right to someone like him. He even doubts if he can. Lloyd puts his hand on his heart, explaining that he is a simple Mac. The king intervenes, adding that if he does, he will inform the entire Adventurers Guild. He states that he wants to promote Lloyd to Sir rank. Everyone is surprised to hear this. The white magician does not even believe, because he was able to touch the object by pure chance. He adds that he also D. The white magician says that if they reach rank, they can complete higher-ranked tasks, and then they won't be looked down on anymore. Lloyd suggests that maybe he doesn't deserve it. He thanks the king. The white magician knows that Testa and his team are behind him. The hero of the destruction of the country twists his mouth and stares at Lloyd's back. The white magician sits down on the bed and then falls on the blanket completely, spreading his arms in different directions. Lloyd reaches for his magic staff and eventually grabs it. The guy thinks that he really can store magic power in himself. He even suggests that if you need magic, you can take it out of the staff at any time. Lloyd wonders what he can try. The white magician notices something. A book appears open in front of him, and the guy wonders what kind of book it is. At the same time, Lloyd seems to turn off the staff and the book disappears, and then the white magician shakes it and the paper product reappears. The guy comes to the conclusion that it is connected to the magic power of the staff, as if it is the soul of his magic. Lloyd lies down on the bed again, wondering if this might be a feature that the staff's creator added. He thinks he should read that diary again. The white mage looks away, asking if this staff really was chosen by him. He admits that he didn't feel it, but he can't help but think that Alan chose the holy sword. The main character recalls that it is said that in the land of the holy religion, the sacred sword is an artifact designed to resist the demonic sword of the devil. He knows that the brave man chosen by the sacred sword will be the future hero. Lloyd is surprised to be called a hero. He reasons that even though Alan lost his hero title due to refusing to complete an urgent task, he is confident that the fact that he was chosen by the sacred sword remains unchanged. Lloyd wonders where he is now and what he's doing. The commander stomps indignantly and, having reached the door, opens it, calling His Majesty. He confesses that they have just been contacted and informed that a sacred sword in the holy religion country has been stolen. The king is horrified, noticing that no one can take it in their hands. The commander agrees, saying that he is right. The commander adds that the one who stole the sword is the former hero Alan, a few days before exploring a dungeon in the sacred land of Sakuru, basement in the great sacred castle of Hylik Sidral. Alan's group is walking along the corridor. Lulu remarks that she would never have believed that there is a prison at the bottom of the basement of the sacred castle. Saint Shina believes that everyone who poses a threat to the country is kept in this prison. She remembers that only their very existence is hidden. Alan now understands that this is why they say that no one has entered here yet, but he is convinced that they will be the first. The girls are confused by the guy's statement. Lulu turns to Alan, asking him to listen, that everything is absolutely fine. She mentions Blade, mentioning that if it was only abilities, this female mage who is said to have become the second great sage. Lloyd denies it, saying it's not. The girl asks if it is possible to release such a dangerous person. She adds that she is, after all, and who killed the Holy Knights. Alan closes his eyes, thinking that this was a common occurrence. But Lulu contradicts him, following him and explaining that it has its dark side. The guy doesn't take it seriously and asks again. The guy turns to Lulu, confirming that by turning this story around, she was able to trick everyone. He says that a few years ago, some Holy Knights noticed corruption in one of the top leaders. To eliminate the Holy Knights who were trying to detect corruption, this very female magician was hired back then. He is sure that Blade, who was once known as an Saint Shina, asks where she got this information from. Alan explains that he heard this from the Holy Knight when he first became a hero. He asked the guy to use the hero's power to uncover the misdeeds of the top management and present it to the whole world. Alan states that he refused. He goes on to say that once he became a hero, he didn't want to quarrel with people from the land of the holy religion. He adds that there was no guarantee that the story wasn't a lie. Alan remembers what it was like and goes down the stairs with the girls. Someone falls to their knees in front of him and begs for forgiveness. Alan puts himself in a closed position, folding his hand crosswise, and asks for forgiveness, saying that he will not be able to cooperate with him. The guy tilts his head, expecting some kind of punch. Alan is silent, but then at some point leans over the poor guy and pats him on the shoulder, explaining that he needs to find another hero for this. The hero admits that he knows where they are and will tell you his location. The guy, crawling on his knees, thanks Alan. The crowd, all muttering, whispering something. A piece of paper falls from one of the guys. Alan picks it up, reading that the bodies of the knights were found in a forest near Ishtar. Alan descends the stairs, telling her that Blade is one of those people who brutally kill monsters and laugh out loud like mad. And it seems to him that she does not kill senselessly. The former hero thinks that as long as she has a reason, she will commit murders without stopping. He reveals that she was an orphan, and when she was young, she killed demons to earn money. Alan, carrying a lantern, lights the way for everyone and argues anyway. The guy believes that he is not going to regret or blame her for the past. He chose it because it would be convenient for both of them. Blade is tied up in a chair behind bars, and Alan, looking at this, now believes that this will be enough. The girl rattles the shackles on her hands, expressing admiration because it is so rare for her to see someone who has not come here from the land of the holy religion. Alan asks if she is the Blade who killed the knights. The girl throws her legs up on the chair, agreeing and replying that he's right, and it's her. Blade wonders what they need. Alan asks her if she wants to take revenge on the people of the holy religion country. His gaze expresses only determination and perseverance. Blade says it's interesting, but she might say no. Confused, Alan asks why. The girl, closing one eye, adds that she regrets being used by others. She asks the guys, they are also trying to do this to her. Alan explains that from the very beginning, the reason he came here was to steal the sacred sword, which is his goal. Blade jumps up, wondering about the holy sword again. She asks the guy that isn't this a thing that only a hero can use? Alan pauses, thinking nervously. The guy claims to be a hero, but he was stripped of this title, and therefore now he is wanted. He asks the prisoner if she has ever heard the name Alan. Blade gives the boy a searching look from behind the bars. She deduces that he is not lying, and wonders what the former hero intends to do with the sacred sword when he takes it. Alan, exalted, declares that he wants to show his strength to the whole world, to take revenge on those who turned away from him, and first of all, to destroy this great sacred castle. His words cause the prisoner to laugh hysterically. Barely able to contain herself, Blade says that she finds the hero funny, and says that she heard that a certain crazy beastman accidentally destroyed half of the great sacred castle recently. But this is the first time someone has tried to deliberately destroy this place. Slightly taken aback, the hero still asks the girl if she is in business or not. Getting up from the floor, the girl with a satisfied grin declares that she has decided to help the hero. Noting that the negotiations were successful, Alan takes out the key to the camera and inserts it in the lock. The shackles fall from the prisoner, and Alan hands her the weapon, noting that without his weapon, a magician is not a magician at all. Noting that he is well prepared, the girl prepares to tell him something important. She asks if he wants to release all the prisoners in the dungeon after they take the holy sword, but Alan says it doesn't make sense, since they won't cooperate with them. To this, the girl notices that this will help them buy time, because the holy knights will not let criminals go just like that. Saint Sheena exclaims in horror that this should not be done, noting that there are terrible criminals sitting here who do not care who to kill, and if they let them go, it can lead to terrible consequences. Alan turns to Sheena and looks her in the eye, insulted, and asks if she means to say that he is wrong. The girl mumbles excuses in fright. Watching this scene, a recent prisoner claims that Sheena's feelings can be understood, but insists that the local prisoners are not so strong as to worry about it. Alan asks Sheena if she thinks that if the knights appear in the dungeon, they will be captured immediately. He reassures her that it's just a little panic and she shouldn't take it too seriously. Sheena obediently agrees. The freed prisoner claims that among the holy knights, there are some who do not lose so easily, although their commander is not interested in killing for pleasure at all, and now he is just an old man. She doesn't anticipate any problems. The great sacred castle fell overnight, causing many casualties, and the sacred land where the criminals were released was thrown into chaos. The action takes place 17 years ago, on the day of the end of the war. Lina tearfully lays flowers on the grave. Her student approaches her to offer her condolences. The dream is interrupted, and we realize that this is the dream of Loan, who fell asleep behind the books. A knock on the door wakes her up. Loan tries to guess who's behind the door. She feels like it's Lloyd. Upon entering, the magician informs you that he has news. Loan tells him that his magic seems to have changed, but in response to his silent question, asks him not to think about it. Lloyd hands her the paper. Loan's eyes widen as he looks at the article. Lloyd confirms what was written, saying that the sacred sword was stolen, and it was Alan himself. Loan can't believe that he destroyed the great sacred castle so easily. She thinks that a huge number of monsters appeared at that moment, which is why there was not a single knight in the castle. At this, the magician notices that he heard how a nest of monsters was destroyed in the forest near the castle, and apparently the monsters who lost their landmark wandered there. Loan suggests that this was most likely part of Alan's strategy, which the magician agrees with. He says that this morning he was called by one person. Lloyd talks to Loan, who says that everything is clear to him, but she still wonders if the hero of the destruction of Testa has something to offer him. A few hours ago, Lloyd pulls out his chair to sit down. Testa doesn't know how to put it, and notices that Lloyd's aura has somehow changed. And the white magician looks at the guy in surprise and replies that he should not be flattered. Testa admits that he really thinks so. The girl agrees and suggests moving on to the main question. The hero of the destruction of the country extends his hand to the interlocutor, saying that he wants to invite him to the country of the holy religion. Testa covers her face, saying that if Lloyd wants to ask why, he heard that the sacred sword was stolen. The guy adds that the sword is lost, the criminals are released, and the sacred land is now in chaos. The white magician tries to say all this, in other words, trying to understand everything. The main character clarifies that Testa invites him, who has a magic staff, to the country of the holy religion, so that he can replace the stolen sword. The hero of the destruction of the country confirms his words, but then he adds that if the white magician wants to, then he can also join his team. Testa pours milk into the drink with a smile on her face. Stirring the liquid with a spoon, the guy also thinks that if Lloyd is a former member of Alan's team, then he probably doesn't understand what an honor it is to belong to the party of heroes. Suddenly, Lloyd pulls back, hands clenched into fists, and says he's against it. Testa sips her drink and says nothing, but it's obvious that she's seething with anger. He calls out to him rudely, telling him not to get cocky, just because he was chosen by a magic staff. The guy adds that the white mage's team seems to have some sort of ability, but they're not exactly adventurers. He clarifies that they are not even comparable to the party of heroes. Lloyd slams his hand down on the table, shouting that he is too. The white magician abruptly gets up from the table, cursing so that Testa does not think that if he is a hero, then he can be forgiven for everything in the world. The guy opens his eyes wide in fright and surprise, and Lloyd goes on to say that he never thought about leaving Yui and the others as team. He confesses that they picked him up and took him in, and now he calls them precious friends. Lloyd says that he also remembers what he did to them in the dungeon, and he is not going to join the ranks of those who do not attach importance to important things. The guy emphasizes that there is no such thing as trying to fight for life together. Lloyd closes his eyes but then notices that something strange is happening to Test. He shivers, staring at only one spot, as if he's about to cry. The main character raises his hands in the air, like a criminal who repents, and asks what he said too much. He stammers out the guy's name. Testa blushes and wants to say something to Lloyd, but she can't put it all together. The guy throws his head up, yelling that he really is the same. Rank Lloyd White Mage clarifies that he is no Drank. Clutching his head and covering his ears, the hero of the destruction of the country points out that Lloyd is a completely different person now, and he wonders if he's right. The guy wonders if he really is a different person, and what he means by that. He puts a few coins on the table, deciding that it's best to leave it at that. Waving goodbye, Lloyd prepares to leave. And Testa remains in the same disappointed state. The white magician leaves feeling very dejected. Testa doesn't even know what it was, and clutches her head in despair. He's aware that even now he's shivering at the sight of him. Testa remembers Lloyd, and this incredible magic power of his gives him goosebumps. He speaks to himself, replying that it was the power of the magic staff. But then he denies it, adding that if so, he would have noticed the changes yesterday. The guy realizes that there is another person from whom he also felt a lot of pressure, and Testa believes that it was Marin, the great mage with whom she once confronted each other. The hero of the destruction of the country removes his hands from his face, convinced that Lloyd is a real monster. Lloyd remembers Marin, his teacher, and wonders why she picked him up. He can't remember it since he was still a little boy. He remembers the days of hard training and research and notes that they all became pleasant memories. And only once was there a case when the teacher yelled at him. Back then, she was extremely excited. At that moment, little Lloyd went into the teacher's room and did something. No matter how hard he tries, he can't remember what it is. His thoughts are interrupted by a group of girls sitting at a table drinking tea. They call out to Lloyd, asking him where he's going. In response, he asks one of them, Yui, what they are doing here, and she replies that Krail invited them to have tea. The girl tells Lloyd that this time he can't go with them, and this is a purely girly tea party. Lloyd notes sarcastically that this must be why Celion is standing on the sidelines looking annoyed. He informs the girls that he is going to the forest for training. To their surprised remark that it's still too early, he explains that he wants to practice while there are no errands, and says goodbye to them. The girls say that Lloyd is somehow too serious, and it would be better for him to rest on his return. As Lloyd walks down the street, he hears familiar voices. He sees two girls in front of him, who recognize him and wave at him affably, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Lloyd is surprised to recognize the girls as Crumb, a former member of Yui's team, and Sylvie, her younger sister. The girls thank him for the magic stone that once helped them a lot, and offer to walk a little together. Lloyd agrees. Sylvie says she's not as agile in battle as she used to be, so she relies on her sister. Lloyd notes that this is understandable, because once she was in a serious condition after a battle. Sylvie says being able to walk is amazing. The girls claim that with their magical support, they are now A rank. Lloyd is surprised to see that she is recovering better than he expected. Lloyd asks why they are both in the capital. The girls reply that they are traveling. Lloyd asks what happened to their home in Ishtar. The girls claim to have sold it. In response to Lloyd's puzzled question, they explain that there are already enough adventurers in Ishtar, and therefore they decided to travel and look for a new team, which was used by the money raised from the sale of the house. Lloyd asks if they're going back to Yui's team. To this, Crumb replies in the negative, adding that they have already left there. In addition, she claims that with a white magician in her squad like Lloyd, they will simply find themselves in his shadow. Crumb asks Lloyd if he knows any strong adventurers who work alone, preferably with magic. After a moment's thought, Lloyd replies that he knows of only one person who fits their conditions perfectly. Crumb excitedly grabs Lloyd's hands and asks him to introduce them to this man, or at least tell them his name. Lloyd warns that the man is a bit weird, to which Sylvie counters that her sister is also a bit weird. An adventurer who works alone and with dark magic, Shino is ranked Kabayes, and her abilities go along with those of a hero. Crumb and Sylvie admire what the capital means, and everything around is different. Lloyd believes that she loves freedom, so he thinks it will be impossible to control her. Crumb asks, and the white mage agrees, saying it's true. The guy asks how about meeting her once. He thinks she's not so bad after all. Crumb sees again that he's right. Lloyd asks Sylvie if she could use it too, and the girl answers in the affirmative, turning to her sister and admitting that the decision is up to her. The white magician watches the girls and is happy that they trust each other, and the main character asks that they really get along well. Crumb says it's a point, because they've been through a lot together since they were kids. The girl ruffles her sister's hair with her hand, so that she even calls out to her. Sylvie blushes and says she's not a child anymore. Lloyd realizes that at that time he could not even have foreseen that the team created later in the capital would become the main and strong competitor. A dark silhouette appears in front of the house, watching from afar. A hooded girl knocks loudly on the door, and a guy opens it for her. Laughing and happy, he puts his hand behind his head. He thought she would come soon. Lily takes off her robes and is about to walk into the house. She turns to Will, asking that he will redecorate the room again in his own way. She assumes that he will put everything back in its proper place, and Will insists that there is no problem until they find out. The guy wants to know if she's probably tired, so he suggests at least getting her a drink. Lily thanks her friend and asks that this time without any potions. Will gets upset and says that he had previously cooled the recovery potion, specifying that it was lemon-flavored. He takes out the potion, showing it to the girl. Lily notices that no matter how good the taste is, she won't drink some shiny liquid. She emphasizes that she also has the color green. Will takes this medicine and drinks it, thinking that it is very tasty. The girl watches this from the side. Then they're sitting on the couch, and Lily modestly announces that she's with the news. Will steeples his fingers and wonders if Lloyd got the item himself, and tells him that even so, since Marin and the others disappeared, adventurers and knights have become quite weak. Lily agrees and adds that she fought an adventurer in the city. The guy is surprised that this happened. Will exhales, noting that he even gave the girl a precious outfit when she said she wanted to move in secret. And he thinks it's just like Marin. Lily swears that there was nothing she could have done about it. The guy suddenly says that he is joking, and his friend blushes from this. Everything changes, and Will wonders indifferently if she understands it. Lily puts her hands together neatly, and the guy stresses that if everyone finds out that she and the others are actually alive. The girl agrees, but she stresses that she had a hard time finding the precious egg. The guy is surprised and asks again, and Lily believes that maybe he will surpass even the head of the knights. Will admires her, asking why she is so strong. The guy notices that once at the school for sacred knights, his interlocutor somehow defeated their head, and then took the position of leader. He thinks he's right about that. Lily thinks it's ancient history, and she gave up halfway through. Will agrees. The guy points out that it was common for a building to collapse as a result of a duel, but at that time the girl was quite a problem child who would mercilessly beat up her opponent if he was harsh. In addition, it specifies whether this is true. Will throws up his hands and predicts that then, of course, she was expelled. Lily starts screaming, yelling that it was a long time ago. And the guy, laughing, wonders if she's not the same now. The girl denies everything, and Will reminds her that this is why she was given the nickname Devil Sword. The girl aggressively covers her ears, saying that she doesn't want to hear it. She urges her friend to stop using that name because she thinks it's too much. Lulu gets up and is about to leave when her companion calls out to her. Lily says thoughtfully that she only cares about one thing. Long ago, Lloyd had touched Seville's dead possession, the Book of Witchcraft. Will understands that Marin is so angry with him because of this. Lily says it's probably a staff effect. Both of them are silent for a while. Will states that if Marin finds out about this, she will be quite sad, because the staff can destroy someone's body, as was the case with Seville. Lily realizes that Lloyd must have been trained to do his best to prevent this from happening. After a moment of silence, Will suggests that Lily keep it a secret, because the Book of Witchcraft still has no power. Besides, it's best not to provoke Marin too much right now. Lily agrees, and is about to tell Marin that Lloyd has been recognized as a top-notch adventurer, as planned. The action takes place in the land of dark magic, in the Devil's Castle. In the throne room, several hooded men sit at a horseshoe-shaped table. Someone enters the hall, and with a welcoming gesture apologizes to the audience for waiting. Scratching his head, he explains to the terrified counselors that he has some business to attend to, and there's no need to be so nervous, because he's not here to talk about bad news. Turning to the assistant who came in with him, he asks if everyone really hates him so much, because he just wants to make friends with everyone. The girl in response tries to convince him that this is not so. Addressing the congregation, he asks if it was wrong to forcibly suppress the opposing demons after he ascended the throne. Barely able to contain his nerves, one of the counselors declares that the Demon King has no one else who would not recognize him. The assistant picks up that he has a different dignity from his predecessor. Overwhelming power is an absolutely necessary element to being a demon king, so the king doesn't need to worry about it. To this, the king is disappointed to say that he understands that he will not have the same glory as his father. He calls on the audience to move on to the main topic and informs them that a sacred sword has been stolen in the country of the holy religion. The country is now plunged into chaos, and unfounded fears and suspicions continue. He says that he intends to take advantage of the situation and attack the princess, the second daughter of the king. Rising from his throne, he solemnly declares that he is going to take over ancient magic before it gains support, with the power of the new magic empire of 7 places after the abolition of the 4 great kings system. One of the crowd raises his hand. The king, calling him Grease, asks him what he wanted. Grease wonders if it's necessary to attack at this time. The king replies that this is so, because he has something else to do. Overcoming his fear, Grease states that he has to say something about the king's power. The king enters the room, goes to the table, on which lies a piece of paper. The man sighs heavily and tiredly, wondering what happened. He picks up the letter and realizes that it is a threat from demons. The head of state realizes that they need to give the princess and the owner of the magic staff. He's not even surprised that they promised to kill him otherwise. The king looks down at the table again, realizing that the fact that this letter is here means that the demons have already entered the royal castle. The man turns to the window, realizing that he will prefer to refrain from anything that might cause concern among the people. The king opens a cabinet in his desk and places a letter in it, then closes it softly. A few days ago, the guys are asked to watch it. Yui's group gets excited after noticing something. Suddenly they realize that this is a commission from the king. Dugas adds that, simply put, the king is asking them to complete a task in return for allowing them to live here for nothing. Yui wonders if this is an assignment only for Manga. The girl screams with happiness, shouting that this is the first task for Lloyd, who has entered Skrank, and sprinkles him with confetti. The white magician shakes off all the shiny stripes and clarifies that he is indeed in Vi. The main character argues that many people strive for this, and many end their activities without reaching this status. His promotion to S rank is just an equal replacement for those who died while exploring the dungeon. Lloyd informs everyone that he wants to opt out. There was silence. Dugas notes that the white magician can be understood. He says that this place is far away, so they will not be able to return to the capital in 1 month. As the written assignment says, their goal is quite strong. Cross stresses that she is also source-ranked. Silica believes that this is a personal assignment from the king, so it will be quite difficult to refuse. They are interested in what we will do, and in general whether it is necessary to fulfill it or not. Looking away, Lloyd decides that he doesn't want to take on this assignment after all, and it seems to him that it is not necessary to perform it right now. Dugas thinks that in this case, you can find an adventurer to replace them. Yui jumps and gets scared, even wanting to protest. The girl picks up the king's errand, and it seems to her that there is still information about fairly strong monsters. But, holding up her index finger, Yui asks that this is nothing compared to the dungeon boss. Lloyd mumbles, shifting his weight, and Yui points to the piece of paper again, telling him that their destination is the village where the Turtle Festival is being held. She clarifies whether this is a threat. The girl notices that it is so interesting, and this is a traditional holiday that has been held for a century. In addition, Yui adds that there are many meat dishes that can only be found at the festival. Dugas is glad that the girl always finds something good in her errands. Lloyd suggests that this is most likely the work of the commander of the Night Order. Yui believes that they will help people, and at the same time visit the festival. She happily says it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The head of the group denies everything, thinking that there is still a reward, which means they will kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Silica believes that this is an offer that is very difficult to refuse. The mage is surprised that they were allowed to live here, which is a fact, and in such a situation, they can't send the Knights of the Kingdom out of the capital. Kroos notices that Testa seems to have also returned to the land of the Holy Religion. Dugas closes his eyes and comes to the conclusion that he can only leave the task to the adventurers. Yui appeals to all the guys, asking if they will agree. The girl emphasizes that there is no one who could do it. Yui realizes that there is no one who can do this. She invites her team members to deal with the monsters. Someone sincerely thanks the guys for agreeing to complete the assignment. The bail bondsman, the village chief Kikuno Jugoba, waves his hands in joy and thanks the adventurers. He can't believe that the same adventurers who explored the dungeon have come. Only he is confused about something, because he heard that there are 5 people in the team. Dugas points out that one of them has certain circumstances. He realizes that Yui was the one who wanted to get here the most, and now she's running late. And he's forgotten that she's always a pushover. Silica approaches the man, patting him on the shoulder and telling him that they would like to learn more from him about the errand first. Kikuno Jugoba explains that these are the first monsters that the guys have to deal with. The man introduces the team to a giant turtle monster named Gadilon. Lloyd repeats the name, and Dugas asks him if he knows about it. Suddenly, the white magician calms down and answers in the negative, admitting that this is the first time he has heard this name. The old man notices that there are no problems with him. There are only a few of these monsters in a limited area. The chief of the village says that they tear the victim with steel claws, release magic power of various properties from their mouths, and also have a high resistance to magic. Archer Kroos notes that they look pretty strong. Lloyd asks if there is any monster that can hunt them, and if not, why their population is rather weak. The village chief confirms that the population is weak, and adds that for hundreds of years, the village has collaborated with the kingdom to reduce the Gadilon population. He reports that a few years after birth, the offspring kill their parents. The fact is that they are too strong, and if their numbers increase, the ecosystem may collapse. Silica asks if the ecosystem is so fragile, to which the village chief explains that the number of Gadilons in nature is regulated in a natural way, but the damage to the kingdom will be considerable if they expand their habitat outside the country in search of food. So it's not just the village's problem, and the kingdom regularly sends its soldiers to fight monsters. The country also pays for this assignment. The guys think about it. One of them cautiously asks if they can handle it. to which the village chief urges them to give up false modesty, since adventurers who were able to explore the dungeon are historically unsurpassed. He adds that he originally wanted this task to be entrusted to experienced adventurers, even more so than heroes, since those who defeated the Demon King and were called legends were also adventurers. The chief continues, remarking that this story seems strange to him, that a man becomes a hero only because he is chosen by the sword. The guys agree with his arguments. The chief looks at Lloyd, causing the latter to be puzzled. He cautiously says that he heard that Lloyd was also chosen by the sword. Dagas jumps up indignantly, but the chief calms him down, assuring him that there is no deep meaning in this. Lloyd also reassures Dagas, saying that everything is fine, and there is nothing to do with this opinion, it is rarely wrong. The village chief asks not to take his words to heart, saying that he is confident in their abilities. He reveals that he feels Lloyd's magic is as strong as that of a white wizard he once knew. However, he warns Lloyd that he should be extra careful, and it's not about monsters, but about the villagers. He reports that one of the S-rank adventurers who died while exploring the dungeon was from their village. He says that he understands that their sin and responsibility are not here, but urges them to remember that there are people who think otherwise. Lloyd understands that this is most likely about the family of the deceased. The congregation lapses into silence. He is interrupted by the door swinging open and a latecomer's apology rushing in. Rushing into the middle of the room, Yui excitedly announces her arrival, happily asking if she missed anything. Meanwhile, in the palace, in the princess's chambers, the guards on duty talk to each other, watching the girls sitting at the table. One of them says that he can't believe that the royal family hired a monster from the dungeon to protect the princess. He adds that it's just the two of them all the time lately. But since they're both women, it's easier to leave them alone than with Celion. Looking at the girl reading peacefully at the table with the princess, the guards do not believe that she was once an evil monster. Just then, an angry Celion enters the room. He speaks directly to Irina, who is sitting next to the princess, and challenges her to battle. The princess is horrified, but Irina calmly asks if her mistress is okay with her fighting him. The princess wonders what is going on between her two guards, but Irina is determined to settle the dispute. Celion wonders which of them is more suitable for the role of protecting Mrs. Krail. The beastman asks with confidence that Irina doesn't think she can beat him. Kureya, who is standing between them, anxiously calls them to stop and clarifies what is wrong with both of them. A few days after leaving the capital, Yui is happy that they have arrived. One wonders if this is the village of Kikuno. They think the buildings here are ancient. Lloyd emphasizes that this is a very beautiful village. The chief points out that this is true because it has been protected by Gadalon since ancient times, and it has never been attacked by monsters or demons. The man notices that this is why this landscape, filled with history, has been preserved. Kraus sees the monument, and the chief informs him that Gadalon too has been worshipped as a guardian deity since ancient times. Kraus clarifies that isn't it selfish. The archer lowers his head, thinking that to worship the guardian deity, and if there is an obstacle, he will be killed. The man doubts that this is selfish, and adds that even if it is, it can't be helped. He tells us that Gadalon himself should have been exiled several hundred years ago. The village chief points out that, however, they have chosen a path where they will live with Gadalon, who protects the safety of the village, even if in doing so he puts them in some danger. Cross approaches the monument and gently pats it on the head, expressing his understanding. The old man declares that after conquering Gadalon, they will hold a festival of gratitude. Silica clarifies that this is more like a turtle festival. Yui jumps up and asks with delight in his eyes that it is there that Gadalon meat is served. The man replies that the girl is right and emphasizes that he has the best taste, especially fresh liver goes well with sake. Yui is beaming with joy, raising his hand up and offering to try and eat some delicious meat as well. A group of kids are walking along the road, and suddenly something bothers Lloyd. He turns his head, feeling a strange sensation. Yui worries, asking Lloyd what happened. The guy thinks there might be a demon nearby. The guys are horrified by this news. A boy covers his eyes, wondering if this is the rumored Lloyd. The child is happy that despite such a long distance, he still noticed it. Sitting on a snag, he pulls something out of his pocket, saying that nevertheless his hidden barrier was not broken. The boy offers to have fun and see what he can do. The child stands on the edge of a snag, addressing the monster that is down under the tree. He spots a turtle, and it opens its mouth wide. The boy jumps down on a rock, thinking that it's not that he really respects him, but the child still has to avenge his teacher. He looks up, wondering if the teacher might have lost to another person. Caprice gently touches this stone and agrees. The turtle rises, and the child stands confidently, convinced that in any case, he can kill everyone except the white magician. The boy notices that with all this, the turtle shell has better strength. He taps his fist on the palm of his hand, coming to the conclusion that he's made up his mind. The child menacingly and persistently orders the monster to kill all the turtles in the area as well. He believes that they will be able to recover the shell and capture the child for an experiment. The boy runs his fingers along his chin, bragging about how smart he is. He directs the turtle forward, encouraging it to go forward. The child watches the white wizard of Lloyd, deciding to test his power and the artifact with him.